right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is that time. It is opening day, ESL Pro League Season 5. We are in Burbank, California. My name is Stunna. This is Bach. We're going to run you through a pre-show here before we get into the action later tonight. Bach, how you doing, bud?
I'm doing great. I'm thrilled to be here. It's very exciting to kick off the start of ESL Pro League. Yet again, Season 5 getting ready to begin.
You're outstanding. I mean, we do have quite a bit of a season here. We got 14 teams coming out to battle for their grab of $1 million prize purse.
That's a lot of money.
That is quite a hunk of change. Slightly less than I have in my bank account, but
yeah.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
No, we've got
some zeros more than me. Quite a few.
We've got some great action for you guys today. We're going to get into a pre-show, though. We're going to go over and highlight a little bit of 2016, talk a little bit about current events, and from that point on, we will be going into today's matchups, which are going to be Cloud9 Rush and SK Immortals later in the day, as you do see there on the graphic in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 Rush, we see the team that moved up from Mountain Dew League facing off against one of North America's finest. And then SK Immortals, a bit of a grudge match with some of the things that's been happening between those teams in the past few months.
No, I mean, absolutely. In the past year, we've seen just an exponential growth in Counter-Strike alone, but we've also seen some very quality Counter-Strike come our way, right?
I mean, 2016 was like the year of the first NA major, and increase in prize pools, production value, talent base in general, just everything about 2016 was great. So many storylines developed over the year.
Well, not only do we have matchups for you guys today, we are going to have matchups tomorrow and even the day after that. Let's take a look at them now, Bach.
Even the day after. Wow, look at us. Optic and Renegades will be starting things off, and then Selfless and CLG to round things out at the end. That first game should be pretty exciting to see how Optic adjusts to some of the changes that have come their way.
Absolutely, and I mean, these lineups here, these teams, they're ready to bring the ruckus. Some of these are ready to vindicate themselves of past performances over the course of the past year. But when we do touch about this past year, let's talk about some of the ups and downs of 2016, Bach.
I mean, we saw the rise of SK, Luminosity, the team name changed halfway through the year. We saw some scandals and some drama breaking out.
Everybody loves drama.
Everyone loves drama. And we also saw the fall of Fnatic. We saw Godsent formed, and just kind of everything fell apart in the Swedish scene. Things were not looking good for them. The French scene was falling apart as well. And now things are starting to come back together. We're seeing some of these teams rejoin and reform, and 2017 is very exciting so far.
Right, I mean, and as we do get further into this episode, I mean, 2016, a very pivotal one. You know, I believe a lot of things changed across the entire landscape. You're talking about rosters. We're talking about just the bare bones of these teams. I mean, we saw coaches be more and more heavily implemented. We've seen rulings by Valve. We've seen almost everything you could think to be seen. And now in 2017, I mean, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, we saw coaches implemented and then coaches pulled back. We saw teams rise and teams fall. It really was just a very interesting year across the board. And it's very exciting to see if that's going to spill over into 2017 as well.
No, absolutely. And as we do take a look back into 2016, I do believe we have a video loaded up for you, a rewind into 2016.
This gives away the indication, though. They should know he's here. They do with the 9CW. He goes through. In the same place there. Simple just jumping to the side. He's going to fall down again with the barracks. What is it? Snacks. Does find one. Does he dances back and forth between the box? What a shot. What in God's name is that from Snacks? Carrigan drops him and falling. He turns back on. Takes a second as well. And the third. That's going to be the Queen's go there. Oh, what are you doing?
These opening smokes are going to. They are putting one down at the very start of this round, but it's Config just greeting the edge. Oh, switches up! Config!
They're going to
to move in, and once again, very quickly, they tried before. They're quick shutdown time after time again. Automatic!
The left side, first shot's very easy. Knows that they're on the right. Lovely shot and get right with the aim.
Challenging towards connector. Sick shot from Kenny, and again.
The opponents were being that passive style, but now you can see Scream doesn't care anymore. Scream's doing the no respect. 4 quick headshots and the ace.
That's beautifully done. That is sick.
And I mean, when you look at some of those black and white photos, I mean, you've got to see the feels right there. You've got to see the heart and the passion on the line at some of these major tournaments, at some of these large-scale tournaments. I mean, Bach, tell me about your favorite event from 2016.
MLG Columbus, hands down. First $1 million major. First NA major. First time in almost 2 years that a North American team escapes the groups. We had probably one of the most memorable majors up until the most recent one when it came to storylines being built. 2 North American teams escaped the groups. It's in a huge venue. It's packed. It proved that NA was ready for that scale of event. It really was just, at the time, one of the most exciting majors to date.
No, I mean, absolutely. There's something to say about a large venue event and a crowd that's just so energetic. It really... And truly, it is a feeling that if you haven't experienced it, it's something you should definitely check out at some point. But to talk about large-scale events, let's talk about a little bit about the finals and what this leads up to.
Yeah, I mean, we saw last season what happened. Can we see another North American team do that again? Can Season 5 be as hype? Especially now we're going to be on NA soil at the home of NACS for the longest time. It's very exciting stuff.
I mean, Dallas, Texas. That's where it all began. And let's take a look now at the Pro League finals from last season.
For the first time, ESL Pro League hit South America to bring the biggest esports event the continent has ever seen to the mega city of Sao Paulo. As both SK and Immortals qualified for the tournament, it was a question of honor for the home teams to impress the crowd and, if possible, win the title. However, after a weak group stage, Immortals got kicked out of the competition quickly, and all hope rested on SK's shoulders, led by their in-game leader, Gabriel Fallen Toledo. The crowd was fired up for a Brazilian team winning the title on Brazil.
There's something about those guys in blue. I don't know if you know any of them. I personally don't know. I don't know any of those guys.
You've never met them?
Not a chance.
Seem like nice guys.
I think they would hope to meet me. Anyway, The point is that Cloud9 and what they were able to do there, what they were able to accomplish. They were able to go outside of home soil and win this grand event. How big of a step is that for NA?
Well, I mean, even if you just escape the fact that it was a big win for NA, it was a big win in general. Going to SK and Immortals' home turf, and we talked about how dominant the Brazilian teams have been over the last year. To go into Brazil and then win, only dropping 2 maps the entire tournament, both to SK respectively, but just an unreal performance from Cloud9. And it's the first time in years that we've seen a North American team take a title. The last time was season 16. It was iBuyPower versus Complexity in the grand finals. It was the most patriotic grand final that I could remember in recent history, because since that point, EU has taken over and NA teams haven't had that much success.
Well, to further discussion of NA and EU, let's discuss another team now. Let's discuss Optic also being able to come out in the later half of 2016 and pretty much pulverize.
Yeah, I mean, so that win that Cloud9 had at ESL Pro League, that was the biggest win a North American team had by prize pool to date. Then, like a month later, Optic beats that prize pool and they win E-League, which surprised a lot of people. Not a lot of people would have picked Optic coming into that season as the team to beat. Maybe if you're looking at the North American pool, you're looking at a team like Liquid or you're looking at a team like Cloud9. The way that Optic came into that and ran the house, it was actually quite impressive.
No, I mean, Optic was definitely able to come out and with their guns blazing. And in 2016, there were quite a bit. I can't say that there wasn't like just a plethora of competition in 2016, right? So you've got a lot of teams that emerged out of nothing and became sort of, I don't want to say one-trick ponies, but a lot of them came out swinging. They were ready to fight, and it shows if you look at the.
Yeah, I mean, it was towards the end of the year we really saw a lot of North American teams step up. So we had that Cloud9 win, we had that Optic win at E-League, and then Optic also won Northern Arena, got second place at ECS. They were beating big North American or European teams to get there too.
Now, Bach, do you think the gap is closing within NA and EU Counter-Strike?
Yes and no. So I think the gap is getting smaller, but not by the same rate that some would say. So some people would look at that Pro League win and they'd say, oh, Cloud9, they're such a great team. They're an immediate international contender. Well, we saw what happened at the major qualifier. They didn't even qualify. A couple of disappointing performances from them. Same goes for Optic. Same goes for Liquid, the teams that are competing at the top. The talent pool is getting bigger. The teams are definitely competing at a higher level. But I still think the European teams are growing at a similar rate. So it's not like Europe has gone stagnant and NA has caught up. I feel like both are growing and getting bigger and bigger. I just feel like NA might be growing at a slightly faster pace. So they are starting to bridge the gap, but I still think there's some room that they need to make up.
Well, it's definitely true. I mean, we're very much on a crash course to having, the best year of Counter-Strike that we could possibly have. I mean, 2017 is poised to show big names. It's poised to show new names. It's set up. We've essentially set the stage for the best year of Counter-Strike yet.
Yeah, well, just look at everything that happened last year. Now, look at everything that happened in 2015. Compare the two together. Naturally, 2016 was just huge compared to 2015. If we keep growing at this pace, 2017 is going to be absolutely insane.
Now, not quite 2016, but let's cut into now the E-League Major that happened last week. Let's talk about just what we saw there.
We saw another NA major, really good crowd, really good energy.
Best crowds.
I mean,
might I add, the best
just
crowds.
Unreal, the amount of energy that was building in the Fox Theater in Atlanta. The competition was great, and we also got another great storyline. Astralis finally break the curse. I mean, I was like at home watching that game. I'm like, yeah, I'm watching the game. I'm cheering on Astralis. I'm not necessarily like a fanboy for Astralis, but how could you not be in that moment?
Well, in case you missed it, let's take a look now at the crowd there at the E-League Major in Atlanta.
The power of Snacks. 27 kills, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm thinking. He's also putting up a better fight now, but I'm definitely thinking DP still have just a bit of an edge in the crowd.
I'm telling you, the viewer at home, like, listen, if you haven't been to one of these large-scale events, like if you have not been out and witnessed this for yourself or been a part of one of these massive crowds, your Colognes, your Columbus, or even Atlanta for E-League Major, I have to say you need to get off your ass and go do it. Like, your next opportunity should be in Dallas at the Verizon Center for the ESL Pro League Season 5 Finals. And tickets are on sale right now at proleague.com/Dallas. So I think you should get them now. I'm pretty sure they're selling pretty quickly, to be honest.
Per sources.
Per sources. Not DK sources, but per sources.
Per sources, those tickets are actually selling quite quick. So if you're really interested, I agree. Go to that website right now, proleague.com/Dallas. Buy as many as you possibly can.
Absolutely.
StubHub and esports tickets is going to be a thing soon.
I wouldn't doubt it. Let's kind of talk a bit now about some teams we can expect to see there, right? So let's kind of touch on now, like an SK Gaming, for example. We're going to see them play tonight. What can we expect to see from SK Gaming going forward?
I think that SK has another solid season. Last season, they actually got bested in just pure record by Cloud9. But I think that SK, Cloud9...
Well, who didn't, right?
Yeah,
25-1,
just absolutely unreal. But I think just looking at the performances in general across the board from the teams last season, a lot of that's going to run over into this season. We should see strong performances from Cloud9, SK, Immortals, all of those teams that were at the top. It's those teams that were sitting in the middle that are the big question mark. How are these roster changes going to affect them?
What players, at least on this SK lineup, are going to be the ones to look out for going forward?
Well, I don't think any of that changes. I still think you're watching the op on Coldzera. I think the player to watch will be Phelps, because everyone's going to see, is his performance going to be drastically better than what FNX was bringing to the table? FNX was not, like, no slouch. He wasn't a bad player, but I think pound for pound, player for player, I think that Phelps is the stronger one. So how much better does SK's performance get, and will anyone be able to stop them? Because they were dominant in 2016. Sure, things tapered off at the end, but I would be very scared of playing SK now.
Well, one team that isn't notoriously been known to be scared against, I guess, to play against. Let's talk about Team Liquid now.
Yeah, so Liquid had a really interesting run. Very rocky, very tumultuous. Things were going up and down nonstop. It was
consistency.
Yeah, it was like just a constant like wave pattern, like highs and lows. Dips were really bad, and the highs were really high. So, I mean, they had great performances at majors, but then they'd follow them up with a mini bomb out of a tournament 2 weeks later. I think in general, the team just had consistency issues across the board. Coming into the year, they actually make a really big swing, which we'll talk about in a little bit, and I think that will help kind of iron out and maybe flatten out the team a little bit more, give them a higher level of performance across the board.
Is this the year where we see them break away from the stigma of the post-simple era?
Yeah, I think so. I think they finally escaped that 14-round force field thing that they couldn't get away from. I think they finally get past disappointing performances or those heartbreaking losses, like, you know, 2-0 when you were up at 15, or back-to-back overtimes and you lose 2. I think that's behind them now, because they have that leadership that they've been lacking for the last year, honestly.
Well, speaking of leadership and being in a commanding position, let's talk a little bit about Optic now in the later half of 2016.
Yeah, so Optic gains some pretty interesting leadership roles, or Optic loses an interesting leadership role, I should say, in losing one of their strongest mental players in Stanislaw. That's going to have a drastic effect. We'll talk about what that means for the other teams, but in general, I feel like Optic really lost a big piece, because prior to him, the team had a very similar lineup with Daps as the in-game leader, and things were not working. It didn't last really long with Daps. They brought in Tarek, they brought in Mixwell. They had the same talent level. All that changed was that one piece. And Stanislaw really unlocked something in the team, and I think they're really going to miss him.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely firing on all cylinders later in the year. I mean, we saw their placings at ECS. We saw their placings at E-League. These guys, they were hitting their shots, if you dare I say.
Oh yeah. I mean, like they won Northern Arena, they won E-League, second place at ECS, and sure, things kind of turned down from there. They didn't have a great run at the major. So yes, you can look at some performances after their big highs that were a little bit disappointing, but I still think in general the later half of 2016 was really strong for Optic and North American teams in general.
Well, when we do touch on at least one more North American team that you might know by the name of Cloud9, didn't make it to the major. Where do they stand at the end of 2016?
I think that Cloud9 is still a really strong team. Despite what happened with them not making the major, and despite what's happened with them in the past, they've always been a team that's like right after a roster change. They have really strong like performance, like a surge, where they have a couple of high finishes. Maybe not necessarily first place, but top 4 at a lot of events. And then it just slowly falls off until they're back down to being mediocre on an international level. And on a national level in the North America, they play great. They'll still play great this season. The question is when they hit the offline finals, which I think everyone is saying they will, how do they perform there? I think they need to set the pace with the season. I think that I would love to see Cloud9 come out again and have another strong like 20-plus win season, and then see what they can do in their offline events, because I feel like they need to regain some confidence that they might have lost not making it into the major.
Well, a big thing for them is following up this 25-1 storyline from last year, and then going on to win the Pro League. I mean, they need to regain their title. So in order to do that, I mean, they're going to have to come out guns a-blazing. Another team that we can touch on now is Immortals, also on that cusp of finding that consistency, finding that exactly where they need to be in order to field successful results all the time.
Yeah, unfortunately for Immortals, they're coming into the season with a big piece of the puzzle being taken away. So I'm worried that a lot of their performances from last year are going to become weaker starting the year off. I think they're going to struggle to find that consistency initially, but I do think that FNX is a decent player for them. So I would like to see how they start the Pro League season. That's going to be the good gauge of how Immortals does across the year, is how do they start this Pro League season? Is it going to be rough? Are they going to have like one win where it's like 16-9 and then a loss 2-16? If that's the case, then things don't bode well for them moving forward.
Okay, well, at this time, we're going to cut to a break. And when we come back, we're going to get right into going over Season 5 of the ESL Pro League. So keep it tuned in right here. We'll be right back.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flash back there, Apex spraying them down. He decimates Tempo Storm. Second fight, and they line up again. Cold, 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com!
Superman shots in a row. FNX about to bring it back now. All on Nico. Trying to see if they can get the defuse and Nico. Oh no, FNX!
Has to keep Virtus Pro alive. Taco once closer. AW.
He's looking for a low. He's gonna get a hit by headshot again. Oh my god.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here at the ESL Season 5 pre-show. I'm Stunna. This is Bach. We're kind of running you guys kind of a quick recap of the past year in Counter-Strike, as well as what to look forward to in this upcoming year. And today, you know what? If you didn't know it, now you do. It's actually opening day of ESL Pro League Season 5. So
exciting stuff.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a good one.
Very exciting to be getting into yet another season of the ESL Pro League.
You know what's more exciting than that? Going to the ESL Pro League Finals in Dallas, Season 5. You can make sure you're there. You can check out proleague.com/Dallas to get your tickets. And like I said, a little birdie told me they're selling out. I don't know about those sources. They're always questionable. Could be alternative facts. But I'm sure, without a doubt, Dallas, being the heart of Counter-Strike back in the day, is about to regain its throne.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of memorable moments in Dallas. One of the most memorable for me was one we already touched upon. Season 16, iBuyPower Complexity. I think I was running around the house with like an American flag cape, chanting on, because it was like, whoever wins, doesn't matter. North America.
You were running around your house with a cape on?
Yeah, it's a flag cape, like a North American flag cape. I had a Canadian U.S. flag because I had to be fair to both sides.
No. America #1. Brief note, and it's something we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on. PEA players and teams agreeing to play in the Pro League this season. So you can also catch them, provided they qualify, you can catch them in Dallas at those Pro League finals as well.
Yeah, I mean, things happened. Drama was unfortunately a large part of the end of the year. For some, fortunately, they kind of enjoy that drama. But yeah, those teams, they still ended up here, so we have all of the PEA teams competing in ESL Pro League.
Speaking of one of those teams, let's touch on a team right now where we see two experienced players, veterans if you will, mixed with three others to form a team known as Misfits. Let's check out their roster.
So yeah, looking at Misfits, we've got Sean Gares, Twist, Relics, Shazam, and Sick. This is the ex-TSM roster, not the Danish TSM roster, the North American TSM roster, that played through MDL last season and qualified at the end. One of their biggest problems throughout the season was leadership, so bringing in Sean Gares is huge. And then they also never really had that true op presence. We saw Sick, Relics, and Semphis all opping at various points throughout the season. So now they have Shazam, they can allow those riflers to kind of fall back into their positions. I think that Misfits is a really interesting team because you have Sick and you have Twists, who are both young players who could use like that veteran leadership.
The direction almost.
Yeah, they need someone to help like kind of round them out a bit more because right now, like Sick's play is pretty one-dimensional. So I would love to see Sean Gares work with him because I think that he has tremendous potential.
No, absolutely. And Sean Gares proving himself already. I mean, we know what he's capable of.
Yeah, we've seen his past performances.
He can bring the ruckus. I don't want to, highlight it too much.
Biased.
But I've seen it. It happens. Let's focus now on some of the roster changes that have happened during this this intermediate period here. Let's talk about Optic and let's talk about Liquid.
Yeah, so essentially it was like a trade. So they swapped players, kind of similar to the iBuyPower anger thing that occurred with Swag back in the day. One player goes one direction, the other goes the other. I feel like Liquid comes out on top of this scenario. I feel like Liquid, they get the in-game leader they've needed for a very long time. I'd say almost all of last year. You saw the in-game leadership role bouncing around between various players because it's like, who's going to do it? I'll do it for now, and then they don't win, so they're like, okay, well, now I'll do it. But it never really worked. And that was part of the problem with their consistency. Now they bring in Stanislaw. I think that Liquid actually have a pretty good shot at a strong season and potential high finish in the offline final.
Stanislaw, with the addition of Zeus behind the scenes, I think they're poised to be a very formidable force.
Yeah, I would agree.
But, as we do touch on Zeus, let's also go over to the Brazilian side of things here and look at the Immortals SK change.
Yeah, so another trade scenario but it's a little bit different. SK actually drops FNX. They play with a stand-in for a while. They still get a semifinals finish at E-League with the stand-in, showing you just how good that team can be. But they bring in Phelps from Immortals. And again, unfortunately for Immortals, they're playing second fiddle to SK.
Second fiddle?
Yeah.
Tell me about this second fiddle.
So they unfortunately have one of their players plucked. It's happened to them more than once. And they pick up the player who was dropped. If you look at that Immortals roster, it's basically a string of players that used to play for LG and then the Twins.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
You just got me thinking about,
fiddles.
Does a fiddle, does a fiddle, is it a fiddle? Is it a violin? Does it matter? No, it doesn't. But let's talk about now a team that, with their roster change, with their sort of mix up there, hadn't made such a huge splash. Let's talk about Energy.
Yeah, so Energy last season actually had a pretty good roster. But now this season, the roster gets all mixed up. Legia, Gabi, and Tabson go home, and they pick up a few players. So the roster now is Daps, PTR, Fugly, Marky, and Breeze. Marky is probably a name not too many people know, playing with Quetzal last season. He played Premier. He made a big splash in Rank S. Very talented. Mechanically speaking, he's really good.
Read Marky's name out right now.
I'm not going to even try that one.
Go for it.
Nope.
Worst case scenario, you nail it. Okay, I'll give it a whirl. Edgar, Omar, Marky, Maldonado.
Yeah,
no, there's too much J in there. Okay, so Daps, PTR, Fugly, Marky, Breeze. Is this a lineup that can cause some trouble in North America?
I think with the right map, they'll win. I think if the map pool plays to them, I think if they go into more heavy execute maps, I don't think they're going to look as strong. But if they play a map where they can kind of get away with just taking aim duels, like a spread offense, and getting picks early, they might be able to grab a few wins this season. I don't think they're at danger of being relegated, but I don't think they're going to make playoffs either. They're just going to kind of sit in the middle. That's if they don't make changes halfway through the season, because that's also very possible.
Well, we went over the changes. We went over the rosters that have been sort of shuffled around and mixed up. But to go even further into detail, we're going to kick it over to a segment we're going to call the Stromboli Report, and he's actually going to be joined by Dazed at this time. So take it from here.
Hey guys, this is Coach the Bears here with Dazed. How's it going?
I am going well.
You going well? That's pretty good to know. And we're here to talk about who's going to make the playoffs. Now, this is a very interesting, a lot of rosters changes, a lot of mix and mashes and new teams. And let's just start with our first pick. Dazed, go ahead. Off to you.
Well, I have Cloud9 taking the first seed. I think it's going to be between them and SK. I'm tempted to put SK there as the first seed, but just based off how Cloud9 did last season in the online portion and the LAN portion as well, winning the LAN, I have them taking the first seed. I think they play against these teams so much, and they could really play off their tendencies, and that's going to allow them to skyrocket to that first seed.
Yeah, C9, they're definitely a pretty good team. Hopefully, they have these last 2 months to really make some new strats, maybe come up with new gameplay, because towards the end of the season or after the LAN playoffs, it kind of fell off a little bit, kind of lost steam. So hopefully they regain that energy back. For my second seed, well, first or second seed, I picked SK on top of that. I think they're still a top team. Even with Fox standing in, they somehow almost beat VP or Virtus Pro. And even though they had Fox, they somehow still came close to beating these top teams. How's that possible?
They just always find a way. They have really good teamwork, especially on LAN. They make sure they dot all their I's and cross all their T's. They don't really let themselves lose rounds. They don't let people get big 4Ks, 5Ks, especially on LAN. Having said that, I think first or second seed for SK and Cloud9. I think that's kind of a no-brainer though.
Yeah.
Moving on though, Immortals is my third and fourth seed along with Optic Gaming. I know yours is a little bit different. You got Liquid there, but we're pretty similar in these top six. The main difference is that you went with your boys at CLG.
Boom. I'm bringing it. I represent. I believe in them. I think they practice hard, even with FNS coming in to help with the strats and whatnot. I know their practice schedule. These guys play so much CS. If they don't make playoffs, I'm going to have to just take Kusta and just throw them in the water or something. Get them.
Is that a girl's tank top? Because it's looking really tight on you.
I've been eating pretty well these last years, so it's been getting a little a little chunky.
But okay, well, you definitely deserve a raise for all the CLG sellout that you're doing. I'm definitely not as confident. I think they're going to be in the bottom four. We both picked Liquid to advance, and I actually picked Luminosity. So I have 3 Brazilian teams going to the LAN playoffs.
A little biased over there, aren't you?
Well, the reason I did that is because I think it's a very long season. You're going to have a lot of matches, just a very, very long, grueling out season, and I've seen a lot of improvement from Luminosity. That's kind of my curveball. fully expect these top 4 teams to be battling for it when it comes to Renegades, Misfits, NRG, Luminosity, and Liquid for those last 2 spots. I think that can go any way. I definitely don't think these last 5 teams are going to compete for it, but those last 2 spots are going to be heavily contested. The reason I picked the top 6 teams that I did, though, is because I think the dedication factor is really going to chime in. I think Liquid, having a new in-game leader, I think they're going to be on a very strict practice schedule. I think they're going to really go for it and throughout the season. Luminosity, Immortals, SK, all living in a gaming house to Bears. Like, you pretty much have to play like 10 hours a day. What else are you going to do, right? So
it could backfire, though. So the thing is, as much as they play, they have to, hang out and have fun with each other. They have to be able to be friends outside the game. That's important. You live with each other. You're going to hate each other. I hate the way he smells or something. I don't know. You just got to fix things out, hash it out, and talk to each other. There's a little tip.
I mean, no, definitely. Living in a gaming house, I would never do it. I would never do it. I would never.
But these guys are troopers. That's why they're professional players, because they're willing to sacrifice their self-space and dignity to live with 5 other men.
Why are you sacrificing dignity by being in a gaming house?
I'm just kidding. I love gaming houses. I miss them. I wish I could do it someday again. We'll see. We'll see in the future. But other than that, we got, I picked Misfits, Luminosity. I think they have potential. But again, I'll have to watch more games before they convince me, as Misfits is a new team with Sick and Twist, just with, explosive firepower with Sean Garrett's leadership. I hope Sean will able to use this kind of firepower instead of, his slow default kind of style of play. I want to see more fast, more. I want him to mix it up more, I think. I think that would help them a little bit.
Yeah, and in my point of view, I mean, the problem that I see from Misfits is that I think they're going to lose games that they shouldn't lose, and that's going to knock them out of playoffs. And the second thing I think is, when you talk about that fast play style, I just think they have too many, hoverers, guys where you're going to tell them to go out and do a rush strat, and then the first guy's going to die, and none of them are going to push through a smoke. And they're just going to sit there and hover and hover and hover.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't think they're going to beat a lot of these top 6 teams, especially, when you're talking about Optic, Cloud9, SK, Immortals, and Liquid. That's really going to stop them from advancing, in my opinion.
I agree. I think that would be a big part. And Luminosity, I watched a couple of games. I still don't know too much about them, but I do like how they played Dust 2, even though the map's not even there anymore. They're also explosive. I like the explosive kind of style. It's high risk, high reward, and for a team that's trying to, they're new in the scene, they're new in the pro scene. You can't play like these other teams and expect to do well. You have to have your own kind of style, your own kind of flavor, I guess, to the mix for them to really just, if they want to get past that in the playoff kind of stature. Yeah. What about rushing them? I don't. You know what? I'll be honest, Lil Man. I hope you do well. I really do. I really hope you do well. But I hopefully you guys don't turn out like E United. Please, no.
No, I don't think they will. I don't think any of these bottom 4 teams that I have, or bottom 5 teams, are gonna go 2-20 or anything like that.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think everybody's gonna have a respectable win counter this season, or win count this season. I don't think there's gonna be any team that's clear cut. Worst team in the league, 2-25 or something like that. NRG, I think they're going to battle for one of these playoff spots. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm looking forward to that. This season looks very interesting. I think a lot of stuff can go well, and I'm looking forward to it. I don't know about you, but I am.
Absolutely.
And thank you. Well, thank you for sharing your thoughts. I really appreciate it. I'm sure everyone else appreciated it, especially you, Stunna. Back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Stromboli. We appreciate you over there doing what you do, and that's Go Dazed. If you didn't know who that was, well, he knows a thing or two about the game. But don't let me get ahead of myself. We're going to come back right after this commercial break. Some breaking news. John Wick 2 is now powering the ESL Pro League Season 5. So make sure you're there on Thursday to check out that release, February 10th, I do believe it is, in theaters. We'll be right back after this commercial.
How good to see you again so soon, Mr. Wick. I need you to do this task. I'm not that guy anymore. You are always that guy, John. I can't help you. You know the rules. If you don't do this, you know the consequences.
Accounts payable, how may I help you?
I'd like to open an account.
Name on the account?
John Wick.
The contract has gone international.
You have no idea what's coming.
Somebody please get this man a gun.
You stabbed the devil in the back. To him, this isn't vengeance. This is justice.
Finger in the eye, put a little dirt on him.
You working?
Afraid so. Whoever comes, I'll kill them. I'll kill them all.
Of course you will.
Put a little dirt on them.
I'll try and do the same.
Give me the. All right, welcome back to the ESL Season 5 pre-show. It's opening day here. I'm Stunna, this is Bach. We're going to walk you guys right into this matchup. We got two matchups for you guys today, right? Two doubleheaders at that. Cloud9 versus Rush, SK and Immortals.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a good second match. First match, it's going to be rough. I mean, Cloud9, strong team in North America playing against Rush, a team that qualified from Premier last season. And while there is experience on that roster, it's going to be a real feels bad, man.
Well, look, before we even get into that, let's go, directly into this SK Immortals matchup. I mean, obviously there's a lot going on around the scene, behind the scenes, or, even, which is now public, that these rosters have changed. What is there to say about either of these teams at this point?
I mean, just looking, even if you're just ignoring the roster swap, you're ignoring the fact that Immortals have lost one of their strongest players in exchange for one of SK's weaker players throughout all of 2016. Even if you just completely push that aside, SK was beating Immortals time and time again when they matched up against each other.
Let's take a look at that roster, though. Fur, Fallen, Coldzera, Taco, Phelps.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of talent here. Everyone knows these names. The double op setup is a serious threat coming in from the likes of SK, and then they add that strong rifle in Phelps to just round things out. I think that SK in general looks better than they did last year. Like, this core roster looks stronger than they did in 2016.
Right, and with this addition of Phelps, it's only going to get better.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, it should be a stronger team than we saw in 2016. Which is scary.
I mean, height's unknown, right?
Yeah.
There's a chance.
Or
it could crash and burn and be a complete failure. But I highly doubt that'll happen. There's too much veterancy on that squad. They've seen enough at the core of the group to really propel them through any fit they play with. We saw them play with Fox.
And make it to the semifinals of a major. It wasn't like some small tournament and they picked up a few wins. They made it to the semifinals of a major, and they went like 3-1 in groups. They only dropped one map to Na'Vi.
Right. I mean, even more so than that, all right? So let's kind of talk about the storyline here within just the SK and Immortals camp, right? So we've got players that used to play for SK under Fallen leadership, now playing in Immortals. Is it safe to say that these guys know every trick up the book?
Well, unfortunately, they probably know some things to expect, but some of these players have been long departed. So while FNX is probably the freshest one added to the roster, I think the other two, it's been a long time since they've been playing actively with the LG SK squad. So I don't necessarily think that there's going to be a whole lot of intel. I think you'll have an idea of playing styles, but you can see that Immortals roster. It's Bolts, Henny, Lucas One, Steel, and then FNX.
Right. I mean, and when we do look at this roster, what name jumps out at you the most here for at least the Immortals side?
I actually really like Henny, the Opper. I think that he's fantastic. Some people will say Hen 1. Some people will tell me it's actually Innie, whatever you want to call him. He's here to stay.
Well, no matter what, you're wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
So.
It doesn't matter what I say because I'm just a tier 3 pleb. He's absolutely...
You said it. I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah, whatever. I'll throw the cards down.
All right.
He's a fantastic Opper, a strong presence in play for the likes of Immortals. I think that ultimately he was responsible for a lot of their strong performances, kind of like Guardian used to be for Na'Vi once upon a time. If it weren't for him, maybe they wouldn't be winning the map.
Well, speaking of maps, the maps that we do have in front of us are Cobble and Cache. Is there any benefit to one side more than the other between these two teams?
If you actually look at the map pool, it plays really well for Immortals. They have really strong wins on Cache and Cobble over against big international opponents, whereas SK, historically speaking, was somewhat weak on Cache. I think throughout all of 2016, they played it 16 times. They typically do not play that map. It's not something they're super fond of. I think that if the rosters were the same as last year, SK and Immortals could split maps. It would be a 1-1, because I think that SK will probably win Cobble. But I think that the Cache will become an interesting one, because I'm curious to see if Immortals will have recovered, because it's not like they've been, they've had this roster now for 6 weeks. It's very fresh that they just lost one of their best players.
Well, sometimes that new team smell can be all it takes. But, that being most likely one of the more exciting matchups of the night, let's bring it back to match 1, which is going to be Cloud9 and Rush. And we're going to see them actually on Cobble and Cache as well.
Yeah, same map pool, but for this match, I don't think it matters. Looking at the match history, obviously people are just going to say it's easy 2-0 for Cloud9, and it's hard to disagree. Even, there is experience for Rush across the roster, just not so much together. And the experience they have is limited.
Well, speaking of these rosters, let's take a look at the Cloud9 roster that's been here, for quite a while. I mean, these guys have been playing together for a while. You've got Nothing, Shroud, Skadoodle, Stewie, and Mr. Tim Ta himself. Some might know him as Automatic.
Yeah, Automatic is the player to watch, really. I mean, he came alive in the last part of 2016. Strong performances in the last 18 or 20 events or whatever it was. Only 2 where he was below 1.0 HLTV rating, and almost all of them were well above that. Just absolutely unreal from him, and I think that realistically speaking, that's not going to stop.
Well, I mean, looking at these guys, right? If you look at that lineup at any given time, there's a chance for explosiveness there.
Yeah.
I mean, of any of these players, I mean, you could look at some of these pistol rounds. I don't want to say Mr. Gilbert knows what he's doing with the P2K, but the guy knows what he's doing with the P2K most of the time. Most of the time.
Most of the time. A little biased.
Not. Okay,
Have you ever met him?
Nah, I mean, I was hoping one day perhaps, but it's
maybe he'll autograph.
If it's not in the card, it's not in the card.
I might be able to get you a Cloud9 mouse pad. He can sign it for you.
You would do that for me?
He follows me on Twitter, so it's I can hook you up. I'll see.
All right, so let's talk about the path that Rush took to actually get here into the Pro League. Let's talk about the Mountain Dew League.
Yeah, so Rush played throughout the entire Premier season, which was rebranded as the Mountain Dew League last season. They played the season prior as well, made playoffs, went to the ESCA Global Challenge in Poland, and got bodied pretty hard by international opponents. Oh, bodied. I think it was, they didn't win a single map. I think they dropped out of groups with maybe 10 total rounds. So it was
pretty good.
It was rough. It was really rough for Rush. But at least they got a free trip to Poland. Where their opera had a very interesting experience with currency exchange and lost upwards of $1,600. But that's a story that I can explain offline if anyone wants to hear it. But they came into this season and they made a change right at the beginning. They added Virtus as an opera, and they actually did quite well. And then they made playoffs. They beat Muffin Lightning. They beat Luminosity, who is actually playing in Pro League as well.
So I mean, okay, let's bring it back to this matchup here. We've got Cobble and we've got Cash between these two teams, and like you say, there isn't a real clear chance, so to say, for Rush, but it's online CS. Who knows?
Yeah.
What is your take going into this matchup?
Well, I mean, my take is there was still one loss last season for Cloud9. They had a really impressive record, but they had one loss.
And who was that to?
It was Echo Fox. Now, it was Dust 2, which was their best map for good reason. But I think that in general, this should be just an absolute whitewashing. I don't really see Rush doing a whole lot. And it's not to say they're not good players or they're not a decent team. It's just they kind of drew the short straw and got matched up against potentially the strongest Cloud9 roster we've ever seen.
Well, I mean, furthermore than that, Cloud9, they have to come out here and they have to try to regain that title, right? I mean, you get first in Pro League last season. You have such a storyline as 25-1. You can't just let that go to waste.
Yeah.
Right?
And not only that, the fact that we're trying to disprove that flash-in-the-pan honeymoon period that's been a problem historically for Cloud9. Make a change, improvements, and then fall off. Make a change, improvements. That's been a storyline for well over a year for Cloud9. So if you're Cloud9, you're coming into the season, you're trying to reset that. You want to have another strong performance, remind people that it wasn't a fluke. You're here to stay.
No, I mean, couldn't agree more. But standing by is Mr. DeBears. You might know him as Stromboli. Take it away, Eric.
Maybe.
Thanks, Stunna. Let's take a look at C9 Cobble default CT setup. And one thing I like to show is that automatic, he goes through the A-halls a lot, try to relieve the pressure, try to make sure that the T's cannot just run through and take over mid that quickly. Skadoodle will provide mid backup. He's going to take a quick up shot, make it easy, fall back. And what this does in the current meta is that it forces T's to kind of play back as well as CTs that have a little more freedom. Now, if you pause right here, you see there's Shroud in the drop area. You see nothing, kind of just hiding in this corner. He's playing an anti-flash setup to where he's listening. He's providing intel for his teammates, for Shroud and Stewie, who is way back on the platform, or he's near the statue area. And then as soon as anything happens, as soon as they hear drop, they see pressure, they all start to fall back out of the area. Shroud will come towards the rock area. Nothing will kind of still play in his sidewalk spot, and Stewie is going to swing towards the platform spot to really deny any entrances of them coming through the drop side. And that is pretty much their default. Look out for it, and back to you.
Thank you, Eric, for that. That was. It's always interesting to see Mr. Stromberg on the telestrator. I don't think there's ever a dull moment ever when I'm around this guy in person, not to mention on broadcast.
Plus that tracksuit.
Plus the tracksuit, definitely worth noting.
Fresh. Pretty fresh.
AF, one might say.
Why did I add that?
Going into this one, I mean, we've already established that Rush doesn't have as much of a chance that you might say about them playing, or Cloud9 playing another team. What can Rush hope happens in their favor here?
It's all going to start with that first pistol round. I think they need to set the precedent that they're a team you have to respect. If they come out and, like Stewie 3Ks or 4Ks them or something like that happens in pistol round, it sets this idea in Cloud9's head that Rush is going to be a soft opponent and they're going to exploit that. And rounds are going to slowly just fall apart. I think that if Rush realistically wants to put up a good number of rounds, they're going to have to start early. I think they need to win the pistol, the first couple of anti-ecos, and the first rifle. And then they can start to breathe a collective sigh of relief. I think if they lose that pistol round, it's a downhill slope.
No, I mean, at this point, what could possibly go wrong for Cloud9 is the real question.
I mean,
it's first match of the season, right? So there's no real way to kind of example it. But what could possibly go wrong?
I mean, it's kind of like college football, right? In college football, a lot of teams start their season with a relatively soft opponent, sometimes like Appalachian State or some Division 1A squad. And the reason they do that is because they want to get like everyone's like everyone working together cohesively as a team. They want to make sure there isn't any problems that are going to come out against a strong opponent where it's really going to hurt them. I think that ultimately Cloud9 kind of lucked out with that because of the way things have been going, not qualifying for the major. Now they come into this Pro League season with, Rush as their first opponent. It's a great way for them to just kind of warm up and kind of get their legs for the season.
Get their legs for the season. I mean, going deeper into the season, obviously, they need to start off strong here.
Yes.
They need to set a precedence. They almost need to make an example of this team Rush.
Poor Rush.
And I mean, they kind of need to wipe the floor with them to kind of set that tone for the rest of the season. But, I mean, I think at this point, let's get some predictions from you on Cash and then on Cobble.
Okay, you ever seen a snake eat?
Have I ever seen a snake?
Yeah, you throw the mouse in and it just doesn't stand a chance? That's my prediction. I think that Cloud9 is going to come out here and devour Rush. I think that Rush is going to try their best and put a strong effort in. They've been practicing really hard, but ultimately I still think Cloud9 takes this one with ease.
Both maps?
Both maps. I think it's a 2-0. I think the first one on Cobble, a little bit closer. I think Rush can get some rounds, but once it switches over to Cash, all hell is going to break loose.
Well, it's kind of, let's touch on another subject here, which is a 2-hour-long frag video featuring Keanu Reeves. John Wick 2, it'll be in theaters this Thursday. You better go watch it yourself. When we come back from this break, we're going to have this matchup for you guys, so keep it tuned in right here and don't go anywhere.
John Wick. You're not very good at retiring.
I'm working on it. Welcome to Rome.
It's been a long time, Mr. Wick.
Yeah. John Wick, Chapter 2.
Got a crack in your windshield.
Let me know when it's fixed.
They'll be ready Christmas 2030.
Rated R. Starts Friday.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen. It is time to begin Season 5 of the North American ESL Pro League. I'm joined once again by Days. Days, welcome back to the casting desk. How was your time off?
It was good, Blue. I got a lot done.
Did you?
But
yeah.
The whole time I was, not casting, I was looking forward to being back by your side.
Oh, thanks. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we are getting ready to jump into this first match. Now, Cloud9 versus Rush, probably a bit of a one-sided affair to start off the season here. What do you think?
Well, I mean, Cloud9 is definitely a favorite, but it is CSGO, and anything can happen, Blue. Rush has a lot of individual players that can go off at that. I mean, we've seen Pollo, at the Mountain Dew League have huge rounds and things like that, so nothing's out of the realm of possibility. I think, Rush could definitely take this one if they really pull it together, especially on a map like Cobble where there's a lot of upsets, Blue.
Well, guys, it is time to jump into it. The first map here today is going to be Cobblestone. Rush will be starting off on the T side with Cloud9 on the CT side, and immediately Rush go for the usual deployment into the B bomb site. 3-2 split on Broken Wall and in drop, but already it's being shut down by Cloud9. 2 kills for them, no responses at all until just now when Little Man picks up a kill outside of drop. But even then, he'll be quickly traded off, and Virtus left standing in a 1v4, basically in an impossible situation. It will be Cloud9 that take the first round of the season.
Yeah, and they take it very, very cleanly. What Rush did there is they had a good initial execution to get out, but they weren't able to find any clean gun battles, right when they got out. And Cloud9 played a very passive setup with 4B at the start of the round. So there was no follow-up flashbangs to really take the fight to C9 after they initially get out, and that's where it really fell apart. So they're able to just step back, hit a lot of nice just USP one taps, and now they basically go for a full save. Just a couple P250s and a flashbang, no armor, anything like that. So it should be an easy cleanup for Cloud9.
Skadoodle actually just going to be dodging out of trouble area there as a nade finishes off Toyaber. I think he connects the shot. Automatic and Shroud rolling in, and there's those UMPs cleaning up shop with the exception of Blade trading out that 1 kill. Those UMPs coming in, we've seen them more and more recently, and some people claiming they're like overpowered. What are your thoughts on the matter?
Oh, I mean, they're ridiculous when you take into account the running accuracy, how good the armor penetration is, and the cost and the kill reward. It really is pretty imbalanced. Having said that, sometimes you get in a little bit of trouble where you just UMP like a bit too much and you buy too much. But I don't think there's any reason to buy like a FAMAS or anything like that. I think you should always just UMP, get armor and nades.
Again, into the third round. It's another pretty much full save here. Automatic, though, overstays with that spray inside of the suicide steps here, but it will serve the purpose of baiting a few of these players inside of the halls now, where Skadoodle can pick 2, basically 3 of them off. Little Man's not going to be surviving for very long after that encounter. And again, it comes down to 1 after they've only been able to trade out 1 player. Blade trying to do a 1v4, trying to basically pick up as much damage as he can against the Cloud9 roster. But with these last 2 rounds only yielding 1 kill against Cloud9, they're going to be looking good to have a semi-solid bank heading into that first gun round.
Yeah, and they're just going to chase him, pinch him in, and get that kill pretty easily. So they're going to have 3 umps, an M4, maybe like an op. And the thing about Cloud9's setup that you're going to want to watch for is watch how Automatic actually plays this A site. He plays it very, very intelligently. He plays it very smart. He never gets caught off guard. He never gets just killed right off the bat without getting info and delaying them and things of that nature. So I think he's a really good player to watch. Him and Flesha play that A site very, very well. Cloud9 is getting aggressive here at long. Automatic, Skadoodle, and a third player as well.
Little Man first up to bat here on the long position, but as mentioned previously, Automatic sits up front and ready to destroy this as they do push their way in. He's going to go up front, but no, it comes in a little bit too quickly for his own taste here, and not only that too, Little Man with a nice swing, he's going to get 1, and Pollo chimes in for his second against Skadoodle. It's all been cleared out, and now Shroud and Stewie have to go for a rushed rotation over here to the A-bomb site. They'll arrive here, but still, the odds are certainly stacked against them, and Shroud's not even going to be able to pick up a kill at all here. It's down to Stewie. He'll just roll right out, pick up the 1 kill, trying to retreat, but the Molotov goes inside. It will not let him go anywhere, and Blade will get the last kill as Rush pummel their way through the first gun round and are up on the scoreboard now.
Yeah, and that was a great setup by Cloud9. It was a calculated risk by them, and they read the situation very, very well, but Rush just goes in and they get the trade kills necessary. Cloud9 wasn't really set up properly like they should have been. Automatic kind of out on his own. They all fought, individually. But if all 3 were kind of there peeking off of each other, maybe the guy towards the haystack takes contact and then the other 2 guys swing. It's a completely different round. But an interesting read by Cloud9 there to, send 3 towards the A off the bat.
Well, now we have Scududo playing things a little bit further back. No support for him in this situation. If he misses, he's got to run away, as there is no one that is able to cover him on the retreat. He goes back and, again, takes up a new position, but this time it's going to end him a kill. He is traded down to 38 HP as a result of that, but again, is still safe for now and is going to be able to fall back to the bomb site. Rush, however, will take control of the mid connector and the long A areas, so they can execute here if they want to, but with a minute and 15 left on the clock, that would be very obvious. It's more than likely going to hold back here and run the timer down a bit. Potential to rotate is still alive too. So we've yet to see what exactly they're going to plan to do off of this this first initial push.
Yeah, and those are the mistakes, though, that you just cannot do if you're Rush against these really, really good teams. Like, you get away with it once when Scududo missed that first initial shot, but then you still continue, even knowing that he's opping there, to try to, like, you know, just straight peek him while he's opping that long A corridor. If you watch a team like Navi or something like that, they're definitely going to take it a lot more systematically. They're going to smoke the end there after they push him off initially and, you know, take the round that way, you know, just more methodically, more systematically. And if that's how they're going to play it, then Scududo should have just a field day, getting clean picks left and right, making it 4v5 all day.
Well, Cloud9 did not fully butt on the rotation. In fact, they've been able to read that it's going back over here towards the B bomb site. 1-for-1 first to drop, but Stewie, again, misreads the peak. It allows Little Man to push his way back out there. He's going to be able to pick up the control of the bomb site here. It will still be a 3v3, and Shroud's moving in really quickly. He's going to be able to find the bomb planter. Bomb doesn't even go down. They've only got 12 seconds left, and they still need to find a plan at some point here. Toy sneaks in there, is able to retrieve it. He will get this on the ground, but he's being flanked out. He doesn't realize it. Automatic picks up one. Little Man with the trade. He's got a headshot angle against the second player here, but he's very low himself. Down at 22 HP, still trying to hold himself back from this position, but now it gets a little bit tense here, as they know exactly where he's at, and he hasn't accounted for Scududo wrapping on the right side yet. And in fact, he's going to be the one to grab the kill, as Cloud9 traded out and go up 4-1.
Yeah, 4-1, that puts Rush's economy a little bit lower than they probably like to see. We'll see if they decide to force buy or save here. Getting 2 killed, or only having 2 alive, though, for Cloud9 on that round win. Could definitely, you know, maybe they do force buy. And looks like they will. They actually have a pretty strong buy. They have, you know, a few AKs. They even have an op, so they're good on money right now. And this round is going to be very, very important, because Cloud9, they lose this, their money's going to be in shambles.
We have seen some success still with Rush, at least on their initial pushes, with Cloud9 not being ready for the amount of aggression we've seen here so far. So it looks like they are going to be taking a note away from that this time, however, as they just go for a stack mainly outside of the broken wall approach and drop your fairly standard B opener. Little Man, however, moves in to drop very quickly. There isn't really anybody covering it right now. As the Molotov goes out again, Little Man trying to just block access, but that's going to be destroyed by a smoke. As the rest of the team waits to get in position, they have a second man ready to go down to drop 2. And meanwhile, on the CT side, Automatic watches outside of the window there to prevent them from splitting A, which they won't be doing. The rest of Rush, again, they're really just waiting for them to get some progress on Broken Wall, where Little Man can safely push out, but Molotov's all inside. There's nowhere safe for him to go. He's got to go to this window position. It's the only safe corner in the room, and Automatic's looking for him, but he can't actually seem to find him. He's still safe in this corner, to a relative sense anyway, at 28 HP, but he's kept himself alive, and now he's going to get pushed by 3 different players. They get that, but they've left the Broken Wall exposed, so Stewie's got to go huge here. 1 for him, 2, 3, and 4! Stewie destroys the entire push, and it's another big round for Cloud9.
Yeah, that round was huge. You see Cloud9, even though Little Man got down drop and it split the Cloud9 positioning up, there was only 1 person A. They retake drop control. Nobody's there to support Little Man at all from up top. You know, he had support because he recognized that they were retaking drop with those, you know, Molotovs and stuff like that. But nobody was up top to support him. Stewie was just an insane spray transfer, though. That's really what he does best. He's probably like one of the best in the game at you know, spray transfers. And again, they're going towards A on their eco rounds, trying to catch Scududo off guard, but it's not working. You know, Automatic's always there to back him up. And now, you know, just 2 Glocks, easy for Cloud9.
Automatic hiding out here. He does not realize the player pushing directly underneath him, but somehow he jumps up on top of Pollo and ends up getting that last kill as well. So a 4K on the round for Automatic, and it's yet another one for Cloud9 as we come off of Rush's eco there. They should be able to invest into this one, but so far gun rounds have been rather unsuccessful, and now this is going to take us into what I believe is going to be Rush's first tactical pause.
Yeah, and this is something that they need right now because they have a clean slate right now. Cloud9 has been predicting every single thing they've done, right? Even the round they won, you know, Cloud9 had 3 there at long A, and essentially, I mean, they just didn't trade correctly, right? But it definitely could have been a Cloud9 win. They just weren't set up properly. But they're reading Rush and what they're doing just so well. You see when they took drop control, they hit drop together, retook it, and they're just making Rush so uncomfortable, reading what they're doing, and they're really like just 1 step ahead at every opportunity right now. So Rush needs to start mixing it up, stop being so predictable, and, you know, stop giving Cloud9 the upper hand just at the start of the round. The round just starts blue, and Cloud9 already is in position to win it so far in this game.
Now Cloud9 possibly going to get a little bit aggressive here too. Look like they were going for a boost up inside of the drop room there to see if they can catch anybody early on in the round. Won't be seeing anyone, I don't believe anyway. We can see the HE grenades going in, so they're actually trying to see if they can get some early damage onto the players inside of it, but that's a bit of a risky boost. Thankfully, Skadoodle misses the shot, and Hildal does promptly back out, but we do see the aggression coming in over here towards Long A, but look at Automatic playing around the smoke there. Gets a 1-for-1, also does do decent damage to Little Man, however, and that is going to cause some more hesitation on the rush side. They fall back, they don't decide to push in through that smoke. And now the drop players are still investigating over here too. They'll start to move in and see if they can get control here, as potentially we have the bomb player and the other one that was with him over towards the A long position, moving back into the halls to try and turn this into a B hit.
Yeah, and it looks like they are down drop and maybe going to fake B and then go towards A as two players are going towards A with the bomb.
They can split the window too.
Yeah, nothing rotated off of B, and they are in position to get split right now.
As now you do have Blade remaining inside. The second player does get boosted back up and is going to regroup with these other two back over here at long. Toy moving in. The reinforcements from Cloud9 still sit essentially 2-2, depending on if Blade can get this kill inside of the site connector itself. It's a bit of a tense battle that may happen there, but again, the timing on that is perfect. The second they were going to push themselves out of A long, the player over here in the alleyway does throw out the Molotov. You've got the op sitting back on side, but it's going to re-peaks, unfortunately, too aggressively. Now nothing, sitting in the alleyway. He gets flashbang. He's got to be careful of Toy. He's able to hold back long enough, though, to pick up the kill, and Shroud seems to have handled the rest back over there by the connector. It's another one for Cloud9, as they're now 7-1 in the lead.
Yeah, and the reason Cloud9 was actually so well set up there, Blue, is because I know we weren't able to see it, on the stream, was that Stewie was aggressive upper B. He was on the stairs, so he has the entire vision of the B halls, and then it's very easy to watch E-Box there as well. So he has B side of drop, right? And he has upper B, very deep vision on both sides. So all of a sudden, you can play 2 towards A. You can send that drop player more towards A, because Stewie has that on lock, and he has deep positioning there. So he essentially, I know it's weird that you say, well, this guy didn't even get a kill, but I'm saying, Daze is saying he won the round, but just that information that he gave his team was huge.
Well, the guys from Rush do try to rush their way inside of the drop room and generally over here into the B-bomb site, but it doesn't really work out. One kill from Polya was the only one they've been able to pick up this time around, and Toy's not going to last very long either. Another one where it's quickly shut down. These ecos from Rush are just not impacting at all. So Cloud9 continues to not only rack themselves up on the scoreboard, but their money continues to grow quite confidently too. The only one that's really low right now is nothing at 3.7K, and on the other end of it, Shroud sitting at $11,000 in the bank right now.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult for Rush to do anything and execute very, very quickly, just because of the utility that Cloud9 has. Almost certainly they're going to, just pre-nade drop, pre-molly it, pre-nade, pre-molly B, so it's going to be really tough for them to get anything going very, very early on. And Cloud9 with this double opposite setup, now all of a sudden it's tough to do anything early, but then whenever you take your time, you have Skadoodle actively looking for picks. You have Stewie actively looking for picks. It becomes very, very difficult.
The rotations are going to be a little bit far off this time, however, from C9, as they're both fully committed over towards A. 3 in the B site, though. 1 for 2, now 2 for 2 as Shroud picks up another kill from back over here behind the tree boost spot. He's waiting for another one to peek, but misses the spray. So Toy is going to capitalize on that. More have started to arrive, though, as they wrap back in. Skadoodle first up to bat, and they are sending Automatic in to do a flank over towards the Broken Wall platform. Rush will take control. They're just now going for the plant, but they're being given a lot of time to securely put themselves into post plants, as they do have that smoke covering the cross, which Skadoodle won't be able to punish. But he's also waiting at this angle if someone like Blade goes for that peek on the right side. He will oblige it. Most of them, however, seem to be paying attention for that flank right now, or potentially for a movement in through the drop room as well. Virtus, as he holds it, sits back and waits as Cloud9 have yet to make a sound. He hasn't spotted the play just yet, but Automatic needs to strike here soon. Both have kits, so they have a decent amount of time to play with, but nice to sunk by Virtus. He's going to be able to grab the immediate kill after being flashed out by Automatic, and unfortunately Skadoodle does not meet a mark either. Toy is going to shut him down, and it's a good hold on the post plant from Rush.
Yeah, and that was a good job by them. You see what they did there at B. They made sure that no early aggression could happen from Stewie. They Molotov'd the stairs, they flashed over, and they made it so he couldn't have that early pressure. And then after that, they're able to trade kill with him on statue, and as soon as you trade kill with that other guy, be any type of 3v3 post plant situation or 3v2, and you have the B site, is going to be extremely advantageous for the T's. So now, they're going for a little bit of a different play. They flashed through the smoke, actually, and do a really nice job of clearing out Skadoodle. And now we'll see if they do the same mistake. They actually run into his op, he misses, and they're able to headshot him. So now Ace Sight is very, very vulnerable. Automatic has to fall back, and he's going to have to play this one and try to delay as much as possible.
He was able to take down one before going down, but Automatic's going to be forced out because of the Molotov. However, he doesn't move forward enough, so it's going to burn him down after he also picks up a kill. We're still even. We're still 3v3, but Cloud9 have been smoked and mollied outside of the site. They're not really going to be able to move back in. Stewie kind of has an angle to work with here, but it's only in that very, very tight corner because of an awkward position on the smoke. As the Molotov fades, though, he's going to jump back in, but he fails to account with a close broken wall there. Pollo is just going to take him right out of the picture. You have a flank coming in from Shrouded. This is where massive damage can be done, as nobody was watching out for that. A second player sits down below on the ramp that they will need to be cautious of when they move back in, especially back over there by that shed position. The other one sits on the site, but now the ramp player has struck. That's Blade picking up the kill into nothing. Shroud's trying to wrap around it here, but Blade's doing a great job just wasting time. And when finally push comes to shove, he peeks right out and grabs the instant headshot to shut down Shroud.
Yeah, 8-3 now, and they picked up 2 rounds in a row. Stewie is able to kill Toy out on that lurk, and that lurk, even though Toy didn't get that kill, we saw how late their rotation was. It took them a very, very long time to give Automatic any type of support, so he got Molotov'd out. He had to just go 1 for 1, and now Cloud9, if they lose this round, they should be on a save. So Rush showing really good signs of life right now, Blue, after going down 8-1.
I hope they can keep it that way as Cloud9 are finally starting to run out of cash, it seems. The downgrade's starting to show. They are going to be pretty much at the end of their rope this time around, but building up the losing bonus, we'll see how it affects them as they go into the next round here. Rush, however, back to the basics in terms of these B pushes here. A fairly standard play into the site. They look for Stewie first off. He fails to get any of the kills onto these players. Now nothing. Boosted up on top of the tree position. Skadoodle and Shroud have thankfully been able to trade out the kills quite nicely, but now drop positions coming back in as Shroud and Skadoodle trade out 2 more frags. It's down to Virtus, and unfortunately he's in a very held back position, so now that he's been pushed out, this is going to be essentially impossible unless he comes out with some crazy shots to push him back into the site. Not only this too, but he's working against a flank that's slowly working in from his backside here. He'll make the move and even gets tagged on his way, crossing that smoke. Everyone from Cloud9 hiding in a really safe position. One player sitting back over there behind the tree spot, that's Shroud. Skadoodle was able to tag him from the right moments before, but now he's not even testing it. He's just sitting back and waiting. Like I said, like I mentioned previously, that flank is moving in, but nobody's accounting for the fact that he's actually pushed out to the steps right now. So he is free of reign. He's spotted this second player. He's going to wait till he gets the position on the tree guy, though. So there we go. First pickup for him. He tries to go for the second. He's not able to find it, and Shroud will trade it out, but amazing that he was allowed to get that far into the site without being spotted.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy on his part, just to get in that position to almost have a chance of winning the round, because I'm sure he knew the other player was flanking. And even though they're able to get that entry onto Stewie, there's really not much of a follow-up, right? The guy from drop is a little bit late on it. They still had 4 towards B. Automatic was towards that drop, I believe, as well. But there's no follow-up after that initial trade. You know, there's no like Molotovs on the trees. There's no smokes to hold off the rotates at all. And so, again, we kind of saw it on the pistol round, Blue, where the initial execution kind of worked out well, even though they didn't really get many kills on the pistol, but they put themselves out there and into position, but that secondary follow-up wasn't there. So it seems like for Rush, the plan initially is kind of working, but then the follow-up just really isn't there to enable them to win any rounds.
Well, Rush are back onto an eco round now, and the track record for these has not been great, to say the least, especially now that Cloud9 is really back in control of things. Splitting their players up, but with the majority of them working their way up through the ramp now. They've got 1 more on long and 1 guy going to late deploy probably over here towards drop. They know it's coming, though, as it's already been spotted. Automatic peeking his way back out, swinging over and getting 2 more kills before finally being put down by Polio. Again, however, as we have seen Blade jump in from the drop position, they're slowly hunting him down. They'll catch out that position, and while Polio unfortunately hasn't actually made a lot of progress in terms of getting this bomb up to the site, he's still stuck in the corner outside of long, and Cloud9 are just waiting for him to peek.
Yeah, they are. He has no chance of winning this round. They know exactly where he is. He does have head armor, though.
He's spotted out here. He'll do about half of the damage over here on Skadoodle before finally being put down by the USP. Trading out at least 1 more kill to try and keep the money a little bit low, but as we approach the last couple rounds of the half, the economy is not really going to be as important anymore.
Yeah, and this was another beautiful spray transfer by Automatic. We saw one earlier from Stewie. But back to what I was saying, Blue, you know, when you do those initial executions where you're going off a pop flash, you could actually like set up smokes at B, you know, maybe a Molotov on this tree where nothing was, and kind of execute at the same time. As long as you time it properly, there's really no delay. Skadoodle gets an early pick onto Pollo. We've seen them consistently put pressure A halls right away, and that time they get caught out for it. And this is something you see a lot of people along A do. Automatic cannot be killed here. He could just spot right away and then pop a smoke down, and there's really no risk in that, right? As long as you have somebody spotting middle so that you can't get flanked from danger, you essentially have free vision of long A, Blue. We see Flush do that time and time again. I think he does that. He literally does that like 15 rounds in a row because there's no counter to it.
So off of that, they fall back, and they do get the spot on it. But the real story is happening over here inside of the Broken Wall push, where Stewie's been allowed to go all the way into the halls, and he's about to get a back flank on a Blade. Potentially could knife. Let's see. No, he's just going to take the easy kill with the UMP there as he moves in. He'll shut down Blade. And we're already looking at just 3 players left alive for Rush, with the majority of them being set up, again, properly reading where exactly Rush are going to take this push towards. They have players ready for it. It's automatic on ramp. He's killed the hit here. They already knew just moments ago, right at the beginning of the round, that there was going to be presence at long A. It'll be a bit of a battle here, but it's down to 1 now. Little Man, after Virtus takes down Shroud, and Skadoodle hits the shot immediately as Little Man exits the alleyway.
Yeah, and it's just never going to work out for you when it's a 3v5. Stewie pushed B, so he knows nobody's drop, he knows nobody's B. You're going into 4 people on that A site. You know, they got crossfires going, and you're never going to succeed in that position.
Skadoodle with a nice initial shot here, too. So this takes us down onto the forced up last round investment from Rush, which isn't going to be the greatest. 2 Tech 9s, 3 SMGs to play with here. A fairly normal amount of utility, but look at Skadoodle again, playing it aggressively here. He definitely spotted the players moving in. There's nothing at A long, so he actually is safe to sit up here. And even if there was, he's got a player supporting him. Legs another one. That's Pollo down to 11 HP. Now they're still shuffling through. They're going to try to brute force this, but now look, Automatic hides in a corner. He's going to find one. He's waiting for more, specifically over there by the ramp, as the reinforcements are a little bit weak from that position. But the pop flash goes inside. He's going to swing right through. He did great damage. There's one. Unfortunately, he has trouble finding the other 2, so a trade will come in from Pollo. But this distraction that he has caused, along with even getting the 1-for-1 trade, has now brought it down to a situation where if they go forward onto this A-bomb side, Cloud9 are going to be ready. If they rotate to B, Cloud9 are going to be ready. And the last 2 are already heavily lit as well. Pollo's at 11 from, I think, getting legged by Skadoodle earlier, and Virtus got brought down to 76. And they're basically stuck here inside of the suicide steps right now.
Yep, they're stuck. One has an ump, one has 11 HP. So it's looking pretty grim for the Rush guys, as they're just sitting in danger, waiting to see if anybody pushes them, but that's not going to happen. So now they're going to have to rely on an initial entry. I would probably give the AK to Virtus so that he could try to entry. It's pretty tough to do it with 11 HP, but you know, we'll see what happens.
They'll move themselves in, and immediately we do have, I think it's going to be Skadoodle waiting over here. Right by the cannons. They know he's up close. Shroud, though, chiming in, and he's going to want that last kill as well. He'll get it, and it is a smooth first half for Cloud9. 12-3, excuse me, is going to be the first half score here. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see in just a few moments here if Rush will be able to bring it back. If not, well, it could be a quick first map, so stick around for the second half coming up in just a little bit.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here once again live with the inaugural evening of Season 5 here at the ESL Pro League. We just witnessed Cloud9 have a dominating first half in their first match here. They're taking on Rush, one of the new move-up squads that came in from Premier / the Mountain Dew League in the last season. And so far, Rush is off to a bit of a slow start here, unfortunately only being able to rack up 3 rounds in the first half. But we do immediately go into the pistol round here now, where Cloud9 is now on the T side, and we'll see. What is actually, apologies, no, it isn't live yet, so excuse me on that one. We should be getting started in just a moment here.
Talk about being just thrown to the lions during your first, move-up match, playing against the reigning champs. Cloud9.
Yeah, a little bit of a little bit more struggling in the off season, I guess you could say, like going and not qualifying for the major after they had that victory and whatnot. So the expectations for them are kind of lowered a little bit, but still in the off season, of course, having plenty of time to recover themselves and hopefully get that strength back a little bit now coming into the season. And certainly having a match against Rush, well, just going to give them a nice gradual start into the season this time around.
Yeah, and one of the things that you have a huge advantage going into this season, if you're Cloud9, is having a roster that already knows how to play together. You know, has all their maps and the basics kind of down, you know, for their CT sides and their T sides. They know, you know, what everybody's job is when it comes to defaulting and stuff like that. And a lot of these teams with roster changes, it takes time to get, you know, used to each other. Sometimes you get that new team smell where you're really good for that first week, but that usually wears off after that. And then you kind of have to, you know, get back to the grindstone and, you know, work these things out. And Cloud9 already has that done. And that's one of the reasons I picked them to, you know, to be either the first or second seed again. You know, teams that play a lot have roster, you know, not non-roster issues. The Cloud9 just groups up towards B. It's going to be a simple smoke and a double flash for Skadoodle to get them out, you know, Stewie out there. And
Rush,
3-down drop.
Russia being fairly passive at this, not moving in, but they don't realize that they're being flanked over there. Back over there behind the statue. It's 2 for 1 to start us off. Little Man found a single trade, but that seems so far to be it. Toy and Virtus don't really have a hope in the world now, especially just Toy stuck in a smoke. He can hear those shots going off, but he can't seem to find his way out of the smoke as he's hiding in the corner by Chicken Coop. Finally, patience pays off to a certain degree. He's going to get a second one. Toy's trying to make the best of a bad situation. He's actually got this down to a 1v2, and he kind of has this one isolated, but now the Brooklyn players out in the open. They're leaping around with the knight. That's actually could prove to be a bad thing, as now this is a 1v1 down at 19 HP. It is Shroud trying to clutch. One bullet left in the clip there for Toy, and he's hoping it to be a headshot, but no, he doesn't even get to fire it off, as Shroud will just take him down, and Cloud9 get to keep their reign going into the second half.
Yeah, and that was a really, really cool pistol by them. So they have Skadoodle, Smoke Flash Flash, and then they smoke off the Coop, I believe it is, and they flash Stewie out, who goes directly to the right. Most likely he's not going to get killed there unless somebody hits just an insane shot from Statue, but, you know, they should be blind. And then he goes to the right, and then they time it so that Skadoodle throws another flash when they're coming out from drop to flash anyone around the rock.
And it should be clarified once again, guys, with the scoreboard that things are bugged with the ESCA servers. So when you do start the second half, things like reset a bunch. So a majority of those scores are incorrect, as you can see. It's either the deaths or the kills for whatever reason that don't seem to get reset. But anyway, Cloud9 pushing their way quickly out onto the bomb site. Little Man actually does get a nice response to that one, but still ultimately the players from Rush are getting pushed back here, trying to trade out some more kills. Automatic actually does push it a little bit too forward here, and the room is being restricted, but Skadoodle with that kill. No, not yet. Virtus trading again. Nothing picking up the last 2 kills. However, it does allow Cloud9 to pick up that round. And thankfully, because they are so far ahead, the fact that they lose 3 players is not really going to be that big of a deal here, so long as they can quickly close out the first gun round coming up after this one. And actually, no, it seems Rush are going to buy here.
They saved the round before, and they got 3 kills, which is pretty exceptional for having majority USPs and a, you know, $900 or so invested. So they decide to buy. They have 2 Mag 7s, 2 umps, and an M4, so it's not a bad buy. Comparatively to, you know, Cloud9, they only have 3 AKs, an ump, and a Galil, which is the worst gun ever.
Yep.
Blue. According to me, at least.
Yeah. UMP, obviously, much better.
I would much rather have a UMP. I would. I'd much rather have a UMP, a smoke flash, and a nade.
What don't you like about the Galil?
The Galil, I just think the fire rate's terrible. It's really tough to, like, run and gun with it. Usually just have to, like, crouch and spray, generally.
The spray pan is really easy, though.
What's up?
The spray pan is really easy.
Yeah, but you're also really slow with it. You don't one-shot headshot. So, you know, it's just I just think it's a terrible gun. I'd much rather have the ump and the utility, in my opinion.
Well, Rush, again, they have ignored the standard procedure here so that they can try to play for the win if they can upset in this round. But unfortunately, first kill of the round goes to Stewie. He's able to pick that one up. Automatic swinging out, but here's Blade. 1, 2 kills now with the shotgun, aiming for a third, and he's going to get it, but it's not the initial target he was looking for. Skadoodle is pushed back, and it seems like this gambit may have worked out. Virtus is now going to swing back in. That kills Stewie on the flank by the drop position, and now it's down to Skadoodle in a 1v3. But he's not out of this one just yet either. He knows there's one hiding in the corner, and he's got 2 players very low. Virtus is at 4 HP. Blade not much better off at 13. There's the first kill. The highest target is sitting up here. He gets that headshot, but Virtus peeks in just in time and is able to close things down for Rush.
Yeah, that Mag 7, man, is just so deadly when it's holding these close angles. No pop flash really comes out from Cloud9. That's a common spot that you usually do see flash. Doesn't come out. I think he had a teammate kind of, facing for him so that he took contact first, if I'm not mistaken. And Blade comes up huge, puts Cloud9 on a force buy with just, a couple Tech 9s, an AK, and an ump. So difficult round for Cloud9 to win here. It looks like they're going to go towards B and probably do something quick, maybe based off like a quick execute and pop flash. And we'll see the difference in how they take it versus how we saw Rush take it. And we'll see if they do the same thing. It looks like they're going to throw nades, then pop flash, which is what I was trying to say that Rush should do earlier in their half.
And Rush, for the most part, seem ready for this type of a hit. They've gone for a 4-man stack over to this site, leaving only Blade to defend down towards A. Cloud9, though, deploy the rest of their utility to smoke off the site. It's Pollo holding close, but oh, he's completely blind, and he gets a headshot on a Stewie. Nicely found there, but unfortunately, he'll still be blind after that, and now he'll be traded out. Automatic finding another kill. Toy still trading, and Virtus striking late from outside of the chicken coop. He dinks, I believe, Skadoodle down to 12 HP, and they are still proceeding to shut this one down. Skadoodle now has to try and clutch with 12 HP. Not really going to be possible there. So Blade will pick up the final kill, and Rush will go up to 5.
Yeah, and their take got a little bit disjointed. I think they took a little bit too long of, after they threw the nades when they got out. But you see how when you kind of set yourself up to success post that first, execution, all these nades give them a lot of room after these like initial frags to actually do something. I know they lost the round, but that's kind of what you want to do when you have the utility. You definitely do want to use it. And you see that's why they opt for things like that as they go into a save. So that kind of post-secondary nature is something that really separates some teams. And I think that's something that Rush, when they go back, they can learn from. They could say, hey, look at how Cloud9, they basically had the same strategy as us. They just performed it a little bit different and gave themselves a little bit better of a chance to win the round, even though they didn't blue. But still.
Cloud9 are going to be sneaking their way over here into Suicide now. Blade actually was almost caught off guard for a moment there, but he's able to fall back. The nade he tosses in, though, is a complete miss, unfortunately. They were all stacked up, so if he bounced it a little bit better, it could have done massive damage, as only Automatic is even sitting on armor right now. But they do all just resolve to fall back into the B halls inside of the castle right now, and are probably going to proceed out onto this site. Rush, you're fairly standard stack here, but it's Pollo that's gotten aggressive, and that's where he's actually going to meet his end. Stewie finds the one tap to be able to take down Pollo to take him out. Now we just wait and see if they do decide to go in here. Rush is not reacting to that too heavily just yet. They're still keeping it an even split 2-2 across the map. But now there's pressure and drop, and they may be given reason in a moment here to rotate. Maybe not, as they do find that kill into nothing. Everything remains quiet with all reality, but finally, we do start to see the dynamic shift over there for the CTs. More of them rotating in. The Molotov gets dropped, but Skadoodle, while leaping down, finds Little Man here, and Shroud jumping back out, but it's Toy on this flank that moves in there, and he's going to put a big stop to this one. Him and Blade all shut it down, and Rush do manage to recover that round.
Yeah, big flank by Toy there. That was really impressive of him. That lurk by nothing kind of, as soon as he died, they actually rotated more towards B. So he kind of wasn't able to do much. Stewie just made a beautiful deagle shot right there. But if Jordan maybe timed that a little bit differently, maybe either went a little bit later, as you saw, it was really disjointed, right? As soon as nothing made presence, he died. Then 5-6 seconds later, Cloud9 hit the site. But those players, they actually started leaning towards a B.
So Cloud9 again putting the pressure for the most part in your standard opener here, as most of these players are just going to proceed into the B halls, not really aggressing towards either side just yet, hoping to catch some players that move up those steps and put their own position behind the box or inside of that CT cubby if they can. But Rush will not take any of those risks either. They're all sitting back, and they're waiting for the play to come in from C9. They want to let them make the first move here and then try to react towards that.
Yeah, and a very standard, pretty much a default by Cloud9 right now. They're gonna opt for some type of a drop control. It looks like. Toy, that was a really dangerous peek. I wouldn't advise towards that. If had Automatic been posted, he probably would have gotten the kill, or maybe if he just was pre-firing in and out. Pretty advantageous for the T's. But they do have drop control, and Automatic gets in a really good position here. So it looks like they'll probably take B.
They will be able to get a pop flash out inside, but Little Man nicely played. He's recovering this, and now up to 3 kills in this drop position. Perfectly played by him, and that's essentially killed it now. These last two are going to try to push out towards Broken Wall, but while their flashbang is going to hit him, Skadoodle only gets that one singular frag, and Little Man chimes in after finding that 3K towards drop. He adds one more to his counter, make this one a 4K on this round. Rush, well, they're halfway there. It's still a long road to go, but for now, they're stemming the tides against Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely still a long road to go. Cloud9 is going to opt for a half armor buy. I believe with a small amount of utilities, they'll still be able to buy the next round. But Lil Man comes up big there, Blue. 3 initial kills and drop. That's a position you generally are able to trade on T side as well. So he comes up big. They offer a quick B split, it looks like, from drop. Automatic rushing down with the Tech 9, gets killed, and now Lil Man does get traded as a splitting drop from B.
Julio, nicely done to hold that off for as long as he does, but still, ultimately, he's going to go down. The pistol's just a little bit too hard to manage, and Cloud9, while they're swinging this through, all of a sudden it's a 2v3 against their favor. The bomb's going down. Skadoodle is stuck here behind the statue currently. Another teammate's going to need to move in here to try to bail him out, but Toy's going to try to prevent that to swing around. Unfortunately, it's not going to be him getting the kill there, although that would have been very impressive. Blade steals it away, and now Stewie looking to clutch in the 1v2, keeping close eyes on the bomb, watching the flank. Now, too, as he spotted that kill, 1 for him. The player moves back, and, well, we're going to see the clutch spray come out, but it's not going to be the clutch, as Blade does take him out and enable for Rush to pick up their 8th.
Yeah, 2 things that I want to take notice from that round, Blue. If you notice, every single time Cloud9 comes out drop, they accompany it with, I think it's Skadoodle that's flashing for him, I'm not 100%, but as soon as they come out drop towards B, they're flashing the rock every single time, and they're getting the better of that player. And then Blade, as soon as Stewie spotted him, he repositioned. Stewie was not expecting that. He was expecting him to come, either not that quickly, or maybe going more towards the block and going straight towards the broken wall, but he repositioned so quickly that it really caught Stewie out guard. So that was a very impressive job by Blade there to have that quick thinking as soon as he saw him to relocate.
Well, we will see the tactical pause, I believe, coming in from Cloud9 here now, as things are showing a little bit of struggle here on the first map. Just to close things out on T-Set, again, remember, they started off with the pistol round victory and the second round victory as well, and were able to immediately get up to 14. It's just that after that, this has been a straight run from Rush. I think it's 5 rounds in a row now. So Cloud9 needing to take a minute and figure out, okay, what can we do to just shut this down? As we're only 2 rounds away, guys, but they are starting to close that gap a little bit here. So things may be getting a little bit scary here now.
Yeah, but 8-14, and they're putting up a fight, and I think no matter what happens from this game, they're gonna be able to go back and look at a lot of positive things that they did, and also look back at some of the things that they could definitely work on. Especially when it comes to like their initial hits and things like that, and how they're executing. I think had they had a couple of Cloud9 iterations of what they're doing, with the flashes when you're actually coming out of drop room, very, very helpful from the B players to support them, and then the secondary execution to give yourself a chance to win the round. Having said that, 8-14 now. I believe Cloud9 is on a bye, right, Blue?
They should be on a bye coming off of that last round, yeah, because I think that last one was like a half bye, so they should be good here. And in all reality, again, only needing 1 or 2 to shut down Rush.
Yeah, I mean, there's still, Cloud9 is very, very favored here. But having said that, Rush is getting a good amount of utility in their buys now. They're all going to have Molotovs, nades, and things of that nature.
I think Rush's money is still in a pretty poor position currently, too. We can see the one player around 1,300. Yeah, they really only have Blade in a great spot at 5.5K, but the rest of these guys, there's a pretty consistent amount of them going down from round to round here, as Cloud9 is always trading out 2 or 3 of these players. So they can never really build up an economy. So it's still Cloud9. They're going to immediately retake control of that and have Rush on some semblance of a force buy as soon as they do pick up the 1 round, unless there is a shift in the dynamic here for Rush to just suddenly start shutting down the offensives from Cloud9. Virtus will try to get aggressive this time, but a little bit early on that shot. And he's just going to promptly fall back.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough for them to buy up if they lose a round. They're pretty much going to be, full eco, except for one guy that will either drop or, have an op. But, I mean, if you lose 1 round and you go down 8-15 anyways, are you really going to, probably, it's going to be very tough for you to win like 7 in a row, right? So you kind of just want to buy out every single round. And as long as they do keep, winning with like 2 alive, they're probably going to have a good amount of Molotovs and whatnot. But they are getting to the point where Cloud9 is going to be able to half buy on every single other round. So it could just keep their economy very low no matter what.
Well, we do have the drop play coming in, but it's going to be an A split, and oh my goodness, Rush, we're not expecting this one at all. It goes so well, and it's not only this too, but look at how aggressive Automatic is being. He swings out, gets himself a 2nd kill. He's low now, so he'll have to pull back, but Virtus, the only player on this site, is going to get 1, and he'll be done directly after that from the ramp position. The rest of Cloud9, well, they've fallen back, and Automatic is even still trying to spot for players rotating in. A quick adjustment from the Rush side is going to send Pollo wrapping out around the mid-connector instead of going directly up to the wall there. And Little Man, well, he's posting back. I don't even think they're actually going to attempt for this retake. They're just going to sit back and try to save these guns and kill as many C9 players as possible on the exit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even think they should try to kill any exits. I think they just need to save the guns. You could still make it manageable on CT side Cabo if you just have, 3, 4 M4s or whatever, and like a you know, Mag 7. They could still pretty much get a full buy if they save these two. Because both these players, actually, I don't even know if they'll be able to drop. I know one of their players has like 5,500, but...
He's going to buy for himself.
Yeah, exactly. So it's going to be a tough buy for them on this last round, and luckily for Boyo, he gets the better Shroud there.
So he'll take him down at the very least. Again, they do accomplish the goal of doing that damage, but now they're up against the edge here, and I think it was like 8 rounds straight they need to win, and that's only going to take it to overtime too. And they have still one more map to come up here as well, as we do the 2 separate best of ones here in the league. So there's still one more map to go between these two teams. So we'll see what Rush still have to hold on to. As they do force into it, we can see what exactly the buy is, and it's not the end of the world. 3 M4s, 1 UMP, and the shotgun for Toy is still a very capable gun to work with on this map. Spreading it out, it looks like it's going to be a 4-man stack on B, while only keeping Blade with Watch on A.
Yeah, and you know, one thing is that the ops have not been very impactful this game for either team, Blue. And we have not seen many op kills come out of Virtus and Skadoodle. A couple more from Ska than Virtus, but he's been having a tough one for, you know, the Opera on Rush. Not making much of an impact.
Cloud9 still keep it quiet, though, with the exception of the reapplied smoke here and there to try and keep back the members of Rush from getting too aggressive here. And they still spray into this one as well, but nothing has really been revealed in terms of a strategy just yet. They are spreading their players across the map, keeping a majority of them outside of A long in the mid connector right now. You can see that 3 stack over there on the top left of the mini map, but the other 2, they may actually just try for this pinch again. This is the same type of setup. They're moving in towards it. Automatic again, going out the same path, but he doesn't check the doorway, so Virtus will get the advantage here. Shroud, thankfully, is the second player to support in there, so he'll catch the trade, but Toy comes in on his flank and takes him down. Now the rest, they do try for this A pinch, but Rush, thankfully, they've been able to counter out the drop portion of it, so they're going to be fast on the rotate here. They get up to the site before the members of Cloud9 are really even pushing out through the alleyway just yet. So Toy, thankfully for the guys on C9, they will have a Molotov to force him outside of the balcony. He'll be down below, but he's got a headshot angle against 2 of these players. Everything falls to Skadoodle now, and he's in a 1v4. So Rush's decision to save and have the extra gunpowder here has worked out brilliantly as Cloud9 fail on the push, and it's going to be Rush to pick up a 9th.
Yeah, and Blade was very, very patient there, and him waiting was one of the reasons they were able to pick up that round, Blue. See, he was in the A site, and he didn't panic. He didn't start peeking when they were coming up. He knew he had a teammate Heaven, so he waited until the guy Heaven made contact. And every time you do that, if you have a teammate make contact and then you swing out, the T is just, it's almost impossible for yourself to like be hitting a site and one of your teammates starts getting shot at and you to not look to like help them, right? So almost every single time, if you wait for this contact, you're gonna see Blade peaks from there. Look at that camera work.
That's DJ and Heather.
That was perfect.
And Heather, of course.
That was perfect. They illustrated my point perfectly. Thank you, guys.
So once again, I said into our observers, and now we go into what is going to be another map point here for the guys on C9. But it is forced up this time around. Skadoodle does manage to save the op, of course, carrying that one back. The 2 AKs go to Stewie and Automatic, and Shroud and Nothing are just going to be working with Tech 9s here now, as both of them are all grouped up. They apply some pressure, just a couple nades in all reality, being tossed onto the B bomb site, and are quickly going to fall back and regroup with the other group sitting on the outside now, just out of mid connector and over here towards long A. Or it looks like they may just go for a direct push here, not even really choosing to mess around with drop this time since it was countered out after they tried to do the drop split in the last 2 rounds.
Yeah, and I'm not sure who's lurking for Cloud9. They might, you know, be changing up their roles and be in a bit of a transitionary period. Sometimes we see Automatic lurk, sometimes we see Stewie lurk. As you know, Automatic looks like he's going to try to get down drop, or at least fake it. So he fakes the drop control. That kind of brings that A player over towards drop. You see there's only one A player deep in the site right now, so he's going to have a tall task ahead to hold off this Cloud9 push.
So Cloud9 now are actually being given a whole lot of free reign over this. Instead, are going to play the active defense when it comes to the site itself. Toy's already started to rotate back up, but they're paying attention. You can see to the split this time, since they have been fond of doing it. Toy just spraying in there, getting some decent damage out of the Shroud and Nothing, but no kills this time. They're allowed to cross for free. Stewie is even going to pick up the kill against Blade on the site, and Automatic goes inside of the shed and immediately kills 2. He's swinging out for another. Toy is still looking for his first kill. He's been hanging out at this door for the last 30 seconds or so, but he cannot get anything, and now it falls to Pollo. 1v5. If he can clutch this out, it would be an absolute miracle, but it's not meant to be. Automatic gets a nice 4K to close out map number 1 here, and they will take it. 16-9 is going to be the final score there, and Cloud9 get to start their season off 1-0. Unfortunately for Rush, they'll have to go 0-1, but certainly way more rounds than I was expecting them to pick up against Cloud9.
Yeah, it was really rough on that first CT side, but I think we saw Cloud9 just a couple steps ahead in almost every scenario and aspect of the game, Blue, when it comes to how they initially set up the rounds, how they pulled off the rotation off that last round. You see Automatic did a really good job of feigning drop control, was even able to group up with his team and still just hit against one guy at A, right? And we saw, like, when Cloud9 was on CT side in those situations, you know, one of them would take initiative, Stewie would peek up or B or something to get that info, to give that info to his team so they could be set up properly. A lot of situations where Cloud9 was just, you know, a step ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And off of that, of course, we are going to send things back over to our analysis desk, ladies and gentlemen. So, Stunna, take it away.
Take it away, I will, but not nearly as far as Cloud9 did right there. Off to a great start. They were able to just really set the tone early on. We did see a little bite back there by Team Rush. Bach, kind of walk us through it.
I mean, in general, we knew that was going to be the outcome. We knew that Cloud9 was likely going to walk away with that game. It seemed obvious from the start. I actually looked through my notes and I said 16-8. So I did give them more of a fighting chance on this map. Just looking through their history, I'd say that this map is a little bit better of a map for the likes of Rush, and they did come alive in that second half. Much different team than we saw in the first half, but even still, I mean, what is there to say? The consistent play from Automatic was just absolutely unreal.
Let's look at our first replay here. It's going to be round 4. If Bach, kind of, you know, what actually transpired in round 4?
So this was what looked like it could be the beginning of several rounds coming in for Rush. This was the first buy round that we saw coming in for Rush. So they took the first buy round after dropping that the pistol and the ensuing anti-egos. It wasn't even strong anti-egos, and it really was all on the back of Poyo. So they set up a nice flash here. Poyo's the one to actually throw it. Little Man peeks first, and the kills start piling up for the likes of Rush. Poyo comes around the corner. He doesn't get that one, but he's going to find one more, and then eventually he worked his way towards the vents and got a third kill in the round as well. I mean, that was kind of the only way that Rush was getting rounds early on, was one player had to do a lot. But the same could be said for Cloud9. Like, while we saw that every once in a while from the likes of Rush, we saw it way more often from Cloud9.
No, absolutely, and we did know that they were going to be the more dominant team coming in here. I mean, these guys are obviously your household names in North America. These guys are the shooters. But there's the off chance that, you know, like a team like Rush could come out and really surprise. Not only is it the first match of the season, it's also, you never know. Like, what have these guys been doing in their off time, right?
Yeah, well, like I'd said, in the off season, they came in like really fired up and really motivated. We watched them play at Mountain Dew League LAN. They looked the opposite of motivated. Watching them play, it was really just kind of uninspired. They seemed like they just lacked general energy. And then after they beat Splice in their relegation match, they were fired up and they were more motivated than they ever had been in their lives. And it showed here. They actually put in a pretty good performance on the first map.
Well, speaking of performances, let's look at a round here where young Stu goes off completely. Round 6.
Yeah, so at this point, Rush, they win that first buy round, they lose immediately after. But they're coming into this one, they've got all of their money stacked up, they've got the op in play, and things were looking okay off the start. I mean, Little Man kind of gets like sewn into a corner here in the drop room. He's hiding in the smoke after the molly dropped him down very low on HP, and he keeps Automatic glued to the door, which was actually rather important. Probably could have gotten that kill, but ultimately it pulled all the other people away from the broken wall, so Stewie was here alone, and then he just pops out, yeah, and he does Stewie things. Just unreal from Stewie in the end, that spray knocking down everyone from the likes of Rush.
I mean, we watch Stewie play all the time, right? Streams, he's always in rank S. I mean, he totally immerses himself in the game. How beneficial is that for a player?
Well, I mean, we've seen other players who don't. Like, they just kind of rely on their mechanical skill, and they don't necessarily focus on some of the larger aspects of the game. So I think that's why Stewie has pushed to the top, whereas some of the other players, you know, yeah, they're good and respectable for their talent, but if they put that extra effort in, they would be on a completely different level. But as great as Stewie was, I mean, the all-star for me is Automatic. Automatic, I think, had like 2 4Ks, a 3K, maybe even 2 3Ks. I didn't see the total kill chart for him, but again, another strong performance from him and a now string of strong performances for Cloud9.
Well, I mean, absolutely. We're going to go into another map here of this doubleheader, and it's going to be Cash. So we're going to come back after a break. But I still think you guys should go watch John Wick 2 this Thursday. If you haven't heard me say it enough, you're going to hear it one more time. Go watch John Wick 2 this Thursday. Is the release day. Meet me in the movie theater. I think Bach wants to go with you guys.
I might.
But we'll be right back after this commercial.
You wanted me back. I'm back.
How exciting.
Yeah. You have no idea what's coming.
Somebody, please get this man a gun.
John Wick, Chapter 2, rated R, Friday.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flashback, they line up. Epic spraying them down, he decimates Sempo Storm. Second bot, and they line up again. Cold, 3, nearly 4, he gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
right, map 1 in the books here at Season 5 Pro League. And Cloud9 is going to walk away with it pretty easily, kind of what we anticipated. But we do have a doubleheader, so we are going to see a second map from those two teams, and it's actually going to be Cash.
Yeah, so we talked about it in the pregame. If it was going to be a close map, it was going to be on Cobble. Just looking at Rush's history on the map, they were much stronger on Cobble than they were on Cash. I think Cash, they kind of had a little bit of a rough run, and C9, on the other hand, has had much stronger performances on Cash against bigger opponents as well. I think in general, this one will be a little bit more one-sided than the first map. Although with the way that we saw them playing towards the middle of that second half, it still could be possible that Rush put up rounds. I just don't see them walking away with a win.
Well, there's definitely the possibility that, you know, like you're saying, first map, you got the first of the season jitters, and that they're able to put something together, maybe string together a series of rounds, maybe take a pistol and maybe take first gun and run away with it. But the likelihood of that happening is very little, especially against a veteran squad, which is Cloud9. Either way, what is your prediction going into this one?
I have to say probably like 16-5, somewhere in that range. I think that Cloud9 is going to come out swinging. They're going to look a little bit stronger. So I think in general, it will be another pretty strong performance. I would imagine the first half will be a bit of a landslide again.
Okay, to kind of walk us through Cloud9's Cash, we're going to throw it over to Stromboli. Take it away, Eric.
Thanks, Donna. And now let's take a look at a B fake from Cloud9 on their T side of Cash. Now, the round beforehand, they took B with smokes, flashes, Molotovs, and they took it pretty nicely. Now, this round is going to be a little different. They have almost the same lineup. They're throwing smokes, they're throwing flashes, but one thing's a little different is that Stewie he's going to be running in here by himself. And what this allows the T's to do, as you see his pause, it's going to pull the counter-terrorist from the other side of the map. You see Mixwell in the middle, Stanislaev's kind of helping him in mid, and then Rush is playing so passive in A, this allows Shroud to literally sneak out the squeaky door and plant the bomb uncontested. And so it works very nicely. It pulls Optic, who seems to be more of a passive counter-terrorist team on Cash, just completely almost like a counter strat. And as you can see, they plant the bomb, and they eventually win the round. Even if it's 5-on-4, the damage is already done. And that's a pretty nice strat by Cloud9. And back to you, Stunna.
Thanks, Eric.
Handsome guy.
Looking lovely over there. The tracksuit just pretty much completes the look. But absolutely, Cash, I think 100% in Cloud9's hands. Yeah. I think they can take it. I think they can run away with it right in the beginning, very early. But, I mean, what sort of shortcomings can you see happening here on the Cloud9 side?
I think maybe they get a little too comfortable with the fact that that first map started out so strong and then came back a little bit towards the end. Maybe it's a bit of complacency. Maybe they pull back thinking, we don't have to put this much effort into this. We can kind of just like pug this one to the end. I don't necessarily see a team like Cloud9 going to that, whereas we've seen that from other North American teams in the past. But I do think that there's a possibility, it's slim, that Cloud9 gets a little bit lax and that Rush grabs a few rounds. Even still, I don't think it will be many.
Now, for either of these teams, are there any sort of tendencies or any sort of play styles that we should look out for from the Cloud9 or the Rush camp?
Well, I mean, just based on what we saw in that first map, if Rush is going to take rounds on their T side, it's going to be off the back of somebody. Like Poyo was a consistent entry fragger. The biggest problem for them, almost no AWP presence whatsoever. Like,
which would be Virtus.
Virtus had like no impact in that game on Cobble. I think it was 9 rounds in, Virtus did not have a single kill. Toy had 1. And that's not the ESCA scoreboard glitch. That was 1 kill for 2 players and like 17 deaths. That's a problem moving into the second map. They're going to need those guys to step up their performance a bit because you can't just have one guy winning you rounds. Like, yeah, it was working for Cloud9 with automatic, but it's a non-sustainable business model.
Well, yeah, I mean, even at that point, we're looking at Cloud9 being able to, farm the kills for money. And then on top of that, they're able to farm rounds, which gives them the advantage so much that they have such an overhead score going into that first half.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's ever really going to be an instance where you're going to see some of these guys from Rush like backpack the team and win like 5-6 straight rounds. Whereas I feel like we could see that from Cloud9. You could have one guy just go off for half of a game and just go completely insane and win rounds by himself. And we did see that to a certain degree. Stewie did it. Automatic did it. I think in general, Cloud9 has that skill level, but I don't think it's the same for Rush. Still talented, just not quite at the same level.
Let's take this to another level. I mean, let's say more so than just skill. I mean, Cloud9's able to come in here and they're able to just kind of throw their weight around. They're able to throw their John Wick around and really pretty much just dictate where they want to fight, when they want to fight, and how they want to fight, because they are the overpowered team or in this situation.
Yeah, I think in general, we might see a few decent executes from the likes of Rush, something I felt was lacking a little bit on Cobble. But yeah, I think this is going to be C9.
Okay, we're going to throw it over to the commentators standing by. The Blaze combo, Blue and Daze. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Son. And well, we are already getting into the map now. It's a 5v4 already. Little Man finding the first kill with Skadoodle on a trade. Little Man trying to play up close contact here by the garage, but it's not working out. Poyo is now down at 7 HP. So the guys from C9 do manage to brute force their way through mid, but they need to be a bit cautious here because there is Virtus to worry about coming out on a potential flank. Cloud9 have halted themselves here for right now, and they are shifting forward. Virtus specifically moving in, but they're watching for that. However, it's not going to matter. Virtus with a beautiful one-tap against Stewie there does take him down with the headshot. Now we're in a 2 versus 3. The last CT remaining beyond Virtus, Blade, has wrapped himself over to Z as well. But in the meantime of all of this happening, Cloud9 has successfully pushed their way into the vents. And Shroud, waiting up on the boosted 7 HP, has picked up a kill. But Blade will trade that. Now it's down to Blade clutching this 1v2. He has a kit. He actually has a smoke to give him a little bit more momentum here too. But he has no idea in terms of where these players are positioned in the bomb site. He can only take a guess based on his own experience here. And as he does move in, he gets the peek from Skadoodle. It's actually a tap onto him as well, bringing him to 40 HP. The other player is still stuck inside over there on the other side of the checker room behind the box. So he'll move in, and this is the flawless plant position too. So this is going to be essentially impossible for Blade to actually clutch out. But here's where that smoke comes in. He's going to dive into it. He'll stick it, and now, can they get him? He's down at 35. One more bullet's needed. 6, and he does not defuse the bomb. It's so close though. But Cloud9 do indeed take control of the pistol and get to start off here on map number 2 strong as well.
Yeah, and just initially, I know we got into that round a little bit late, but I think whenever a mid-take happens like that, Blue, and you're like that A player on truck or whatever, if you're just that A player, and so much fighting is going on mid, I mean, Low Man and I believe it was Poyo were fighting there for so long. I think Blade should actually go away from the white truck and go either towards Highway and Z and help his team out. If he does that, he might be able to capitalize off their deaths or maybe even help them out to not die.
Well, it looks like Cloud9 again are going to be stacking up over here behind the A site, and it's going to counteract the rush from the guys on Rush here as they do try to get aggressive outside of the A bomb site here. Toy finds 1 kill against nothing. I believe that's a boost up in mid, but other than that, no other frags have been found here against the Cloud9 roster. They're still holding some control of the A bomb site here, which is slowing the actual push itself, and Virtus back by Quad. He's trying so hard to get that kill, but just can't do it, and the 5-7 from Little Man is not going to accomplish anything either. A swift shutdown, and Cloud9 again go up 2-0 as Rush fails their force up.
Yeah, and that's a pretty common eco, or actually even sometimes a gun round. And Valen's the new coach for C9. It's actually the one that kind of made that popular, where you just boost somebody over and you have 2 push door. A lot of times just catch people off guard because those guys outside of A main start looking towards door, and then the guy boost comes and can get a lot of kills. Another thing that I saw in that pistol round that was really smart by Cloud9 is as soon as Virtus was found pushing B, immediately just go towards the vents. You know, they know B's open, they know they can take the site and plant, and then Shroud coming out from the boost was, just being completely silent. As Stewie and, Automatic just go out middle, one of them, and should be just being really easy cleanup for Cloud9.
And speaking of the cleanups here, Cloud9 over here at the B halls, it's going to be nothing with a MAC-10 that takes up both Virtus and Little Man. Another swift end of the round here as Cloud9 just rush right over the guys from Rush, take them out, and now we get ourselves into the more interesting part of the map. This is where the first gun round comes in for these CTs here. They're able to get the op onto Virtus with armor sitting behind it, and full rifle buys for the rest. So utility in terms of anything beyond smokes and flashbangs will be a little bit limited here. You can see Toy gets really the only semblance of that. However, it still should not be a big deal in the long run of things here, as Cloud9 are still working with a couple SMGs as well.
Yeah, and they throw initial mid nades, trying to bait out whatever they can. Stewie going out A right now.
Oh.
Dies so quickly to Blade to try to make that fake. The B push happens and nothing trades. Now Virtus in the site alone. Gets a nice kill on Skadoodle. That's the MAC-10er. No trade available, and now he's able to hold strong, and it's 2v4. And this should be a pretty clean round by Rush.
In fact, Blade already finding one of the last 2 kills there. That's automatic gone down. It's nothing that has to attempt to ace this if he wants to continue to push Cloud9 forward and stop Rush from once again winning the initial gun round. Same thing happened back over on Cobblestone too. He's taking it slow though, sneaking his way in, even breaking the vents there. Throw them off a little bit, as it's actually distracted Virtus quite a bit. He'll cross, though, into the tree room. He needs to go for a full check as Toy is waiting there on top of the rafters, and Toy will finish the job. So, unfortunately, nothing is not going to be able to accomplish much there, and Rush do get themselves a pretty clean first gun round there, as it seemed kind of weird from C9, specifically like with Stewie, like leaping out of A main with his knife out.
Yeah, I think they faked the middle. Then they had Stewie go out A, well, 3 walked B. And then as Stewie's going out A, the other guy comes out middle and then is going to try to get to vents is what I think they tried to do. Obviously, it didn't work out. And against strats like that, if everybody just kind of... You really just can't over-rotate if you're Rush, because you're never going to be able to predict really where they're going, or it's going to be very difficult to. And now Cloud9, after losing that one, remember, they still had like 2 Mac-10s that they saved blue. So that was kind of one of the reasons they probably wanted to try something like that. But they go back to, just a slowed down play style. Cache is one of those maps where most teams go pretty slow blue. Most teams start out in a default on Cache and then work into something. I don't see that many fast strats on Cache. I don't think it's the way to go, just because there's usually a lot of smokes deployed early and often, and becomes a lot more difficult to get anything going early.
Well, it is, in fact, that slower style of play from C9, although they did get some early damage. Specifically, I think it was Automatic that moved in and was able to bring Virtus down to 20 HP. So they have that going for them, but with a Molotov deployed inside of the vents, they'll feel safe enough to be able to proceed out towards mid. Resistance will be in from here, however, as Toy holds by the white box, in fact, the only position that was not mollied or smoked out. He'll still be flashbanged a couple of times here, but he's ready for it when they do go for the cross. Just not able to connect the kill. Stewie gets a little bit lower to 48 HP. They're pushing up close, though, and it's Automatic that finishes the job against Toy. He'll take him down. More starting to flush in through the vents, and it's a fast push, too. Now, Skadoodle finding Virtus in the open. They haven't checked his left side of the site, so Little Man's going to be able to chime in for not 1, but 2 kills here. He'll hunt for the 3rd against Shroud as he's trying to push towards it. Finally, I think Little Man runs out of ammo, so Shroud is going to take him out. But again, with those trades, it's opened up another chance for Rush to try to clutch this one out. They're down to a 2v3. They don't have a whole lot of utility with which to get back into the site, but they can certainly attempt it. However, there's a player that's coming in on the flank now, Automatic, sneaking his way in through Z. That could put a stop to all of this before it even begins, and he'll walk right up. The player in heaven, he's prepared for that frag, and now Pollo is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and he won't be able to escape. Automatic cleans up the last 2 very easily, gets himself a 3 kill on the round, and they will reset the losing bonus for Rush here.
Yeah, and that was a really, really nice flank by Automatic, and also a nice shot by Skadoodle there. But whenever you get into a 3v2 like that on that B site, it is so difficult to retake, as Little Man does his best to hold and give his team a chance to win. And now we see again, very, very early on, just like we saw in Cobble Blue, Cloud9 takes early control, they devastate Rush's economy, and they get these easy rounds, get their economy built up, similar to what we saw in Cobble.
And it's fast out through mid here, specifically for Stewie this time to take control on this position of the map. Even transitioning into events a little bit here too, but obviously with the default lineup, they could still be going towards either site, as they've kept the options open. There's been a much heavier stack, or a much more aggressive stack, I should say, from Rush back over there. Shroud finding a kill over in, I believe, towards Squeaky against Pollo to take him down, and a little bit of action happening towards Z, but nothing substantial. Beyond this, again, it's been slow, steady progress of Cloud9 just trying to knock out the Rush players one by one, and again, Stewie is found leaping with a knife out, but this time he recovers and is able to get his AK and check in time. Nothing will find Toy, and, well, Little Man was found on the B-bomb site, so he's not going to be able to do all that much here. It will definitely be a 5th one for C9 as soon as they're able to find him and take him down, which will happen right now.
Yeah, Stewie getting cut off, that's 3 times now. He didn't get punished the first, or the last 2-1, when he was coming towards vents, he pulled out his knife, got shot at, almost died. Pulled out his knife and did a jump towards Z and almost died. And then that very first round, he did die when he had the nades out, going out fork on that gun round. But luckily for him, able to stay alive in the next 2 times. And now, Rush in a bye, 1-5. They still not even a great bye though, Still, they just have an op. They have limited utility. One guy has an ump. So Virtus getting taken out very, very early as they try to door push once again. And I think that's the 3rd time they've tried to push Shrouded door now. And each and every time he just dominates them.
He's also waiting again to see if anybody else is going to cross towards Highway right now. Blade is sitting up towards A main, out of his sight. They'll just shut the door, however, trying to block Shroud out from doing any more damage in this situation, with which will work. He's just going to fall back, I think, and regroup with the rest of his teammates, but there's more things to worry about on the other half of the map here, too, specifically in mid and over here towards the B-bomb site. Poyo is trying to resist things here. Skadoodle is going to put a quick shutdown to that, though, when he does finally peek out from the white box, and the rest of Cloud9, well, now stuck kind of by the vents here, but very decidedly sneaking into it still, or at least trying to make some noise. As Toy hides in the one and done corner, just waiting for them to rush into the site. He sees his first player. He is not going to fire off immediately, though. He's hoping he can get one or two more in the open, and well, there's another player caught. Again, not with the primary weapon. Now, this one's a lot more forgivable. Toy grabs that kill. In the meantime, though, they had planted it on A. Toy having an op to play with now, but no longer really going to try to clutch, just trying to escape, and he's already been surrounded. Well, he doesn't realize it. The first player spotted there. Well, there's Stewie caught up with a knife again, but Shroud will put a shutdown to Toy before he can do any further damage.
Yep, 1-6 rush on Eco. I mean, their economy got broken off that round that they won, so it's just, they dig themselves into these huge holes right away as Shroud just controls Squeaky Door. 3 rounds in a row now that they have tried to push him. 3 rounds in a row that he's punished them.
And it's back down onto another eco yet again here for Rush. Upgraded pistols, but that is essentially it. In fact, it's gotten so bad now that they're actually just going to go gamble stacking on A. All 5 players moving here. They don't even keep the typical one guy over on the B-bomb site, but Automatic wants to take the duel. Gets one, gets the second. More going to peek in, but he's a little bit low on ammo, so over to the Glock, but it doesn't even matter. Finally meets his match against Poyo there, who will finish the job. But the damage being done, and now there's more players that are going to wrap back in. Stewie, he gets dinked, but it doesn't matter. Continues to transfer the spray onto Poyo, and it's Cloud9 again, just dominating on these eco rounds, running through them like they're no problem whatsoever.
Yep, and 1-7. Now they finally get another buy-in. And we'll see if Cloud9 tries to keep the momentum by going fast, and tries to go off of that quick round that they just had, or if they opt to do something a bit slower now and default.
Yeah, with the gunpowder there. Again, this time too, Rush finally really having...
Looks like it's going to just be like an all-out A exec blue, and they're set up very, very poorly to contest with this. Only 1 guy towards A, 2 guys middle, 1's deep highway, and 2 guys towards B. So finally Poyo comes over a bit, but Blade's going to be in a tough spot trying to hold off here, especially once the smoke dissipates. He might just be caught out.
Blade's actually just going to push himself right back in there. The flashbang works, but he doesn't realize that nothing is sitting directly behind him there when he moves in, so he misses that crucial piece of information, and he is going to go down pretty quickly. Poyo is able to find one from up on top, but promptly does fall back and retreat, which will give over control of the site, but at least they were able to keep it 4-4. Not only this too, but some extra Molotov damage was just done back over there too, to I think it was either Automatic or Shroud. There's 3 guys sitting between 20 and 35 HP now, and they're very, very low. Skadoodle is the only one left at full HP currently, so this is not going to be an impossible retake at all for the players on Rush. Skadoodle, he's waiting for the peek out though, and Little Man's going to walk right into his crosshair. There's one. There's the second against Toy as he pushes his way up highway, and I think that'll be the signal to fall back and save, if they can even do so, which they won't. Skadoodle will get the 3rd and final kill, and Cloud9 again dominate.
Yeah, and the highway player was so deep there. If that highway player is up a little bit further, maybe towards those toxic barrels, that probably doesn't happen. It's a very CT-sided shot, whether that player has an op or not. If you just simply crouch glitch on the toxic barrels, you crouch up to it, your head's hidden, and then you pop up. You're going to have a huge advantage on anybody posted at the door. So that guy doesn't do that. He's a bit too passive over there. His Toy is in Z, posted up with a deagle. That's never going to work. Whenever you're Z like that with a deagle, you pretty much always want to just be the peeker. Stewie gets Virtus, and now the CTs have a double fork. Stewie's putting pressure at B. Little Man in the steel corner, oranges, a lot of us call it, gets taken out, and now a 1v4 for Blade. Seems like a familiar position for Blade, just being in these situations where he's kind of just left completely alone with no teammates.
Blade trying to do what he can against Shroud as he had him low at 16 HP, but when he finally actually finds him on the outside, Shroud will still get the kill, and a much-needed pause is coming in here now for Rush as things have kind of gotten out of hand. Cloud9, while they were kind of struggling to get things going initially, at least in a dominating fashion, I should say, they definitely weren't struggling with the scoreboard. Now they have been able to really take pretty much full control, and it's been little resistance at all now coming in from Rush over these past 3 to 4 rounds.
Yeah, not much going their way right now. Blade with 128 DAR, though. That's a bit surprising. I didn't realize he was doing that much work. But across the board, not many kills to their names. And, they're not really getting much done on any of these ecos. You look at their deaths. Automatic does have 6, and Stewie has 5. But nothing Shroud and Skadoodle, just with, 3-2 apiece for Shroud and Ska. And just not much to... not many ways that they're damaging their economy in the rounds that they are losing. They're not doing much to stop like this onslaught of just full nades, fully bought rounds from Cloud9.
And I mean, just going back to the Blade point here for a second, we have seen him as actually one of the few players that actually has been able to consistently trade out kills across the board, and you can see that by what was on the scoreboard there just moments ago. It's the rest of the team that is really failing to step back up here now and bring the power. Virtus is another one that's actually like really interesting because he's really inconsistent, but it's almost crazy to a certain degree because when he does show up to the table, he has these amazing performances, especially if you can actually get the op into his hands, and he has these really aggressive kills and these really clutch scenarios. But then when he's off, he's off in a huge way in that he's essentially non-existent for the team.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen him consistently not do much for their team, except for that the one round they won, he was a B with the op, right? He did a good job of holding. But the problem with Virtus is that I see is a lot of the time he has just a complete lack of aggression. And when you're an opper, you want to be able to take things upon yourself and kind of go in first when your team needs it. I think like on Cobble on T side, there was a couple times he had an op and his team wasn't getting anything going. And when those situations occur, if you look at an opera like Guardian, you look at an opera like Device or Fallen, SK just, runs, gets a quick clean pick as they 4-1 towards B. Low man just gets caught out, just jumping Cloud9 players, very tough to kill. So 5v2, they're probably going to save right now. But when you're an opera, though, and you want to be a really good opera, Blue, you have to be able to take it upon yourself, right? If you watch like those three guys I mentioned, Guardian, Fallen, Device, when their team needs it and their team's struggling, they're the ones to take the initiative. They're the ones to say, hey, maybe this isn't the best way of winning a round if I just get ultra aggressive with the op here, but my team needs it. We have nothing else to fall back on, so I'm going to do it, right? And I usually don't see that from Virtus. I usually see consistent, very, very passive play, waiting on his teammates to do things. And if his teammates aren't having success, that's when he needs to step up and man up.
So coming off of the pause here, Rush, for the most part, just gets destroyed by C9. And these last two, they did try to fall back and save. Well, Cloud9 100% knew that was going to happen. And they have no issues whatsoever moving in to destroy these last two players before they can even do that. They'll be right back down here onto what I'm going to assume is another half buy. Although with the score getting desperate, yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised to see them force into it now. As, they just need to try and pick up some more rounds before this half closes out here. And they're sitting on a similar scoreline like what they had back on Cobble.
Yeah, so they're opting to buy every round, but this could dig them into a deeper hole, because even if you win this round, most likely you're not going to win it clean, right? And then you could just lose the following round and all of a sudden lose the half 13-2 almost certainly, right? So it's kind of a double-edged sword. Sometimes, obviously they feel like they need to take the risk to do it. Sometimes it could hurt you more than it helps you.
Initial pop flash that you can see there from Nothing in the Sunroom was actually pretty good, but because they were still veiled behind the smoke, he wasn't able to get the kills. And now, though, he gets his chance to shine. And there is Little Man and Virtus both gone down. And look at this, not a single point of damage taken by anyone on Cloud9 that entire round. They shut down Rush, don't give them any room to squirm whatsoever. And after that force, well, again, they really don't have enough cash flow here, but they're going to buy into it. At least Little Man will. The rest of the team sort of hesitantly following suit.
Yeah, and they have 18 kills total. Automatic has 17 by himself right now for Cloud9. So they almost, as a team, don't even have as many kills as Tim. Tim or Automatic is at 17. Their entire team combined is 18 right now. So they're just getting smashed. And any early aggression coming out of Rush is getting dealt with immediately. Like Shroud's killed them multiple times at the door. That A main push, Automatic just stomps on. The B push, nothing stomps on. So now finally they bring it into a 3v3, which is a manageable situation. Toy should get an easy kill, but Shroud. Wow, Blue.
Spins it around and grabs the great kill on a Toy. At the very least, there are some trades happening this time around, but Shroud is going to continue to get aggressive here, tapping away into Little Man, and Little Man obliges. He goes out into the open. He's got the last one on lock here, too. Pollo, he's isolated a duel with him. He's actually getting tagged a bit, spinning a little bit there. Pollo will get the kill. So this goes to a 1v2. The bomb, though, now transitioning, and they're actually going to boost the guy up into the events now, as the bomb itself does move in. So Pollo will go for this duel against Nothing. Nothing, though, may just shut him down as he's caught him while swapping weapons and reloading. An easy closeout for Cloud9 yet again here, although the actual round itself being a bit more difficult this time. But with that amount of cash, they don't even have to worry about those traded deaths. Everybody sitting over 10K at this point. They're still in 100% complete control, and they can afford to lose those players, especially as we come to the closing rounds of the half.
Yeah, they can, and now they opt to half buy. So that's... I don't really like that decision. I think if you're going to opt to just buy every round, you should just do it regardless. It's kind of bad to just back-footed at this point. But, they opt for just a couple pistols and, most likely are going to concede this round. Stewie goes out middle, has mid control, right next to the vents, and knows that middle's open, but it's a B stack for the Rush side right now.
Stewie, a little bit of trouble tapping there, but he'll still get the kill against Toy. That's actually the A site wide open here now, and Shroud's already picked up on it. So Stewie is actually just going to position himself outside of Z, and he'll take a couple duels. He's got one more there. He's looking for another one. Little Man does outclass him in that situation, but nothing is coming from the backside. He's almost caught off guard, but he picks up the kill, and Pollo's got really nowhere to go. He has to take the battle here. Again, gets the kill on nothing, but now he'll be stuck in that B bomb site. They haven't even planted the bomb yet. They're just looking to try and just DM these guys down here, and it seems to be working pretty good.
It's because it's a stat pad match, Blue. That's what you call these matches. When you're on the Cloud9 side, it's just a stat pad match. It's just, you know, their whole team is pretty much just running around looking for battles, and I mean, some of them are playing. Ska never trusts stat pad. Skadoodle is, you could be at 14-0 and you could be playing against like an open team in a qualifier, right? And he will never hunt a kill. Like, he'll just play like super slots. Yeah, he never will, I'm telling you. But for everyone else, it's pretty much a stat pad match.
Well, Pollo is going to see if he can do any more damage before the end of it. It won't matter in the grand scheme of things here. Primarily just trying to save that AK. So they have a little bit more to go off of going into the last round of the half here. But again, catches a player with a knife out. He will follow through with a kill, but then Ska with a nice shot. Actually, I think that was through the doorway there, or through the garage. He takes him down and even kills his teammate.
How did he kill his teammate?
He knifed him.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, right at the end there.
Savage.
I think it was like a millisecond before the round expired.
Yeah, you probably didn't mean to. But anyways.
Hey, everybody's got 10Ks. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah, 1-13. An absolute thrashing.
And we will see if Rush on this last buy are able to put a second round up on the board. If it makes it a 13-2 half, a little bit, one more round, I should say, for Cloud9. But already they're just pushing their way. They're not even really scared to push out onto A anymore through smokes or whatever's in their way. Nothing taking this super ballsy position, although he is going to go down to that. Little Man grabs the kill. Virtus with another one, so they might actually drop the round here now. They're still split up, and there's Toy finding one more that was inside of the site. Automatic gets it. Skadoodle's still here, though. And the bomb is going to fully rotate over here, but Toy going jumping over the big red box. That won't work out so well. Skadoodle grabs that shot. He'll look for his next target by the truck position, but there's one more pushing a little bit closer up. Thankfully, he took the long route, wrapping back over around towards the quad side here. And Shroud is now grouped up, but Pollo, he will grab that kill. He spotted the guy on truck. This is Skadoodle now, alone in the 1v3. He'll basically just try to be as mobile as possible. Gets that kill into Pollo. He's able to fall back now and try to plant this bomb, although the Molotov is going to delay it for a few moments. No peek at the truck angle just yet. And he could absolutely clutch this now with the way that Rush are approaching this one. Planning it in your safe position, mollying off the truck angle to try and prevent Virtus from pushing it, but I think he's already past that, so that's not going to stop him. I'm not 100% sure if he spotted Little Man, and he's also got to be cautious of an A-flank since he's been in here for so long. It's certainly a possibility, but no. He's got Little Man jumping in, and no! Virtus legs Skadoodle. It's not enough to get the kill, and off of that, Cloud9, Skadoodle with a huge clutch will pick up a 14-1 half.
Wow. How many times did we see somebody jump in the air from Cloud9 and still be able to, you know, just plop on the ground and then get a kill?
Well, guys, that will close out the first half. It's a dominating one for C9. The second half comes up in just a little bit, so stick around.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, Cloud9 have been dominating Rush. They put up a bit more of a fight in the second half back on Cobblestone, but this one may prove a bit more difficult to actually try and put up any bit of a fight at all. They're down 14-1 coming off of their first half, and Cloud9 are looking safe to try and close out 2-0 in their first match here for the ESL Pro League Season 5, but we'll have to wait and see. It's on Cash for any of you that may just be joining us, and of course, I do have Days with me. Is there any hope of a comeback? I would say no. Does your opinion differ?
No, this game is definitely over. I mean, they really dealt with them with ease. They're clearly a superior team. I think that's very, very clear. And, you know, just being down 14-1, I also, you know, just playing with these guys a little bit, I kind of feel like, and from casting them in the Mountain Dew League, you know, sometimes it seems like when they're losing, they kind of just get really down on themselves, you know, and just really, you know, quiet and things like that. And it's just like, yeah, whatever. And kind of, you know, it's tough to come back when attitude-wise, that's kind of your attitude.
And we have seen that sort of snowball effect transpire as well. As it's just been Cloud9 getting more and more dominant, having an easier and easier time. And even in that 15th round, there was smokes covering up like Amy. They didn't even care. They just walked right through that. And we're like, well, we'll just go into the site.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, those are kills that really just should never happen.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, when you play against someone and they just like run through a smoke like that, it should be a kill like almost every single time. And it's fine if it happens sometimes, you know, sometimes you're just going to die in situations like that if you're the CT, but it shouldn't happen across the map. You know, if they're doing that across the map, then Rush should definitely come out ahead, right? So just, you know, just a stat pad match by Cloud9, all their players just going around getting their kills. After it was about 7-1 or 8-1, they really just, you know, unleashed.
Well, we will get into the second half, and Cloud9 now jumping onto the CT side here. Rush probably just going to turn this into an A hit, and a fairly standard one at that. Flashbangs go in, but actually they don't really connect that well. So Little Man grabs the first frag, and then we see Automatic going down too. They may have a chance yet to try and pick up the second half pistol here. And Skadoodle, as he hangs back, he'll swing out wide, but that's going to bring him down to 11 HP. Reinforcements on the way, but there's a nice one-tap from Skadoodle. It takes down Toy. Some more damage being done to these guys as they do move in across the Ray main, but Little Man on the peak puts an end to Skadoodle before he can do anything else from up on top there. Nothing trying to push his way back in, but more frags continue to roll in for Rush here, and Nothing will just get pummeled by the remaining members of this T side. They pick up the pistol, and while they're on the road to a comeback, but 12 more rounds to go just to tie the scoreline, and 14 more straight if they want to try and somehow win this map in regulation.
Yeah, very good job by Virtus there, being disciplined. He didn't walk up A main when he shouldn't have, and he was still dodging that flash, you know, being in the back there. That was a very good hold by them. Cloud9's pistol, you know, there's just for a pop flash A main if they spotted them. If they didn't spot them in A main, they'd probably just sit there and Stewie just, you know, plays it back and forth and they could overplay other sites.
Cloud9 players crouching in here very slowly over to the A-bombs. They try not to make some noise, but they are being dispatched of pretty quickly, unfortunately, despite the fact that they did stack it here. However, as I say that, some trades roll in. Nothing gets up in the face of one of these players. Nothing's picked up one more. Stewie on the backside hasn't even been spotted yet, so Blade turns his backside to him. This ends up going down to a 1v1, but oh, Stewie has to roll through the Molotov, dips his head down behind the glitch position, and is caught reloading. Toy, you've got to go out there now. You've caught him in a disadvantaged position, and he will be able to close out, but what a close one that one was to almost immediately throw the balance back in the favor of C9.
Yeah, I thought he was definitely going to win that one. Not sure why the player decided to Molotov default, actually. I figured, you know, he knew he was a triple, but he still Molotov default. So that actually was something I was like, what is going on here? Why would you Molotov that? But then Stewie kind of runs in it because he wanted to change position, so it worked out really well for him. Cloud9 buys. They have 3 umps, 2 FAMASas, good amount of nades, so they just say, hey, let's just end it right now, essentially.
They are going to be spotted actually transitioning in the checkers, though, as the guys from the side of Rush do try to force their way into the B-bomb site yet again here. There's a 1-for-1 trade on it initially, but then Automatic taps in for another one here, and he's going to look for one more, but actually that's a messy spray with the UMP. Toy's able to find him. Shroud thankfully still holding in checkers, but he's got to do double duty now, watching out for both the T-Hall's push and this event's push. The Molly's going to prove too much to deal with here. He takes him down, but then Stewie running up through mid there, takes out Toy, and now it comes down to Blade. The 1v2, a UMP in hand, and already being down at 40 HP. Not only this too, but they haven't peeked into that corner, and a flawless pop flash from Stewie will just single-handedly finish the job. Cloud9 up onto match and map point here, and for the Rush guys now still at 3 rounds, so 12 straight is a bit in the realm of fantasy in its current form.
Yeah, definitely, especially because they had 4 die, you know, that round before, so they're only able to have the 2 AKs, a couple umps, and a Tech 9, limited utility. Should just be an easy cleanup for Cloud9 at this point.
And we will see, of course, if Rush are still able to keep themselves going on the path to a comeback here as they force into it. And it's not the end of the world. Again, utility is probably the worst thing about this. They're very limited in that fact, and they've already used one of their smokes to try and get over boost here. But Automatic, he's going to be waiting on top of the sandbags here with a moment to strike. Nothing moves in, and he actually is able to sneak off that kill despite them expecting it. And one of their players, Verd, is being pre-fired into that angle. Automatic. Player hiding in a smoke moments ago is tapping into some incredible damage here. Blade being down to 12 HP after that one, and more than swinging out. Toy takes the position, but Verd is thankfully pushes on top before Automatic can do anything else. He moves in for the shed, takes Automatic down, and things I imagine are going to slow down a bit here. A 2-1 split for the 3 remaining members of C9, with Rush just taking casual control of mid, but not really moving out from it just yet.
Yeah, 3 versus 4. Automatic, misplayed that a little bit. I think he maybe thought the smoke was going to last a little bit longer. It dissipates, and he's kind of out into the open, so he's not able to just get an initial frag to kind of surprise somebody. Stewie pop flashes in A main, blinds himself, and now it looks like Rush is just going to groove up towards A, but Stewie's here with support from White Truck. So they're actually overplaying this a bit. Skadoodle's definitely, more A support than he is B support.
As they do move in, there's Stewie and Skadoodle both chiming in for a single kill. Now, Stewie does fall back down. However, it looks like Skadoodle's going to get aggressive. He won't really wait for his teammate to immediately come into support, but that's a good thing, too, because now, look, they've got this last man alive isolated. They've got him stuck between a rock and a hard place, and, well, regardless of this, they're defusing the bomb anyway, so they'll sneak it in there, and Cloud9 will just shut this one down. 16 rounds, another easy map victory here for Cloud9 against Rush, and they will start their season off with a strong record, 2-0, right from the get-go of things here on the first night.
Yeah, I mean, just a dominant performance, and if you're Rush, that's very tough, right? You just come into your first match in the professional division and immediately get thrown into the Wolves, man. Like, Cloud9, they won last season. They had an impeccable record last season. I think they only had like 1 or 2 losses.
They definitely the #1 seed for NA last season.
It was a ridiculous record, and you have to come in and just play against them right now, and that's tough if you're Rush, man. It's really tough.
Still being able to get 9 rounds over on Cobblestone, though. We saw some good stuff from them there, so hopefully they take that one as a bit more of a learning experience than anything else. This is still a somewhat new team to the professional division, and they are going to take some time to form up and sort of learn about how to play at this level.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, guys. So for the time being, we're going to send things back over to Stunna and Bach over at the analysis desk to break down a little bit more of just what happened there on map number 2.
All right, we are Bach. That is correct. I mean, you know what? Come on, please. Anyway, a pretty much slaughter there by Cloud9. They were able to just come in, do whatever they pleased, and I'm sure that pleases most of you C9 fanboys at home.
I mean, we knew that was kind of what we were going to see there. We had anticipated a bit of a one-way affair. It seemed like Cloud9 was just going to stomp all over Rush in that second map. It was actually a strong performance from them in the first map, but Cash was just a map that C9 had every advantage on, and I mean, a 14-1 first half, it shows there.
Yeah, I mean, even throughout the first half here, we got to watch Shroud and Automatic really put in a lot of work there. I mean, if you looked at the ADR early in that half, it just speaks for itself.
Yeah, I mean, statistically speaking, everyone from Cloud9 had a good game. Automatic played well, and it started to show towards the end, like Daze called it stat hunting. Like, they were all trying to, pad the stats as much as possible, trying to pick up every possible kill on the map to make their stats look amazing for the start of the season.
Well, let's talk a little bit here about that stat padding, and in order to do that, we're going to cut it over to round 9. What do we got here, Bach?
I mean, this is kind of an A play coming out from the likes of Cloud9. Blade was playing off on the other side of the smoke. He pushes in with the pop flash, but doesn't realize that nothing's in the other corner. So he could have had a kill. Poyo's up on high, but there's really not much he can do at this point. And then it's Skadoodle from the door that really gets things going for Cloud9. Once they secure the site, look at the damage that's been dealt. Nothing is sitting pretty low. Shroud is low as well. Automatic, this round is all very winnable here for the likes of Rush. So they're moving in, they're trying to go for the retake, and then it's Skadoodle who's still in squeaky door with this AWP, and he picks off 3 members from Rush coming in on the retake. First one flashing across from the forklift. He's going to get another one. They just keep walking right into that crosshair. I mean, he handles the round single-handedly for Cloud9.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see right there Skadoodle really chiming in with that AWP, and when Skadoodle's on point, when Skadoodle's doing Skadoodle things, it's pretty much impossible to stop this Cloud9 roster.
Yeah, I mean, consistently we talked about how Virtus was not necessarily a super strong op. Yeah, well, the first map he was, what, 0-9 at one point. He did have a couple of big rounds. There was a B push early on. I think it was the first gun round where he got a 2K to stop things from B platform. But even still, every ob tool, I feel like you would give the edge to Skadoodle. even not watching this map, like if I cover my eyes, I'm going to say Skadoodle wins this duel without even seeing what's happening. And I mean, that obviously goes into another round later on where Skadoodle dominated there as well.
Speaking of another round later on, we're going to get into round 15. Bach, walk us through this one.
So it's a 1 versus 3. This round should be all but over. Skadoodle's in A main. His teammate on the A site was Shroud. He dies. Skadoodle goes aggressive towards Toxic Barrels, gets a free kill on the man quad box. They surrender bomb site control, so he's able to get the plant as well. And he just does a good job scouting out, seeing what it is that Rush has as far as defense. You can see him jump peeking here for A main, but then he's got the op, and he sees a leg flash out real quick. Great vision from Skadoodle to spot that one. Gets legged by Virtus. Comes back and gets the kill anyway.
Welcome to the clutch. How about that?
That is devastating. That's just insult to injury. The sticker, the leg shot,
I mean,
brutal. It's pretty savage.
Welcome to the clutch. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, right? So give me some final thoughts here on this doubleheader overall between Rush and Cloud9. Kind of what we anticipated, but let's go a little more in depth.
I mean, I think there are some strengths for Rush. I think Cloud9 is thrilled. They sort of went puggy towards the middle of that first half. They just started running around, and they were still winning rounds. So I think if you're Rush, you're looking at that one, you're getting disappointed in yourselves. But that first map was actually quite strong compared to what we expected. They came out swinging in the second half. Obviously, there are some issues, things they need to address. I do think their cobble could have been stronger. It did seem like they lacked, as just in range of executes, it didn't really seem like they did too much from their T side. And then the first half there was a little bit rough as well. 14-1. And they just could not get anything going.
I mean, the best that they could have hoped for there was, hey, we'll win the pistol round, maybe a couple more after that, right? But obviously unable to string it together. Team Rush is going to fall to Cloud9 2-0 to kick off the pro season there. And, I mean, we want to talk about assassins, right? So Skadoodle, a bit of an assassin. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean,
am I right?
More so from range, though.
You know who else is a super assassin? John Wick. And you can watch him this Thursday in theaters, February 10th. John Wick 2 coming out. Make sure you guys go see that. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. And when we come back, we're going to get into SK and Immortals. Keep it tuned in right here.
Welcome to Rome. How many buttons? 2. And what style?
Tactical.
Body armor? 0 penetration.
Mr. Wick, do enjoy your party.
You have no idea what's coming.
Rough night.
Rough night.
John Wick, Chapter 2, rated R, in theaters Friday.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic first breath, they line up. Epic spraying them down. He decimates Tempo Storm. Second one, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
Closer. AW.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
All right, we're back here after the first doubleheader, ESL Pro League Season 5. I am your host, Stunna. This is Bach. We're getting into another doubleheader here, SK and Immortals. I mean, the first one we saw tonight, basically a blowout. I mean, there's not much to say about it other than what we've already said.
Yeah, I mean, it followed the rhythm we expected. We thought that Rush might come out on the first map, put up some decent round numbers, but in general, we did expect Cloud9 to walk away with a 2-0, and then Cash was as to be expected. Cloud9 absolutely dominating Rush, and at one point, they just kind of threw the strap book out the window and just rushed everywhere. Held W, and it worked.
Mouse won a W. Quite the tactic, but we do have a much more anticipatingly close game on our hands coming up here. SK and Immortals going to be battling it out post-roster change. What is there to say about this?
Well, I mean, we talked about the roster change in the pre-show. What effect was that going to have on the teams? In general, it seems like SK gained a pretty competent player in Phelps, while also shedding weight that they might felt was dead weight, FNX. You can see the roster here. It's Fur, Fallen, coldzera, Taco, and Phelps. And obviously that, we've talked about it, the double op threat ever looming for the likes of anyone playing against Luminosity or SK Gaming, excuse me.
I mean, being that this is the first matchup we're seeing of these guys of this season, I mean, there's no real way to expect the sort of gameplay we'll see coming out of that SK side, but we do know them as a dominant force. I mean, SK world champions 2 times over. These guys against SK or Immortals, though, it's kind of one of these situations where in-house rivalry almost.
Yeah, and we've seen them play so many times, like it's the Brazilian El Clasico. Like we've watched the SK or Luminosity or whatever team name they were at one point in time play against Tempo Storm, Games Academy, and now obviously Immortals. And usually SK has their number dialed in. It's like 20 matches or so, and SK has won 80% of those matches against the likes of Immortals.
We'll take a look now at some B-roll here from SK Gaming, and as you can see, this coldzera fella seems to know how to play the game. I could be wrong.
So one of the craziest things about coldzera when he came in as a pro, he had actually never won a LAN. When he joined SK back when they were Luminosity, he had never placed first in a single LAN, not even a local LAN. He had never won a LAN in his life. That was talking to Zeus. Actually, I think it was at like some random offshoot LAN. He was saying, this guy's crazy good, but he's just never been able to find the team. And clearly he's found it here. The dude is ridiculously talented. There's that famous op clip from Mirage that's now gotten him permanently planted in the game in the form of a graffiti. The guy is out of his mind.
One might say he's immortalized in the game.
Yeah, but that's the...
I know, I get it.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, obviously the guy knows what he's doing. He's a force to be reckoned with when he's on point. And then you look at the other players there on that SK side that are able to bring the destruction with them. He's got all the power behind him in the world as long as everybody shows up on match day.
Yeah, now they also add this even more competent player to the team in Phelps. I think that they get a young player who's looking to shine with the highest tiered Brazilian team. And again, we had talked about it earlier, right? Immortals is always playing second fiddle to SK. They're always in the background. They're always like the farm team. So whenever SK wants to make a change, that's the first place they go. And unfortunately for Immortals, they lost what is likely to be their best player.
Well, in the case that your farm team actually becomes a world-class team, that is what we have in front of us. Let's take a look now at the Immortals roster as we do bring that up here. Bolts, Henny, Lucas, Steele, and FNX. FNX being the recent acquisition there.
Yeah, and you know, looking at that list, you've got Bolts, Steele, and FNX, all former teammates of players from SK, all cut from the team and removed in lieu of other Brazilian talent like coldzera, like Taco, and now also the likes of Phelps.
Well, to expand a little more on the Immortals roster, right, and we spoke a little bit about it earlier, who is going to be the dominant force on that side?
I think it's Henny with the op. I think that if you're looking at a single player, without Phelps, he's the hands-down favorite to be a top performer. So economic control is going to be really huge for them. They're going to want to keep that op in his hands as much as possible. There's countless clips where he's bailed them out of situations. One of the best ones goes against Cloud9. I think it was from the RGN Pro Series from like way back. It was an insane
quite the
like
time capsule.
2v5. It was like one of the first tournaments they had played in the States. They played like Win Out LAN and then they played that. And it was one of the more insane clips that helped make a name for himself. And he's continued in that stride of just like this dominant op performance when they really need him most. He's constantly bailing them out of tough situations.
Well, let's talk about some tough situations, but to do that, we're going to go to Mr. Stromberg. De Beers is standing by. Take it, Eric.
Coach Stromberg here with another round review, and this time we're going to be looking at Immortals on Cash. And now they have a pretty similar T-B fake like Cloud9, but what they do a little differently is they take a little more time smoking off B, and then as you're going to see in a moment, they are going to be tossing a lot of utility, a lot of noise. They're trying to really sell this B fake. And by doing that, you're going to throw Molotovs in checkers, behind checkers, around checkers, flashing. They're just making chaos. They want chaos right now. And as you see, as that's happening, it's going to pull Lige and Stanislav towards this B bomb site. Now they have, Team Liquid have 4 people in this B. As this is happening, Immortals are walking back with all 5 people. Now, you kind of think to yourself, wait a minute, this is taking a long time, but it's okay, because right now, Team Liquid is not moving around. They only have 2 people in the bomb site, and this forces the numbers game from Team Immortals. You'll see this a lot from them. They love to play the numbers game. And what I mean by that, there's 5 people against 2 in this bomb site. So just easy trades, smoke for the highway and truck, nice spam by Henny, easy plant, another spam by Steel, and it just it creates opportunities, and it really opens up the pocket inside the A bomb site. Very well played by Immortals. And back to you, Big Stun.
All right, big stun it is. Not bad. I'll take it. Bach, before we throw it to our commentators, I kind of want to get your predictions here on map 1. It's going to be, Cash.
Yes.
It's going to be Cash.
I actually think it's going to be 16-12 Immortals.
Okay.
You know, if you look at Immortals' history on the map, in general, just really strong performances, beating the likes of MV and G2, Optic, all these other teams that are decent on the map as well. I think that Immortals has everything they need, even with losing one of their better players to SK.
Well, all right. I mean, it's one of these situations, I guess, where it depends if SK comes out, right? But nonetheless, our commentators are standing by. The Blaze combo never disappoints. Take it away, Blue.
All right, thank you very much, Sonny. Yeah, we're getting ready to jump into our second set of the evening now. The Immortals taking on the guys from SK. And as Bach was just saying, to bounce off that point really quickly before we do jump into the pistol round, the guys from the Immortals, they haven't, just lost one of their best players. They have lost arguably what was their best player. It was Phelps, who was easily the most consistent one from match to match and even going on to lands as well.
Yeah, I mean, Phelps was their guy that they relied heavily upon. I don't think that the Immortals playstyle, though, as a whole, back when they did have Phelps, was something that would, garner them towards beating teams like NIP and to these really, really good teams. And the reason being was a lot of the times that they would win rounds is simply off, like on Mirage, Phelps would like walk through a smoke on Catwalk and, try to flank towards ladder and take like cues like that. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen, Phelps being on SK now, how he's going to, be in that system, what he's going to be doing, if he's going to be like an entry fragger, how they're going to kind of tone him down a little bit, because sometimes he gets a little too crazy out there, tries to do too much. He kind of needs to, and we saw Fur go through that transformation as well. When SK back on LG, and even before that, Fur was trying to do too much, too aggressive. And then he toned it back a bit, and now, we see the Fur we know now who's like arguably one of the best players in the world, right? And I want to see that same transformation come from Phelps. Having said that, SK is playing Cash right now. They vetoed Cash for a really, really long time, Blue. But I think they want to veto Nuke now and kind of play Cash now that the map pool's a little bit different. So we're seeing them play Cash now, and that's going to be uncharted territory. We haven't seen them play Cash for a very, very long time. And we're going to see if they bring anything new to it. And I think it's a map that really can play to their strengths. Cash, that is, for SK. But Immortals been playing Cash for a long time, now plugging in FNX. So I think this is going to be a very, very close game, like Bach said.
Yeah, and they've been able to shut down many, many teams. Even recently, I think it was 2 days ago that they were able to take Liquid down here pretty easily, if I remember correctly. It was like 16-7 or 16-9, like somewhere in the pretty low ranges for Liquid. This is the new team with Stanislaw, and obviously they've been together for a pretty short amount of time, but still, it didn't even look like Liquid were really putting up that great of a fight, even with having like a Lige and whatnot, and Nitro, which he's usually amazing on that map. We really didn't see much from there.
Yeah, to note, though, Pimp, I believe, was playing with about 150, 160 ping, so that's a pretty big detriment, and he was playing from Denmark, and they were playing at like 10 o'clock at night, so he's like up for like 24 hours probably, right? So that's kind of tough on him. Having said that, Immortals has always been a very strong cash team, and I'm curious how they're gonna, use FNX and what they're gonna change now that they do have FNX and don't have Phelps anymore.
Well, it is time to get into it now. SK will start off on the T side with Immortals jumping onto the defense, and immediately Steel will actually play aggressively up towards the edge of the checkers room there. And it's not just going to be towards the B side that they'll play forward too. Lucas moving himself forward in mid, spots a couple players crossing, or at least just that one there, back across the useless room and through the garage itself. It seems as though that SK do want to boost up on top and try to get some of the mid control here, but for the most part, it has fallen back and away from this garage position. You still have two here to defend it. Lucas sitting just behind the white box right now and peeking it a little bit to play for some intel, and also one more, Henny, playing from back over here, but he will get smoked out, so if he wants to help out here, he's going to need to get aggressive or hope that these taps are able to connect some damage. Unfortunately, on the initial volley, it won't, and Lucas also not able to find anything as these guys do approach the white box here. There's the first blow, though. Takes down one, gets about half the damage off onto another one as Phelps is brought down very, very low to 26 HP. They need to approach and get some momentum swinging here as they're trying to take this over here towards the B side, it seems, with the bomb going inside as they fall back. Lucas again looking for damage, but it's not going to connect. And now Steel, well, if they follow through with this Vents play, he's going to need to put a big stop on this one. But look at how much time is being wasted. SK, they're stuck here, and they haven't realized that Steel is down below. Thankfully, Taco checks it as he drops down inside, but look at Henny tracing them through the smoke. He's going to be able to find one as he rotates over from Z. Lucas with yet another kill for these guys. They'll still be able to get access to the site, but they'll be outnumbered 4v2. A nade bouncing in, and no, it denies the plant. Destroys Taco, and now all you're left with is Cold. In a 1v4 scenario, he's being flanked out, countering that one with an instant headshot to Lucas. But 3 more still to go, and the only one that's even close to being low here is going to be FNX. The remaining 2 are still at full HP, and there's only 8 seconds on the clock. If he wants to get that bonus money, he'll have to plan it now, but even going out, it is the player at 4 HP that will finish the job and give the Immortals control to start off this map.
Yeah, and the highway player there, I believe it was Lucas getting that kill, just stopped their take right away. Made it very, very slow for SK to really do anything around those vents. They clearly wanted to do a B split. They got Cold to Sunroom very early. They take middle control, but then this nade stops any type of a plant. Really ruins any chance that SK has of winning that round.
And so SK, off of this one now, unfortunately, will have to force into the second one since they were denied of their plant. Fallen's going to buy without armor and getting that extra utility so they can form up some sort of a take here, but the rest are going to go for pistol armor buys. Gold already overextending his reach a little bit there, moves in and is found outside of the smoke by Lucas. The rest of them now just forming up into what is probably going to turn itself into just an A hit. A couple guys, or one player hanging out in Squeaky with the other 3 about to train their way in through A main as well. 2 sit ready for this one, although this could get pushed in upon here, depending on how much impact Bolt is able to have back over there by Quad. This guy on highway will get smoked back out. Henny, thankfully, though, has already found the one that's going to push out towards mid, and they're, again, really hesitant and actually following up with their push, so it's giving more time for players back by truck and whatnot that have the smoke that work in their favor, too, to be able to get up to the site here. So, for the most part, this is going to get denied more than likely. They may not even be able to find the plant. That flash will be good, but they fail to check Quad. Quick trade, thankfully, from Fur, but now Fallen hiding out in the corner. He's going to get hit by a flashbang, and now it is just Fur, who thankfully found that 1 kill, but is going to have quite a bit of trouble doing anything more than this one now. As he waits for the peak, 1 leaps down in front of him, and Henny will indeed finish the job.
Yeah, so very, very easy cleanup there for the Immortals guys. You saw Bolts doesn't overextend a Quad. He kind of makes sure that before he peeks, he has teammates there. He has flashes. Cold gets caught going through that smoke. Not expecting somebody checkers on the other side. But Bolt staying alive there is very, very important. The longer you stay alive at that A site, Blue, just even if you only go 1 for 1, but you delay the take, and as long as you're staying alive and they have to look like towards their right and whatnot and have to worry about somebody in sight, it's not that it makes that person in sight's job that easier as they do a run boost towards B, is that, it looks like it's just going to get cleaned up here with the humps, but it makes it so that everybody else has an actual, way easier time, right? Because people jump on the red bin. Then the guy white track gets an easy kill because that guy jumps on the red bin looking for that sight kill, Maybe the guy highway spams someone through the smoke, et cetera, et cetera.
Taco will be able to sneak in the 1 kill there against Lucas, but directly afterwards, of course, he does get knocked out pretty quickly. So this takes us on to SK's first real big investment here without plants or anything to go behind them. Certainly are not going to see an op investment. It is just the AKs with a fairly standard utility stack here, and yeah, you can see how quickly this round got shut down as they all just get pummeled upon there inside of the team main entryway. But you can see it once again here. They've got smokes and whatnot, but if the if they deploy a lot of this too early here, and the problem is they're not really going to have a whole lot left for the post plan. Immortals are sticking with a lot of their SMGs, but that saves them a boatload of cash. But look at Phelps moving in. He gets aggressive. It's 1-for-1, but Steel's caught trading out guns. He wanted to go for that rifle, and that's where Fur is going to be able to pick up the second kill now for the Tees, and he has another one isolated back over there behind the sandbags, trying to spray into it. Gets even more damage onto his opponent there. Henny now down at 42 HP as a result of this, and unfortunately does not have an additional smoke to allow him to fall back to somewhere like Z right now.
Yeah, and they're just going to wait, and he's going to throw that Molotov as soon as the smoke dissipates, and now he's in real trouble.
Z is going to have no choice but to force out, but we do actually see him getting the kill against Fur. He will take him down with the Molotov, however, still, but that now only leaves one up and standing for the Immortals, and he's going to assume that this is working towards A right now. At the moment, he'll be correct to do so. Only 2 flashbangs actually trying to counter this out. And Taco, however, he'll just go leaping in from Highway. He'll get the kill and shut it down as SK do find their first round on the board.
Yeah, they get their first round, but Immortals, they didn't purchase too much there. They kept a lot of their umps. Phelps just goes right through the mid-smoke. He doesn't even wait for that Z-smoke to pop. And Immortals, how often do we see that, man? The Molotov comes out, the guy runs through the molly and gets the kill. Generally, after you throw a molly like that, it's like a lot of the time it's better to just wait until they go out in the open and then be the peeker just because of how the engine works. But now SK, they slow it down. They do more of a default, 1 towards B. I believe that is Cold. Phelps controlling middle on the red bin. You know, 2 towards A main, 1 going towards the door.
They still have Cold trying to sneak back in, though. However, Fur got a bit more aggressive in trying to, at the very least, cross A main at the very beginning of this round. Fallen is looking for the trade, but keep in mind, he's got the bomb in hand now. If he goes down and someone else gets aggressive enough to try and hold control of it, then that is immediately dropped out here. They'll just decide to smoke in and go for this, but he's already been brought down to 34 HP. Cold waiting out patiently here, but the spray misses completely. Lucas will get that kill against Cold, and now Phelps trying to sneak back in here. Nicely done. Gets him through the box after falling back from his peak. He'll take out FNX. 3 standing for SK. They still have a disadvantage, unfortunately, working against them here, both in terms of health and actual manpower. But all the smokes are being used now from the Immortals. They don't have anything else to back them up on this retake. Great pop flash as it's tossed back out there and allows Taco to peek freely from quad. Fallen's going to get traded out as a result of that one, but they still have to deal with Taco over here. Lucas finding another one, and now it's just Taco. They have to know he's sitting back here in quad somewhere. They're going to know for sure now as Henny finds the upshot and closes it down, and Immortals will trade back the round and should reset SK Gaming here.
Yeah, and Immortals is a very, very strong cash team. They're not going to lose those retakes where they do have the advantage, like you said. They had a big health advantage. Got a little bit scary for them because SK did have pop flashes that they were throwing, and you know, almost killed a couple of those Immortal guys. They had, you know, like 20 health, you know, on 2 of them, and then Henny was full HP. But SK does force buy right now, and this is a very, very important, critical round. If SK loses this, especially without getting the bomb down, economy-wise, is going to be pretty rough for them.
Usual smokes and whatnot being deployed to, at the very least, allow SK to get a bit of a staging ground set up here outside of Team Main. But it does not seem that Lucas is just going to immediately bow down and fall back. He gets aggressive. He moves in, and he's going to be able to grab that first kill. But in the meantime, Cold was able to take up a position in the corner, at which point he'll trade, but gets nothing else as a result of that one. Steal back up on the platform and followed up by a great pop flash, too. He's going to get another 1-for-1 trade. And keep in mind, too, they also got their first kill so far for free. The bomb's down on the site. They can't really fall back and try to change things up. Phelps is still stuck in mid, I do believe, somewhere. Yeah, watching to see if anybody tries to wrap around Fur, which is not happening. They're all just sitting on the other side of the wall. So these last 2 have to try and figure out a way that they can still get up to that site, plant it, and somehow hold on to it. Time is not really the issue. It's just the fact that, again, all of the members of the Immortals are still knocking at the gates. They don't really have a whole lot of utility left to allow them safe passage up to that platform anymore.
Yeah, but they should know that nobody's flanking. So that's only going to give them 2 choke points to really look at. And Fur picking up nades, you know, around with Phelps, they might be able to get the bomb and do something here where they could actually, you know, plant the bomb and play this 2v3. But Immortals playing very, very patiently, making sure they're not getting flanked. They're conceding the plant, essentially, and then are confident enough in their retake to not worry about it, right? And then just make sure you trade. But we'll see. This is a round that SK could definitely win despite having no nades and being down a man.
The plant will roll in, and now we do see, however, FNX has already gotten one of the remaining 2 members of SK. Fur will have to clutch 1v3, commits that spray, has to re-peek it, but he'll get the kill. Now down at 6 HP, and he's being pushed in from both sides. And that's where Henny is going to put it to an end. It is the Immortals now again that take control, going up 5-1 here. Decent damage done at the very least to keep the money low for these CTs, but it is still ultimately them in control of the match right now.
Yeah, they are in control, but that was a very critical bomb plant for them. We see that SK just came out and did a simple B main smoke, you know, tried to trade and take the site together. Fortunately for them, Lucas did, or Steel did a good job getting cold, getting that next kill on Fallen, who was pushing up on the site and getting that bomb down. You know, Fur did a good job trading that and putting them in a position where they could have won that round. I'm not sure how Phelps died there, though, in that 2v3.
Well, for SK here, they do go on to just another half buy. Tech-9s and P250s being deployed with 3-2 split initially. 3 of their players pushing into the B halls with only 2 in A main. The A main play, however, does have the bomb with it at the moment. And we have to see if these guys in the B halls can make any progress. More than likely, as we can see, already one starting to rotate back over. These players in the center will just get called back off and move in with the main push force now, which is still going to be sitting here running the timer down a little bit. There's only so much that can be done on a round like this, so they are getting prepared to push in now and waiting on the side. Well, you've got FNX. Actually, one of them was caught in the open there. They're both going to go down, so it's given them access to the A site, and all of a sudden, they have to try to figure out how they can rotate into this one. And he finding at least one pickup there against Taco to try and even out the numbers a bit more. And regaining the control of mid, but there's still one more that's going to try to mess around with them here. Coldzera sitting inside, and Henny will keep a watchful eye for that one, and immediately, as soon as Cold Peaks takes it down, the guys that are actually pushing back into the A site waste no time whatsoever as well, as it's now just down to 2, and neither has control of the actual site itself. Fallen will push in, he gets one, gets a second, and Phelps, from up on top of the big red box, does stop the rest of the retake from working its way in.
That was insane by Fallen, man. He dinked the last guy, too.
Good stuff from him, and we can see again that initially these 2 CTs, which do seem ready for it, one is caught in the backside there, I think, trying to fall back to the truck position, and their site control is given up early there. It does look like the Immortals, especially with Henny's movement at mid to deny them from being flanked upon on their retake, is going to give them a great passage back into the site. But yeah, then as soon as Fallen gets aggressive there and pushes back against the retake, it all gets shut down. So some great stuff from him, and that saves SK, allowing them to pick up a round, which in all honesty they had no business doing so.
No, that was ridiculous by Fallen. I have no idea how he did that, dude. Like the P250, he did the first 2 kills and dinked the other guy. That was crazy. I hope we can get a replay of that like after this round or something. I want to see that again. But now, because of SK's consistent economical pressure, constantly, you know, just buying Tech-9s and things like that, they didn't even fully invest until that last round. Immortals being a bit undisciplined there, though. Bolts rotated a bit too early. He needed to take contact for FNX while he was at the forklift. Bolts is their anchor. He never wants to leave unless he really sees bomb, you know? If anything and you want to do any movement in your bolts, you generally push forward, you know, in situations like that. As Henny pushes A main, catches Fur off, kills him in the back. Taco at the door, debates whether or not he should open it, but he decides to stay silent, not give away his position, as his teammates are spread across the map, where Fallen takes a mid control, peeking towards middle, you know, in that white box, and with that op, he sees that it's probably clear. Phelps gets out on the boost. That's basically, they know it's clear unless this guy is hiding sandbags, and now Taco just kind of getting any info he can ahead.
There's great timing on that push from Henny, too. It's just as Fur had turned his back to try and retreat. I'm assuming to regroup with the rest of these guys that are now trying to push their way in through the B halls. As now the time's gotten very low, and while SK have essentially made no progress on actually pushing into a site right now, they're going to be relying on very, very minimal amounts of time to actually get them inside of a site. The good news is they're pushing into the site where the one pistol is still being played out here. That's Lucas. He's looking for the player by mini pit, but he can't actually hunt the head just yet. And again, still not actually committing with 10 seconds left. Finally going to jump up, but look at how easily this could get shut down. A 2-for-1 trade, and Steel's going to get the 3rd one now. Taco's completely disconnected from all of this, and he has to sit back, keep himself down, and hope that he doesn't get knocked out, as unfortunately they wait far too long and the Immortals pick one up at the timer.
Yeah, and again, Immortals was very, very disciplined there. They did not overpeak. They did not, you know, overcontest. We're going to see this crazy round by Fallen.
There's the first one, shutting it down, gets the second one up close, and as you mentioned, I think he did, yeah, he did dink that 3rd player there. So some insane accuracy coming out from Fallen, essentially pulls off the 1v3 all on his own, as SK will now drop this round, however, and allow the Immortals to go back into control. But again, because of their victory just 2 rounds ago, they are allowed to force into this one yet again, and they'll try to play it aggressively. However, that Molotov scrambles them quite a bit, as we can see Fur, Coldzera, Phelps all down at between 40 and about 30 HP each here. Taco's the only one that remains unscathed at 100 still, with Immortals 100% knowing that this is going to have to come into here now, as they've dropped the bomb on that initial push too.
Yeah, they dropped the bomb, and all their teammates are weak. They tried to do a quick take. It gets completely disjointed by the Molotovs and the nades that Immortals is throwing, and now, you know, all of them are low. 34, 28, and 17 between them, so not even 100 HP combined, and the bomb's down out in the open. Very, very difficult for them to win this round. If they want to, they're probably going to want to wait out some time, you know, make them have to worry about the flank and then actually take the gun battles. But Fur's working the smokes as Phelps goes towards the middle, takes out Henny there. So they have a chance now as Fur's just being sneaky.
Trying to make sure that there isn't a player hiding out either over here at Toxic, further down Highway, or even in the NBK position so that they can retrieve the bomb, hoping they can pick up some kills. And they're actually going to fight back against this instead of just grabbing the bomb and running now. Phelps again regrouping as well as he is given free reign over mid. Everybody from Immortals had committed here. There was nobody that was watching out for mid. Steel moving in. He'll pick up the 1 kill, but Fur trading out one more before he finally goes down. And now it is Phelps trying to clutch 1v2. Time is getting low, however, so he will have to make a move here sooner or later. He's just going to be shut down basically by Lucas on the site. So a good attempt to make the best of a bad situation. They break it down to 2 players from the Immortals, but still, again, get dropped out there. They lose the bomb within the first couple seconds of their engagement, and that pretty much sends the ship out to harbor for the rest of that round.
No, they were lucky to even get as many kills as they did. It was just kind of a miracle in that sense that it ended up in even just a 2v1. And now SK, you know, if you're Immortals, you really want to win this round clean, but it's a little worrying watching SK play right now on Cash. You know, a lot of their play style that they're playing with is very, very different. They're doing a lot more fakes than you probably normally see, I think, on Cash. A lot of their takes are getting disjointed. Immortals just kind of having their way in any of these 3v3s as well as Phelps hits a 1 on Henny. So they start out well this round. We'll see if they opt for aggression at the other sides of the map.
So as the rest of SK now group up here to take that mid control. And again, for the Immortals here, they're not actually going to be doing a whole lot of resistance in mid itself. They continue to play towards the sites. They have actually rotated Steel back in here now, so he may be able to catch some of this as he's retaking up a position, moving away from the holding position outside of Heaven there. So as the rest of SK, they do decide to start to push in here, this time giving them a little bit more time to play with than some of the previous rounds. Here Steel certainly knows that there's a presence, although I'm not sure if Bolts realizes just how close some of this is over here towards the white box. He'll fall back now. He's been dinked. Fallen's going to get the kill at super long range, and again, they did not account for how close this action was to them back by white box. So they've gotten a massive amount of kills. It's completely cleared out the A bomb site, and all of a sudden they're down to just 1 man left alive. It's Lucas, and he is going to be immediately shut up by Coldzera as SK again sneak it around that they have absolutely no business doing so.
Yeah, and they put Immortals on a save. So that round was so critical for Immortals to win, to you know, get them out of the danger zone when it comes towards, you know, economically speaking, and they lose that round. Now they're at a forced buy, and SK all of a sudden has a lot of money because they saved and they picked up all the guns that they got the kills on. And 2 of the rounds SK has won so far, Blue, have just been off a Tech 9 half armor buy, and then almost a full eco there. They only spent about $2,000 between them all. And those are the 2 rounds they've won so far. So gun rounds have not been, you know, what's really been getting them through this game. But now all of a sudden they're in a great position. If they can win this round, Immortals is probably going to be on an eco. They should be able to make it 7-5 fairly easily. And then we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, and Henny's already been tagged down and pushed, essentially just been pushed out of mid here as well. They will have more aggressive presence to watch out in case they try to transition this in through the vents, but you've got majority of their players still leaning this in towards A, with 1 inside of A main itself and another one in towards Squeaky. I believe that's Fur. The rest of them still hanging on the outskirts of mid, but in a moment this will probably transition, and now we have to hope that the A defenders are prepared for this one. Now, thankfully, this is keeping Bolts in check, but the rifle itself, the big rifle that needs to move over, is going to need to be Lucas, as he's fully committed to the B-bomb site with no signs of exchanging that anytime soon. We have seen Steel start to fall back, though. He is going to rotate a little bit early here, and they're definitely still keeping an eye on vents, just as a sort of alternate route in case the initial A push doesn't go so well. But once more, keeping themselves very quiet, running the timer down to a large degree. Taco has started to mess around with Squeaky a little bit here, but nothing that would really force these players to rotate in. As nonetheless, the Immortals have again placed Ignorance in middle and have decided to leave it open and focus on the bomb sites themselves instead. There may be good reason behind that, however, Steel finds the kill, but once more, the B-bomb site will be left open. It won't stop them, however. They're going to push in regardless here. 1 for 1 as the site play begins. Now 2 for 1 in the favor of the CTs, and Bolts is going to be allowed to go for all 3 of them. They just line right up, and there's no counter reaction to it at all. Cold's left alive with 8 seconds left, and he doesn't control the bomb. Once again, they'll be left up on the site, and there's nothing that the remaining member of SK can do. This one is going to the Immortals by timer.
Yeah, and that was a very, very good read by Immortals. Again, we saw that SK is in a 5v5 scenario. They send Cold B alone. He is able to get the entry from Checkers, but they don't over-rotate out A. They don't at all. They keep 3 there. 1 player went to the white truck to make sure they weren't getting flanked, but then they kept 3 in the A site. The A take came, and they were able to, you know, clean up on them. So that was a really good adjustment by Immortals to say, hey, we have lesser money, we have a lesser buy, we're not advantaged in this round if we just hold. Let's overplay a bomb site. They do, and then let's not over-rotate. So they played it very, very good. Now you see Cold is taking control of B, Sunroom, like he has consistently throughout this game, and he has the lone M4 on their team with 4 AKs. So Immortals right now is going to be a big round as well. They have a lot of utility though. They're probably going to play a much more default type of setup. They just have a 2-1-2. Henny's about to get smoked off, but he does have a scout. So we'll see how he, if he can get like maybe a jump peek right here, which is what he's looking for. And we'll see how they rotate off this mid control.
Again, Henny looking to see if he can spot these guys when they go over the boost itself. Takes the shot, but again, won't be connecting it there. That's not going to work nearly as well as it has in the past. Nonetheless, though, because of the smoke, and again, they don't really put any players over towards Highway to watch out for this, they'll be given free access to this area of the map. In terms of if they're going to commit themselves towards A, however, as they've had a pretty bad track record about it, well, that's yet to be seen, but it does seem as though they're leaning into it again. The bomb is now transitioning into A main. Taco's going to start beginning his push on the outside here as he lines up the smoke so he can freely push in. His teammates will be doing the same thing in a moment. There is still a smoke in A main, so it is holding them back. So again, timer being run down to a somewhat low amount, but it's workable this time at the very least. With 30 seconds left is where I assume is going to be the execute point here. Molotovs again back over there on Highway, stopping these guys from moving back in. You've got the quad player who's supposed to be picking up a massive amount of kills, but actually Bolts just gets immediately knocked out. It's not even going to be just him either. Falling grabs the kill. Now Henny tries to do something, but Phelps and Fur both get up close against him to take him down. Rotations are swift at least, but now there's a smoke covering them back off, and SK through a very slow, gradual process here, I think they pretty much have this one secured. There's no way that Lucas is going to be able to clutch 1v3, even though he's getting aggressive now to move up. That'll be canceled, and he will begin to fall back to save that rifle.
Yeah, and that was actually like a beautiful take by SK. So they take the mid control, they put Z pressure, which means that, you know, there's going to be probably 2 A max, right? In that case, at least. Immortals are kind of leaning B even a little bit. Because as soon as you put that top Highway smoke, you're able to go up Highway. You're able to put pressure Z, so now all of a sudden they have to watch Z. And you kind of just spread out their defense a lot, Blue. And because Immortals didn't push on any side of the map, they just had to kind of, you know, stay at home and be spread out like that. And, you know, SK was able to take complete control because of that. They even were able to smoke out the white truck and do a really nice A-take.
As the rest of SK now again still set up in a bit of a spread out split, but 3 of them pushing themselves over here towards the B bumps. And again, this is a full eco essentially from the Immortals here, but they have some close-up positions booths that'll try and do damage if these guys move quickly into the site. And well, they tried to. Didn't really work out though, and a lot more of the extra aggression that's coming up from the Immortals has already been countered. Henny gets knocked out back over there by the mid garage by Phelps. More of them stuck out in mid here now, waiting actually for their time to move back in through the vents and fully execute into B. 2 more up on the platform still to deal with, but both of them are going to get knocked back out, and that's a clear sight. They're basically just hunting down Bolts. He tries to hide himself out. He's going to run out of ammo, however, on the P250, and he finishes the job on Fur. He'll be at 9 HP, and Cold will arrive just before he can retreat inside of A main as SK pick up another round here. 5-8 will be the scoreline. Still not enough cash, however, I don't really think for Immortals to buy into. They've got to save until that last round.
Yeah, I think worst case scenario, they're still going to have to buy though, just because they'll get enough to be able to buy in this last round if they don't decide to buy here. We'll see what they decide to. They decide to full buy with umps and FAMASs. 4 umps and a FAMAS with a good amount of utility. So they decide for like a 1-3-1 and an A retake, as there's one player around Highway at A who could even go towards middle if they need help. So, but SK that round before, I believe when it was 8-3, when they did that mid take, Blue, was like picture perfect. That's what you want to see, and that's what you want to copy and try to mimic if you're, you know, a team watching this right now, because that was very, very well done. As now they just do a B take, Lucas falls in the checkers area, and now Phelps is probably going to get a rotate kill right here if Steel doesn't catch him off guard, but he does. Phelps dies around that smoke. Cold in the vents though gets counter boosted, I believe, and gets 2 kills over at CT middle. And now in this 2v4, FNX is kind of their last line of defense and last line of hope here at B. He does get in a good position in sight, and this kill is going to be very critical as well with Cold Zero in the vents, who's going to battle out Bolts.
Bolts is trying to sneak his way over here now, but Cold Zero is prepared for it. A nice adjustment onto the headshot there. He actually thinks he's going to approach from that bottom corner first, but he had already jumped himself into the vents, and this will call off the B hit entirely now. SK with a really nice read on the situation. They realize that that site is going to be wide open for the taking over on A, and they just shifted in there, and they keep FNX kind of boxed in if he wants to rotate in the direction of CT spawn. and they will move in to basically just hunt him down. They've already found him. Well, if they didn't before, they certainly have now, and coldzera moves in for the nice little tap away there. He gets a big 4K on this round as SK 8-6. Starting off this half very poorly, but now bringing it back essentially within just about one round if they can pick up this final one here.
Yeah, and I think that SK, you know, really, I don't want to say like got lucky or anything like that, but winning those 2 pistol rounds that they did was so critical for their half. If that didn't happen, they would be in a lot of trouble because Immortals was, you know, the better team on the gun rounds. SK was just kind of able to win that huge pistol round, or not pistol round, but, you know, the half by round and then the almost full save that they won.
They won in like a longer-term economical battle here too, as Immortals never really established a great economy, and with those eco victories, SK were able to get like a huge boost off of that one, and then they broke the Immortals right when they were on the edge of actually being able to build one up. So it constantly kept them under duress, and that's where they really were able to punish them and come back in this half. Now though, again, the guys from the Immortals, one trade, I should say, against Phelps here, but Bolts and Steel both also get dropped, and it's a very similar buy to what we saw just in that last round here, with mainly umps being brought to the table here for the CT side. And again, easy mid control being gained by the members of SK here. Fur, he's going to be sneaking his way up and around to try and get control. He's got it essentially all clear right now, so this is going to call for the rest of them to try and move in through A main, but there's also going to be them under a bit of a timer here too, since Lucas, I think that is wrapping back around through T-spawn, and we'll be able to redeploy into A main to try and stop them as well. One more player in the back quad position there, but Fallen's going to make quick work of him, and now it's just 2 up and remaining here for the CTs to try and make this a bit more of a stronger lead for them as they close out the half. The nade goes in again, fairly minimal damage, I think, in the long run of things. And while that flank is on the way, they are giving SK a whole lot of time to get into post-plant positions to prepare for the eventuality of a retake coming in on this flank. And they'll even shut the door in Lucas's face, too. So if he tries to open this, may be able to pick up 1 kill, but it actually won't even be the case. coldzera will get both of those remaining players, and SK will indeed bring it back up to 7. Guys, that is going to close out the first half here between these 2 legendary Brazilian squads. The second half is coming up here in just a little bit, so be sure to stick around for more right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
All right, welcome back again here, guys. Now we're in our second and final set of the evening. First map of it still, however, once again, between our 2 out of 3 now, actually, Brazilian squads. It's the Immortals versus SK, the 2 new rosters now that they have swapped players. SK arguably getting the still better, a bit of the bunch there with that trade, but so far in this one, at least at the beginning, we saw the players from the Immortals starting off strong, but then lost a bit of their steam due to some economical troubles, and now SK sits squarely just knocking at their gates with an 8-7 scoreline.
Yeah, but sometimes this map could be very, very T-sided, especially if you are able to get that mid-control like SK did towards that end of the half, and you're able to just split like highway. Just having one guy highway putting down pressure makes it very, very difficult on the CTs. So Immortals is in a good spot. I mean, 8-7 is good. It's just that they could have been in such a better spot. They could have been an 11-4 or like a 12-3 if they just didn't lose that one round where they just had a deagle and a few P250s.
Well, guys, it is time to immediately now jump into that second half. The Immortals, like we mentioned before, still have a bit of a lead and possibly have their chance to retain their lead and maybe grow it up a bit more. But SK also on the CT side, and they're not going to waste any time getting aggressive here. Bolts is immediately shut down, and that's the bomb as well. They won't actually stay inside to challenge it, however. They will just be happy with that drop player and will promptly now fall back and play very passively after finding that kill.
Yeah, they do. They opt to just fall back and not try to like hold the bomb or anything. And I think that is a smart decision. They make it 4v5. They make it really difficult on Immortals too, because 2 of their players have nades, right? So any type of aim punching, they're going to be able to body shot those guys. We'll see. They opt to kind of leave A alone a little bit, right? They just have the guy at fence, and generally speaking, you usually don't have one guy door and then like split up in any type of a 4v5, but that is what they're doing right now. As FNX is looking for an entry over here, we might see like a smoke spawn and a Molotov headshot from Steel. But Lucas and FNX are definitely going to try to entry.
For, again, finding the first kill there, and Cold shutting down another one. And Cold not even needing to peek back out. Phelps was able to help from his position at the tree room, and that's essentially a flawless pistol round from SK. Immortals don't even get close to finding any impact there, let alone planting the bomb to at least give them some extra cash.
Yeah, and just a beautiful entry frag by Phelp here. This is not something you generally see and are generally ready for on any type of a pistol round. It's very, very unexpected for you to push straight into that mid garage. And Phelp is going to go towards middle. I think that might be, is that 3 towards A that are going to push right away?
Well, we will see in a moment here now, as they are going to, at the very least, the CTs, this is flash inside to try and take control here. The rest of the Immortals, though, do hold back a bit. You can see it as FNX that goes peeking. Well, that's a bit of a mistake, as now he's down to 40 HP and even sticks around, too. 2 more will take his place, but Ferd, the accuracy on point now as he takes down Lucas. 2 more now moving back in through A main. They really want to fight for control of this one, and I think Ferd knows it, so he's holding the up-close angle, waiting for the peek to pop flash, but that one's going to miss. However, he's still spraying massive damage in, and he gets the double there. Steel and Bolts both go down. The last one alive is Henny, and once more, no kills at all against SK. They clean up shop against the force-up from the Immortals.
Yeah, and Fur with an ace there, and you see what they wanted to do. They didn't want them to execute into anything, right? They wanted to do any type of door pop flash, anything like that. So they just take the fight to him quick. I think Phelp probably went middle, and he could throw his nades and easily go back B there really early if it is any type of a B take, and Colt can kind of just spot it out. So they just want to, you know, make sure they can't execute on anything. It looks like they're going to do pretty much the same thing here.
Again, flashing back in. This time there's quite a few more players, but that's not going to matter. It's 2 now that push it from the CT side, and it's not even just on A either. Coldzera moving up from the B-bomb site. He takes down Steel. All that's left alive is Henny inside of Squeaky there, and he's just going to roll right out and see if he can grab at least one of them. Won't be the case. Fur will immediately take it down, and that is a flawless start from SK. I don't think they lose a single player in all 3 of those rounds.
Nope. So they're able to keep their 4 umps, keep their M4. And now all of a sudden, you know, we saw this from Immortals where SK was able to win this round, but they did enough economic damage that they were able to put SK on a save the last half and winning the round afterwards. So SK is probably going to want to do one of the same things. You know, even if they don't win the round, it's not the end of the world. They just want to do enough economic damage to win the following round and set them into a double eco.
Just playing into the default here in the early portions of it for the Immortals here, and not even being aggressive about this at all, not even wanting to adventure into A main and whatnot. And they're restrained to a very large degree, not wanting to play anything out here at all. They'll counter boost Phelps inside of the vents there, out towards mid. Watch out in case they move in for control from this position, but it's yet to be seen. Actually, a lot of the Immortals still favoring themselves a B-Halls push right now, but a lot of the smokes and whatnot, and you're still looking at 3 Molotovs for the members of SK as well here, as the Immortals aren't doing really anything aggressive whatsoever. They're not trying to force out any of the utility from the CTs. They're not trying to toss in any of their own bits to try and force SK to use their smokes, their Molotovs, or anything like that. So when the push does eventually come, they will be prepared for this and will be allowed to use a lot of theirs. But that's a good opener in terms of the Molotov power, because look at this Phelps. He doesn't even know where he can go. Nowhere is safe, so he's actually going to lose himself. But there's no follow-up on this just yet. There's no noise being made over here towards the B-bomb site, and nobody's certainly trying to push their way through the actual halls themselves. It all still remains held back, as now most of them are going to fall back away from those B halls and regroup outside of A main.
That was sick. Literally, if you're in the vents, there's nothing you can do. They mullied the vents, underneath checkers, and the back of checkers. So you either have to go towards middle and get on the roof, where they could definitely have a player waiting for you, or you have to just go into a Molotov and take, like, well, we saw there, 100 damage.
So off of that, now they just switched up to an A hit. It does seem, though, that SK, again, was not faltered by any of that. They just adjust properly, although they waste one of their Molotovs that's tossed back in there. Now they are going to push their way back in, however, but the T's, unfortunately, stuck behind a lot of these smokes and whatnot, and they don't feel confident enough to push back into them just yet. Fallen, finding one. Fur with the second up on top. FNX gets one, but he's going to be quickly traded back out. 2 remain here, and Fur shutting them down, diving into the smoke to keep himself alive. And with the tag team play, Taco rolls out and finishes the job. SK will go 11-8 now, despite losing an initial player in that round.
Wow. The discipline by SK there to not only not over-rotate, you know, like maybe that's just really good comms by Cold, I don't know, but also to, if you saw, they just kept like all their nades. They kept their nades at A, so they're able to just counter-smoke quad, and Immortals just let the time go so deep when they decided to hit the site that they had no answer to that quad smoke.
And this will put them right back down onto another, essentially it's a deco round with the exception of Henny here. Everybody buying up deagles and little bits of utility here and there. Phelps already knocking out bolts, so making it a bit easier for these guys to try and shut down things pretty quickly. However, the Immortals themselves want to play a bit more aggressively, it seems. The cross smoke already being deployed here. Fur winning back by NBK, but there's the Molotov that is going to stop him from moving out anytime soon. And Fur, well, patiently waits and gets the double kill. Henny and Lucas both roll out right into that AK spray. Fur is even going to get himself a third frag here. Taco chimes in for the final one. It's a pretty quick shutdown as the Immortals now really struggling to get their feet on the ground on this T side.
Yeah, and you know, now SK has so much money. I mean, they could do a double op next round if they need to or anything like that. They have full Molotovs, double flashes on almost everybody. And look at how they buy Blue. You see, Fur's the only one with a nade, and he's generally playing towards A, so a lot of time you'll see him nade behind that box, but everybody else pretty much just has flashbangs, right? Because Cash is a very rotate-heavy map, and we're probably going to see Fur, we'll see if he does throw that nade. No, so he's going to nade over boost or middle, which is really common as well. But everybody else has flashbangs because it's such a rotate-heavy map. If you're rotating to B, you can throw flashes over heaven. Anytime you're rotating to A, if you flash front sight, your A player can get a lot of kills by peeking with it. So Cold pushing B, taking the position with him, and Bolts has a perfect position to kill him, though.
Nicely aligned there, so it gives them a little bit of room to work with now. Only one more player is going to be positioned on the B bomb site, and that is Phelps. Beyond this, it is fully committed over towards A, where I think they actually just potentially boosted a guy up on a Shroud spot as well. Yeah, that's going to be Taco placing himself up there. Fallen, though, finding his first mark back over at mid. Does not choose to stick around. Instead, falls back, basically waiting for an A hit to come in because of that one, but then quickly looping back over here towards that position as FNX drops himself back inside of the vent drop position. And while Henny, he's going to be allowed to pick up the kill into Phelps. So there you go. There's the open bomb set. Again, they just firebomb the site itself, hoping to see if they can get 1 or 2 of these guys out in the open. That won't work as there's no one there. But now Fallen looking for the cross. I don't think he's actually going to be rewarded with anyone here. Steel's still just going to place himself on top of the generator and patiently wait from there. And FNX took the other spot, so he was not able to spot him from there. And this now appears as though it's being called into a save here. SK will not choose to attempt this, and they are just going to let the Immortals pick up a 9th.
Yeah, but they're going to try to get exits here. There's no reason they shouldn't. They have a ton of money. Fallen's going to post up here. They're going to try to kill anybody coming through the B main or the vents. And they should. If they could just get a bunch of kills here, you know, win the next round, they're going to guarantee themselves, you know, a save afterwards and really be in the driver's seat. So Taco positions himself outside of T-spawn, has great positioning.
Taco's going to get taken down this time. Fur, however, is able to sneak back in, finding now another one. More of them continue to get knocked out. At the very least, Bolts finally responding to take down Fur. It's actually only Fallen that saves at the end of the day, but as we mentioned before, and you can see it on the scoreboard, they have boatloads of money, so the lost players are not going to be a huge deal just yet.
Yeah, and it's been really tough for Immortals to get rounds. I think when it was like 7-2 or something like that, they've lost, you know, 12 out of the last 14 rounds or something like that, Blue. So they're finally able to you know, get back into it a bit and you know, put a stop to that. But this round is very, very important. If they lose this one, SK is going to, you know, they're probably going to take this one. So Immortals needs to win a couple rounds in a row here. As Cole just pushes B and kills Bolts. So that's I mean, Bolts kills him, right? And then Cole just comes right back and pushes again and just, you know, gets the kill.
So off of that one again, the Immortals now down a man. They have Phelps prepared to make a counter boost maneuver here too, and oh, the timing on this one works out perfectly. So that Phelps actually moves up on top of the A main shed. just as they go inside of it. So he's now prepared to drop back down and completely mess them up with the flank. And here it comes. They're both lined up. Gets the one. Actually has to bail out on the second one, but is able to re-peek in. That's the bomb gone down. It's just Henny. 1v5. What's he going to do? He still has the bomb, but he's trapped. He can't even safely retreat now, as there's a player waiting on the outside. At the very least, he busts open the cage and could try to run to the other bomb site, but still, what hope does he have with 0 damage being done? And he doesn't even have any great intel in terms of where the remaining 4 players are positioned at. They were able to push one and Squeaky in the meantime, and another one here is still going to be on the A sites, waiting for him as he takes this oh so cautiously, just trying to hope he can hit some shots. Yeah, nice one actually against Fur, hopping into a position, executes Fur, and at the very least that has opened up the bomb site, but you still, again, do have to worry about this guy sitting at the back of the Squeaky hallway. He's even, yeah, this is, again, Fallen, who's even gone all the way to the backside just to watch out here and prevent this, but no, he spots the rifle, and that is going to allow Henny to get another kill. Thankfully, though, before this goes any further, coldzera will move in and shut down Henny. But still, considering the position he had been put in, it's still great that he is able to get those 3 kills.
Oh yeah, that was very, very impressive. I don't know how he knew Fallen was in the door. Maybe the guy that Fallen killed saw it on death cam or something like that. But big push by coldzera to just make it 4v5 instantly at the start of that round. Just taking control, taking the round into his own hands. As soon as that happens and you're a team like SK, SK is probably one of the best teams in the world, if not the best team in the world, Blue, at winning any type of 4v5 where they have the 5 on T side and on C2.
So the first pause now being called out here. First, we didn't actually see one of the previous half too, just to mention that despite SK being down as much as they were, they just continued to play out the half. And well, now we are going to see one being called by the members of the Immortals here, as they are starting to fall behind, and it's getting to a point where it's almost too much to try to begin to turn back around here, as they hold a very large advantage in this half after, you know, starting off so poorly here, finally rounding the comeback and then immediately taking that comeback and pushing it into a huge lead in the second half. They really only have 1 or 2 more gun rounds here, and then they'll be knocked out on this map.
Yeah, and this is a cool new, this is new for this season, Blue.
Yeah,
I like it.
Nice new graphic.
I like it. I like the DAR, you know. I like seeing that.
It's so weird to call it DAR.
115. Why?
I know players always call it that.
Yeah, we always call it DAR.
Yeah, no casters ever call it that.
Huh.
We would just say ADR.
Yeah, I don't know why we say DAR. Maybe it's
why is it called DAR?
I mean, DAR is just damage around.
I guess it used to be. It would have been.
Maybe it used to be DAR.
Yeah.
Maybe that's
I think
why.
like in older versions.
Yeah, maybe. Well, I mean, DAR came from ESEA. Like ESEA is really the one that made that. It was, so maybe it was just called DAR before that with ESEA, but yeah. So they are going live 13-9. Immortals does decide to buy here. And this is a rough buy, Blue. I mean, you got an AK as your lone rifle, then you got a Tech 9 Deagle, P250, and an Not many nades to work with either, so this is very, very difficult to win this round. They're going to put it on to FNX. He's going to get boosted along with Henny, and they're going to try to make something happen in middle here. But it's a tough task ahead of them right now.
And they also have 2 players on Highway. There's no one in Z defending this one, but they have 2 guys that, in theory, could swing out from Highway and try to put a stop to this one, where even if one goes down, you have a second one prepared for this. The initial flashbang, though, it does connect on a Fallen, so it's going to give them the room that they need to try and push their way back out. Now the smoke into Z, again, at this point, essentially useless, as no one is even considering that wrap-up. But they'll start actually to fall back. They're not expecting this heavy of a push, I don't believe. But now Fallen, he just has to prepare for this one. Takes 20 damage from the HE grenade, and again, they're wrapping up one player at least over there towards the vents. Fallen sees this though, taps away onto Henny, and that is going to be Lucas going down here as well. FNX does the return damage onto Fallen to bring him down to 12 HP, but the important note out of this exchange that the bomb went down on mid. They don't really feel secure to retrieve right now. Taco takes up the position as FNX tries to move back in, and the entire hit has gone down with no trades to show for it. Bolts is the last man standing. He'll attempt to retreat out here towards middle to retrieve the bomb itself, but coldzera is just going to chime right back in with the op to shut down Bolts, and SK go up to 14-9, and with that force just happening, well, the Immortals are going to be completely broken. There's no way they can justify that force yet again.
Yeah, and Fallen just waits and waits and waits and waits, and his teammates throw the perfect flash for him to finally peek. I mean, that was like really, really, really good discipline by him. They waited for the absolute perfect timing on him to actually swing wide on that highway box after knowing that they are out middle.
And as mentioned previously here, the Immortals, well, they don't have anything at all to work for, so I imagine they're just going to try to go for some sort of fast play into one of these sites. Hopefully they can overwhelm it and try to get them a plant for some extra money to try and round 6 rounds straight here, but prospects aren't looking so good, although for using that whole clip, that will give them the signal they need to push out onto the site. Well, It is going to be Fur, Fallen, and Fallen, and Fallen again. That picks up the 3K towards the end of it there. Taco loses his life, but with essentially everybody on SK being over $10,000, once more, they can bide right through that as they have a huge bank that can just eat up these deaths right now.
Yep, and now they decide to go for a double op setup, so 2 ops working aggressively against AKs with very limited utility. Going to be tough for the Immortal guys to stop anything here. They throw a quick Z smoke, so we'll see if they get boosted up. Fallen immediately going to highway and looking towards the boost though. Just double scopes, no respect for anybody coming out of the smoke. Does not mind it. Catches FNX as he tries to jump spot on the white truck. Beautiful shot by Fallen, and man, does he hit some crazy shots, Blue.
So goodbye FNX. If we get a peek over here at the mid garage, it could be goodbye to yet another player from the Immortals here, although that doesn't appear as if it's happening. He's just trying to spot and see if anybody else gets too aggressive for their own good. Beyond this, the Immortals sitting back again. They've got some time to kind of wait this out and think about how they want to play it. But with a double op setup, essentially nowhere on the map is going to be completely safe, especially with the amount of utility that SK are going to have to chain together here as well. And once more, like we mentioned a couple rounds back too, the Immortals aren't really doing anything super aggressive, so they're not able to really force out any of this utility early from SK. They're going to be able to save it till the last moment when the actual deployment is coming into whichever site they choose to go towards. And basically, they'll have everything in the world to hold them back. Mid pressure coming in now. Fallen was given the jump spot there, so he was able to spot it early on, but Steel and Henny both move in, and they get 2 very important kills. Fallen and Phelps both go down, and they're going to crunch this. So they've been able to turn this round back on a Teal. Cold, though, looking. The jump across. He misses that one, but jumps up on top of the box. Gets another one. Repeaks into 2 players, though. A 2v3 is what this will turn into, but look at how heavily Bolts and Henny. He's down at 43 and 2 HP. Fur's here at the ready, but Taco's going to take a while to rotate in. However, it does appear that Fur, he's a bit impatient. He's not going to wait for his teammate. At least it seemed like that for a minute. He does decide better of it, though, and falls back. As Bolts is given with that smoke the potential to cross over. And right now, no one is actually actively watching for this push back in. It seems as though the attention is over here on the vent spot, but with Fur going down, Taco's chances have just dropped off dramatically. And it does seem that the Immortals, at the very least, are going to be able to live another day. Taco, however, will not be falling back to save with this kind of a bank. He is going to sit here, hope he can catch some of these guys exiting out through the B halls and do as much damage as possible, as their money is still in the trash right now.
Yeah, unable to get Lucas there. Was smart positioning by him, just not able to really hit the shot. Didn't take his time enough, in my opinion, there. But yeah, this shot by Fallen was just sick, man. Like, poor FNX, right?
Goodbye.
Cold, I want to see the smoke that he threw. That smoke that he threw, I wonder if it's a one-way if you go a little bit more to the right than what he went. Definitely could be. We saw that was definitely a set smoke by him, so that was pretty cool to see. Curious to see what exactly that looks like. Maybe maybe after this, we'll have to go check Blue. But it looks like they're gonna do a boost onto the boxes a day, so they'll have the high ground. Taco gets up there, and do you remember a while ago as Cold just pushes B again and gets Bolts? So he's been getting the better end of that battle, throughout this half a couple times, and it's just shut off any B pressure. Bolts is just he's not getting anything done in or around there, and he's shutting off any pressure for that area, and allows their teammates a lot more comfortability everywhere else.
And much like many rounds in the past, it's the same very passive opener from the Immortals too. Bolts hanging out, but as you mentioned, getting shut down on the aggressive play from Cold, so they've cleared out any B pressure. The Immortals are basically just waiting on the timer, not even really trying to poke into these sites and again, use any of that CT utility. Fallen finding one over here. That's FNX going down, although Henny is able to trade onto the player behind sandbags. Fallen in the meantime is long gone, falling back to the A site now to prepare for a hit in through highway, but they're actually smart about the way that they're going to approach this now. The vent's being burned out, so they do have to wait a couple of extra seconds, but I definitely think they're moving into the play here instead. Oh, maybe not. Hold on. They made a last-minute judgment call that they were stacked outside of it, and now they're looking towards highway instead. The smoke is here. Fallen gets aggressive. He gets one kill out there, but Henny immediately trades it. And now up from the Shroud spot, Taco would try to put an end to this. He's got to be quiet at first, but no, they spot him. The site's been opened up, and again, the Immortals, they do manage to find the path which they can win the round. It's not done yet, though. It goes down to a 2v2. Fur and Cold both have to move back in for the retake, but they're being very aggressive on the Immortals side. Henny specifically pushed all the way up to the truck angle. Is he actually going to expect this coming in from highway? Well, he doesn't even need to, as Lucas gets the instant headshot on the Fur, and now you're just looking at Cold Zera with a 1v2, and basically very little golf. He still doesn't know where Henny's playing from, so even if he can catch Lucas in a peek from quad and take him down here, he still has to worry about Henny directly behind him right now. He is being let onto the site, though. And Henny has not even turned once yet to try and check for this one. Time's low. He doesn't have a whole lot left to work with here. He'll be able to catch Lucas in the cross, but there is not enough time to actually go in and defuse that bomb. So he tries to run away, but Henny is there for the trade on that one. So no save at all for SK.
Yeah, no save, and the problem is when you start making a stand like at this part of the round as Fallen kills FNX trying to just crawl through middle there, and you make it this late, it's like even when you do this, like SK just gets so many buy rounds in a row, you know, it's like you have to beat them in like 5 straight gun rounds, and it's so difficult. And by the time you actually get them in the save, they get money bonus and have like 3,400 each round, you know, so it's just such an uphill battle. But we saw that boost in A, and one thing that you'll see that teams have started, stop doing is before they would do the run boost from the A site, but now everybody knows, like, if you just hear that noise, there's a good chance they're there, so people kind of stop that and they go back to the old school way of doing it.
We have Lucas, again, positioned back here to watch specifically for that counter boost right now, which potentially is going to be deployed by Phelps. This all comes down to a matter of timing, and he spotted it, so he knows it's there. And Phelps, while with that peek, is just going to immediately fall back and give up upon it, as he knows he's been spotted, and they are expecting this type of a play. Still slow, though, still very restrained from the Immortals, as they want to run that timer in a little bit before they do go for their deployment. Still being safe about the potential for the counter boost to be redeployed as they molly off the top side, and now they're going to move up themselves to take up a position here. Bolts as well, waiting for Cold Zera, but this time he decided not to push his way back out. He's just going to be hanging out in the site, and while waiting for whichever site the Immortals do decide to push back into here.
Yeah, and look at how much utility, though, the SK guys have. Like, the clock's winding down. There's only 40 seconds left, so whatever they do, you're going to have to do it fast. And they have so many Molotovs on the SK side.
The Immortals side is using the last of theirs now, but Cold actually in an aggressive position again. This time caught out. They've gotten used to this. Bolts finally starting to learn a little bit here. He moves in and takes down Cold. The rest are going to flood into the site, but again, they've left themselves very little time. They've got to immediately find the impact kills here. Taco chiming back in to try to prevent them from getting access to the site platform itself. Bolts also trying to take out the players by Troom, but they can't do that. Nonetheless, though, Fur holds back a little bit, but then tosses in the nade and drops the bomb for a second time. He'll chime back in. Steel finding another kill, but they no longer have enough time, so it's going to run down to the timer, and they can't kill Taco properly, so SK will close it down, and off of that, they are going to be able to take this one 16-11 as the final map score here on Cash.
Yeah, and that was another round that we saw SK won because Immortals took too much time. We saw at the very first gun round when they kept their umps, and they just kept their utility. And they just said, hey, we're just going to keep all our utility, and then finally when you make a move with 30 seconds left, we're going to throw it all. And what are you going to do if you're Immortals, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. So guys, there's a lot more to discuss with that match, of course, than we had with some of our previous games. Xenus, let's take it over to our analysis. Death, Stunna, and Bach. Let's break down map number 1.
Bach, right away, a much quicker matchup there between, or excuse me, a much better matchup between Immortals.
That wasn't quick at all.
No, nothing quick about that.
Nothing quick
about that. A much better matchup between Immortals and SK. Let's get some initial thoughts from you on this.
I mean, it went kind of how we expected. You know, I thought maybe Immortals would win 16-12. So I was close to the score, but I had it backwards. It was actually 16-11 for SK. You know, we were going off the unknown. How much was that roster change going to affect the likes of Immortals? Obviously, SK came out swinging, and, you know, Phelps looked pretty good at points. There was a couple rounds where he was pivotal in SK taking it.
Well, let's talk about taking the fight to the enemy, and let's talk about Fallen's P250 kills here in round 7. Walk us through it, Bach.
So this is very early on when this happens. You know, at this point, Immortals looked like they were going to run away with this one. They had SK in a really awkward spot. They kept breaking their money. So it was an eco coming out from SK. It seems like it should be easy. But right off the bat, Phelps and Fur come out swinging with the Tech 9. They get the site completely secured, and it's a 5-on-3 with rifles being handed over to SK. And now they can set up with what little utility they've gathered up and just hold off for the post plant. Immortals still does a pretty decent job of going for the retake here. Henny patient as ever with that AWP in mid. Phelps boosting up over top. Fur dies like right off the bat, right in the middle of the site. So it looks like it could be the round going the way of Immortals, but then Fallen comes out of nowhere. I mean, that's 3 quick headshots. The third obviously is not fatal, just delivers enough damage that his teammate can finish him off. But great work from Fallen. Just falling back on that angle, constantly forcing them to walk right into his crosshair.
Now, of course, those kills going to him, and they're able to string together, put together that round. But let's talk a little bit now about Fur's actions here in this game. I mean, he had a heavy role in this.
Yeah, so Fur finished with like 26 kills and like 109 ADR. Like unreal statistics from Fur. At one point he was at like 126. He was averaging like 1.25 FPR. Just unreal from Fur. But in general, you know, just great performance across the board from SK.
Okay, we've got round 11 with Bolts coming out with a 3K here. Talk to us about this.
So this was at a point where SK started to bring it back. So Immortals was starting to run out of steam after going up with an insane scoreline, and now their money has basically been exhausted because of those ecos. So the first kill is actually Steel up on top of the red box in A site with the Deagle. SK starts working towards the site, and it's a bit of a miscommunication here, because this guy peeks from quad and Fallen sees him, but Bolts is able to kill 3 people without anyone really turning back. The only person who ever even sort of engaged him was Fallen, and at that point SK fell into a trap that we saw Immortals fall into in the second half. Just ran out of time. You know, Cold Zero was left alone. There was only about 10 seconds left on the clock.
Now, how many times in this matchup alone, and I believe on both sides, did we see the clock become just a force against either team?
I feel like it was more of a problem for Immortals than it was for SK. Like constant slow takes, trying to read the map. They consistently found themselves executing with like 20 seconds left. And at that point, like Daze was touching upon it. SK was holding on to a lot of their utility so that when that last minute take came in, they were doing everything to try and slow it down. So it basically just becomes a brawl on the site. And if the bomb gets dropped, the round goes the way of SK.
Okay, coming up now is an ace here by Fur, actually, believe it or not.
Correct.
The man I said was putting in all that ADR. We've got an ace here in round 17. Let's walk us through this one.
Yeah, so at this point, that lead that Immortals had built up was lost, and they're coming in off the pistol round loss. They force up, hoping to make something happen. Fur gets aggressive with a pop flash. Him and Fallen are in A main. Fallen falls off, but Fur decides to stick around, so he gets that first kill, and he's still here. It looks like he might die. Nice shooting to take down Lucas, and now the push starts coming in. He goes for the reload right around the corner, debates throwing the nade. Now he just holds this angle for a bit, and he waits, and then the pop flash comes in. It actually doesn't blind these players. It looks like he might die, and then he just lines them up in the end, and then at range with the UMP, whips out the pistol, and steals Fallen's kill to grab the ace.
And is just able to essentially just put it away. We're going to take a look now at Fur's stats here for this game, and I mean, honestly, what he was able to put together, definitely, I think, part of the backbone of the team there.
Yeah, and he's always been that player. Like, you know, when you look at the early half of 2016, Fur's statistics were, you know, a driving force for SK. And their first season in Pro League, I think he like finished the season with an average of 1.01 FPR across an entire season. So that means every round he's consistently getting 1 kill, which sounds like nothing, but when you look at the other players that were up towards the top, it was like 0.8 was the closest one.
Now, okay, so this is the first matchup we've seen with either of these new rosters. How are you feeling about either side of the fence here?
I still feel like SK came out on top. I feel like the swap favors them big time. There were a couple of big plays from Phelps. They boosted him over mid. At one point, he gets a 3K on A main. He seemed to plug into the roster really well. There was not really any clunkiness. Sometimes you make a roster change and things don't really work out. Initially, it's kind of rough. Didn't seem that way at all. He just kind of fits right in. Whereas FNX, I mean, he had a couple of rough rounds. That one round where he's jump peeking off the white truck over mid and Fallen. It's almost like he knew he was going to do that.
Yeah, I mean, the short end of the stick by far. I mean, he was just, you could see that it was kind of anticipated.
Yeah, so I think in general, SK looked stronger after the roster change. I think that Phelps is the better player between both FNX and him. So I think SK gained a lot from picking up Phelps and bringing him into the roster.
Well, another player we can talk about right now, a player known as Keanu Reeves. In the movie John Wick 2, which you can go see this Thursday at your local movie theater. If you haven't seen the first one, I suggest watching it first and then going to watch John Wick 2. But when we come back, we will be heading into Kabul here between SK and Immortals. So keep it tuned in.
John Wick. You're not very good at retiring.
I'm working on it. Welcome to Rome.
It's been a long time, Mr. Wick.
Yeah.
John Wick Chapter 2.
You got a crack in your windshield.
Let me know when it's fixed.
They'll be ready Christmas 2030.
Rated R. Starts February 10th.
I can't understand people watching somebody play a computer game.
It's still not a sport.
It shouldn't be on a sports network.
But I don't know if athlete is the right word.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
You are ready. Ready to win.
Fantastic flashback. They line up. Big spraying them down. He decimates Sembo Storm. Second bot, and they line up again. Cold. 3, nearly 4. He gets it in the end.
There has to be quick from phase. They have no kids, but Boris in a lovely position.
That was sick. Failed to the challenge. One quick kill and the nade. All of phases.
All right, and we're back here on the last map of opening day of ESL Pro League Season 5. Quite the matchup we just had in front of us. Before that, Cloud9 and Rush, not as an exhilarating matchup. But
let's be nice.
It is what it is, right?
They did well on Cobble.
But it is what it is.
Yeah.
So moving forward, we're going to go into Cobble yet again between SK and Immortals. And right off the top, I mean, are we anticipating a good fight here?
Absolutely. I thought that Cash was going to go Immortals' way. I still think that they could take a map and this could be it. I mean, it's a very close matchup between these two teams.
Okay, well, standing by to give us more information on that, well, Mr. Stromboli, take it away.
Coach Stromberg here, wearing a tracksuit, and I'm here to analyze SK on their T side of Cobble. Now, one thing to take a note of SK Gaming is that they love to take it really slow, especially on a map like Cobble where there's small choke points into a big area. You run into problems of running into Molotovs, running into flashes and nades when you don't want to. So this is why SK, they love to go slow, they love to bait utility, and so it's their game. It's what they want to do, and I think it's awesome. As you see out in the round, they're doing a 4-1 platform with Fur kind of in the top of drop area, waiting to pounce on anyone in that area. As Taco is holding for angles, they're baiting Molotovs, they're checking spots. At this point in the game, the time is running low. And as you can see, VP has 0 utility compared to SK's Molotov, smoke, flash, and nades. And this enables Taco to have an easy pop flash over the wall, easy entries with no Molotovs, no nades on top of him. And this is pretty much SK's game plan to where they wear you down. They're a long-term team. It's not just this round. It's like their strats are throughout the whole game to where they're slowing it down. They're going to make you annoyed. And I love watching this team, and I hope they do well. That's a little biased. I'm sorry. But it's okay. Learn from them. Back to you, Stunna. Maybe you can, too.
There's most definitely something to learn from not only SK or Immortals, but to learn from you as well, Mr. Stromberg. So I personally appreciate you. Before we throw it over,
tracksuits, you could learn all
definitely learn about that mob tracksuit life. Before I throw it over to the commentators, give me a quick prediction here on Cobble.
I think it's SK's map. As much as I said Immortals could take it, I'm going to go 16-9. SK over Immortals.
Fair enough, 16-9, you're calling it. We'll see if that becomes true, but standing by are our commentators, Blue and Days. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much again, Stunna. Yeah, we're getting ready to jump into it. This is our last map of the evening now. Once more, it is going to be SK versus the Immortals, and this time we go in the reverse direction of the Cloud9 set. We started off with Cobble there, and we went to Cash, and now we're starting with Cash, and we're heading to Cobble for the last map. So your thoughts, just before we jump into the pistol round here?
Well, both teams are pretty exceptionally well, good on Cobble. Immortals kind of made their initial stance on Cobble and really surprised a lot of teams on this map a long time ago. SK has always performed very, very well on this map. This is one of those maps, though, that is really... There's no team that just wins every single Cobble game they played. Like, we saw SK when they just had that crazy train run. It's a lot more difficult to do on a map like Cobble. A lot of upsets happen on Cobble and things like that. I think this is going to be anybody's game. I think Immortals, if they could definitely beat SK on this map. But, getting live and getting into it, we see Fallen gets a smoke double flash. And it looks like they're doing something towards B very, very quickly.
Leading up to it anyway, with a lot of their players actually just forming outside of a drop, despite them only having a little bit of utility to actually throw into the bomb site or even in towards drop. Taka's going to take a leap, and well, Lucas immediately shuts down one. He will be quickly traded back out. In the meantime, while they're struggling to get anywhere outside of drop here, beyond past like the tree boost up position, we can see Steel's holding his ground, but they're slowly getting knocked out here, the members of the Immortals. Now it's down to just 2, Henny and FNX, and now just FNX. There's just a bit of a surprise waiting for Henny outside in the window position. For Will find the headshot there onto FNX to close things down, and it's SK take control of the pistol here.
Jesus, man. Fur with a huge 4K. I mean, once he got that USB, it was just over. I don't even think he lost a single point of health. 3 quick one-taps, so pretty crazy round by them. They literally just had Fallen and Taco both kind of go out B. Taco literally jumped out, took a bunch of damage, but it didn't really matter because they had 3 follow-up towards drop, take control. Cold going towards that window side, holding off rotates. FNX gets a mag 7 here, and Immortals does opt to buy. Henny always just gets like enough for him to still have an op on that 4th round, though.
Well, we can see SK again leading up to just the same type of execute more than likely here. Phelps obviously just waiting on the backside of the A-long position. The Immortals try to push out from that one and counter out these guys in the flank. But Steel now hanging behind the big box here, waiting for the push to come out from his direction. We'll see if he can tap onto it, but he does, swing just a tad too wide, and Taco is immediately going to take advantage upon that one. Steel goes down. The drop players are waiting just a couple of seconds here to let these Molotovs expire. There's one waiting around the corner here, but oh, Lucas, he'll get hit completely by a flashbang. Brought down the 19 HP, but it doesn't even matter. He's able to get that kill against Fur regardless. Cole now suddenly holding back here, as it's brought down to a 4v4, letting the Broken Wall players bust out first before he decides to really jump in, if they're even going to commit to this now as they get that kill. But things are a bit hesitant on moving beyond this now. Thankfully, players like Lucas have now been dinked. They're down at 19 HP, very, very low here, and it's going to be very easy to knock them out, even if they do play it, like a headshot position and whatnot. Taco just slowly swinging it around, and they've even rotated back over towards A. That was a big mistake, though, as now they've got free reign over this entire bomb site. They're going to be able to plant it and get into post plants too, where in theory things should be very easy to close out upon this if the Immortals even attempt to retake, that is.
Yeah, and Evan X was just close along A with really good max 7 spot. Didn't really move from his spot because, I mean, even if he does rotate, right, he has to block his USB, so it's like just a pretty terrible spot to rotate from. But if they do come towards your spot, a lot of time you can multi-frag. But SK takes that B site. That was a pretty crazy kill by Lucas there, man. He was like full blind, but he was still like aiming.
Yeah.
And just gets the headshot.
He was still able to control it to like the headshot angle, and then he just kind of had to scan left to right to get the kill.
Nuts.
So he gets it there, and now it's just FNX, I do believe, sitting over here at the edge of A long, trying to see if he can grab anybody that goes hunting him down. If he saves that gun for the next round, of course, it's going to be great. He can position it once more either out here towards A long again or in towards drop, because most of his teammates aren't even going to buy it. In fact, all of them probably won't invest beyond like a flashbang or a PT50 going into this third round. So he'll save it, and they'll have a little bit of extra firepower going into this one. It does appear as though it's a pause. I highly doubt it's of tactical nature, so hopefully things will get resolved pretty quickly, as it's more than likely is a technical pause.
Yeah, very, very early pause if it's tactical. I doubt it, like you said. Most likely something technical as they do go into this third round. FNX does have that mag 7, so that could be very, very dangerous. And we'll see, you know, SK, a lot of the time, strategically speaking, sometimes like on their anti-ecos, Boo, they'll just hit one site every single time, right? And then on their gun rounds, they'll just hit the other site every single time. So we'll see what type of strategy they employ. You know, DeBears during the telecast was talking about how a lot of the time SK Boy is very, very slow on Cobble, and I agree with that in general, but a lot of the time they just play like this very bursty flash, or, you know, flash heavy, you know, very fast strategy as well. So we'll see what type of, you know, game plan they kind of go into this with. I think it's always interesting to see what they do strategically speaking, because I think they are one of the smarter teams in this game.
It is from the point that actually gets brought up a lot when casters are casting, specifically just really any Brazilian team on Cobblestone, though, is the fact that just on their T sides, while they do play very smart about things, they do play to a pretty limited playbook. They don't really try to do anything super crazy for the most part. They keep it very basic and just stick to these usual executes here. While very one-sided, or while very one-dimensional in a certain way, it still ends up working out for them a lot of times just due to the pure brute force and their entry power that ends up coming in, especially on these two big rosters like these ones here.
Yeah, and I think you can get away with that on a map like Cobble, because sometimes it can be very T-sided. Having said that, we've seen Cobble consistently, you know, teams have been just having better and better CT sides on it, just throughout, you know, this past, I would say, like 6 months or so. I would say like 6 to 8 months ago or something like that, or just a few months ago even, Cobble felt a lot more T-sided, and now it's becoming more and more CT-sided, I think. When people, you know, you watch a team like Virtus Pro, when they take long B control, they kind of smoke in the middle and in the back of it and molly, and then, you know, just take control that way. And there's a lot of different ways that you can actually get picks and things like that. So slowly, I think CTs are learning how to hold it better and better and better, and it's become a much more balanced map, where before, a lot of the time, you know, when they made these changes to Cobble, it was very, very T-sided. But now, you know, it's a lot more even, and sometimes we even see CT dominant halves.
Yeah, and I think as well, when we talk a little bit more just about Cobble in general here, a lot of the CTs have gotten better about, I think, weighing out the aggression here and being able to move in and actually figure out what the Ts are doing. It's oftentimes the hardest part, simply because of the fact that the Ts are given really so much of the map to control by default, and they really don't have to work too hard to get at the edge of a site. Really, the only areas that they would struggle is like mid-connector, A-long, if a CT is playing aggressively there. And if CTs are able to weigh that aggression and properly figure out where the hit's coming into, they're able to very quickly rotate into that and then properly try and shut things down.
Oh, as we are on camera. Blue, what is that pin you got on there? It says Bravo?
Yeah, it's the Series 2 pin.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, you know the regular pins, right? They came out with like a year and a half ago? No, it was like at the end of 2014 that they started doing pins at the major. You know about the major pins, right?
I do not.
Yeah, this is one of them. Well, this isn't like the major pin. This is the one that like players and casters get, but.
So it's like the things you have in game?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Next year,
There's like I have this in game too.
Ah, wow.
Interesting. You just get like a package and you open it and there's like a random pin inside.
I see.
I have like 15 of them.
You just you took everyone else's.
No. Dude, there's like people.
Similar to Prius.
So the last like 3 majors, right? They always like limited them. Like you could only buy like 2 or 3, but I think they've started to like make more and more of them, and they started selling them like online too. So they like stopped limiting them, and recently at the major, everybody thought it was going to be limited, but it wasn't. So there were literally people buying like 50 to 100 of these things because they just resell them online, like the better ones that they get. Because there's like rarities. It's like unboxing.
I know. I mean, you love things when they're rare. I see you've been trying to buy Yeezys. You have the app and everything. He has 2 different phones.
2 different phones?
Yeah, 2 different phones on the apps, trying to get all of them, all the Yeezys, right, Blue?
Just Stunner showed me the app. We're just taking a try at it. Well, we do have a pistol round replay here.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, we do. So let's take a look at that real quick.
Oh, a replay. I thought you said they were going to go in the server.
No. Just a replay on the video.
Yeah, there we go. Hopefully we could see how Fur got all these frags, man. He comes down, drop, trades, and then picks up that USB and just does work after that.
Yeah, and again, it was a slow, gradual process here. Initially, it seemed like the guys from the Immortals were holding control, but as you mentioned, Coldzera had that killer angle too, and he just gets absolutely destroyed. And then immediately after that, again, yeah, everything just goes in the way of SK, and they take pretty easy control of that.
Yeah, so Fur, big 4K.
Yeah.
You know what else is funny, Boo?
What?
I found out, one of our observers, DJ, he brings a backpack, right?
Yeah.
And for those of you guys that don't know, ESL, the studio, they have like all this stuff, like drinks and everything out there, and we could just go get them, chips, and he loves Uncrustables. And when everyone's leaving, I always like peek back in the door real quick, and he's there with his backpack just like at the end, just scooping everything in. It's crazy, man.
I was at Esports Arena this weekend.
You live with him, so you probably eat half that food.
Yeah, he's staying in our apartment right now.
Yeah.
I went to Esports Arena last weekend, and they have like a freezer upstairs with like snacks and stuff in it. And I opened it, and there was like they have like a whole shelf of Uncrustables. So I went downstairs and I told DJ because he was there too, just hanging out, and he was like, "I need you to take me up there right now."
Yeah, he loves those.
I'm pretty sure that those Uncrustables are just missing from that freezer now. Still has to check in a little bit.
Took like 60 of them. So do we know what the issue is?
It was like 3 boxes.
Do we know what the issue is?
So we do know what the issue is. SK at the moment are restarting their internet, so that is what caused the delay. Obviously, at this point, a technical issue. So as soon as they resolve that and get all 5 of their players back in, things should resume as scheduled. And yeah, they're not going to reset the match or anything like that. Just going to be played as is.
So just a little bit of match medic to probably get in there and have to, because you still have like armor and all the nades and stuff. You're not going to be able to pick that up, so they have to match medic it. So might be a minute. We'll see. We'll see. Delay is always part of CS, Blue.
Okay, guys, so while we do resolve the issues, we're going to give you guys a sneak preview of, again, the upcoming movie, John Wick. You can see it in theaters this Friday, and as soon as we do have those game issues resolved, we'll be coming right back with a continuation here between SK and the Immortals. Map number 2, once again, the inaugural night here of ESL Pro League Season 5.
You wanted me back. I'm back.
How exciting.
Yeah.
You have no idea what's coming.
Somebody, please!
Get this man a gun.
John Wick, Chapter 2, rated R, February 10th.
All right, guys, and we are back. I think we're working on getting those issues fixed still, so it should be another minute or so. But we're making progress, of course, and resuming this game. Again, it's our last game of the night, so we want to make it a good one. So we're just holding you to that, delaying things as usual.
Yeah. So Blue, you know how like, I wonder what the ratio of like during a Counter-Strike tournament is, right?
Yeah.
So you know in football, right? They always go and they're like, oh, the Super Bowl, it only had 19 minutes of actual gameplay, right? Essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Football's awesome. But anyways, did you even watch the Super Bowl?
No,
Blue?
dude.
Are you serious, man?
I think I was at Hibachi when it was going on. I wanted to eat.
But anyways, in Counter-Strike during a tournament, I wonder what the ratio of like gameplay is to you know, like downtime.
Does that include like analysis desk segments between the games?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah. All of that.
I'd say it's obviously better
Like
than football.
50-50? It's probably about 50-50.
I'd say like, yeah, you're probably right. Maybe like 60-40.
Yeah, something like that. It's
Yeah.
pretty, you know,
Depends
split,
on the
though.
tournament, right? Because like the E-League major are like really short like analysis desks.
Mhm.
So like they had a lot more gameplay and a lot less analysis stuff. But then there's other tournaments that do really long analysis desk segments and really short, well, not short gameplay, but you know, then they go to the gameplay and whatnot. So then it gets a bit skewed. It kind of depends on the tournament.
Why would you not watch the Super Bowl though, Blue?
I don't know. I didn't
I don't
really
get it.
There was like no one to watch it with.
Who'd you go to eat with?
What?
Who'd you go to eat with?
Like DJ and Bach?
Why didn't you watch with them?
I don't have TV. Actually, no, I do. I don't have like regular cable TV though.
You guys are crazy, man.
But I don't have like normal channels. I only have like cable channels.
How do you not have normal?
It's like one of those like internet streaming TV services.
Oh, I see. So you could watch the game, but you'd have to have your headset on, and nobody else would have sound.
Yeah.
Because you don't have speakers.
Yeah. Wouldn't have worked. I just
That's
would have
pretty
turned the
selfish.
headset up really, really loud.
Yeah.
And it would have worked.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't watch it. I don't think I watched a single game.
Do you know who was playing in the Super Bowl?
It was yeah, I know it was Falcons and Patriots.
Who was the quarterback on the Falcons?
I don't know.
No?
No. I know the Patriots is Tom Brady, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I know that at least. I don't watch football, dude. I don't have an interest in it.
All right, Blue. All right.
It's just, you know, I just watch Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's about it.
Speaking of Counter-Strike.
Got up at 6 a.m. to do the European IEM qualifiers 3 days ago, though.
Really?
Yeah. And then I had to wake DJ up. That was fun. Well, we're going back into the game here now, guys. 2-0 with SK being still in the lead. Sorry, DJ. Yeah. That was you had fun though. You got to come in and observe later when we did the NA game. Somehow we did that like with a one computer like normal stream setup. We had him observe while I was casting.
Well, we are going live, Blue. So if you could stop talking about yourself for a second.
And now the Immortals, again here on their full save round. They still have that shotgun, keep that in mind, so we can maybe see some impact coming in with that, but well, maybe not, as it's been pretty much destroyed. They tried to keep that shotgun back over there at A-Long, and again, nothing was thrown in its direction here. Everyone else except for that shotgun player is now dead, and he's going to die pretty quickly too, as Phelps even wraps around at this time to prevent him from retreating. 3-0 is a quick start for SK, but now, of course, we get into the first gun round.
Yeah, first gun round, they have to rebuy that shotgun. Henny's on it, and Fur is feeling it, so we'll see, man. After that pistol round, he gets 3 of those MAC-10 kills, already at 7 on the scoreboard. 3 zeros, you know, only 3 kills to Immortals' name right now. And SK coming into this first gun round, not many deaths. Looks like they're doing something towards B pretty quick. Taco gonna just jump down drop.
And they're going to move in pretty quickly here. Lucas tries to hold on to it, actually, but no, Taco destroys him. They're rushing into this. However, there is a lot of resistance now coming out for the Immortal side. 3 fast kills, a 4th one from FNX. It's down to Coldzera now, but he's only got 27 HP and basically 0 control. The flashbang that's tossed out actually went for the CTs, does some damage, but oh, the sudden flick out there from FNX is going to shut down Coldzera before he can find that kill.
Yeah, almost able to get that 3rd one. That would have been a really big one, actually, Blue, because that 3rd kill, you know, would have just made it more difficult for them to buy if they win this following round. But great job by Immortals to hold off this rush, especially after Lucas dies and drop right there. And, you know, SK's initial, you know, strategy right there to burst out, works out a drop, but they can't get anything going in upper B. Now they opt towards more of an A strategy. It's a 1-4 right away, or a 4-1. Henny towards that long A. Still has that mag 7. This is, again, it's a very powerful position when you can play close like this.
He's rolling out there. Again, minimal damage really done. Phelps down at 86, but that's nothing to scoff at. As the rest of the SK players, most of them I should say, with the exception of really one, I think that being Taco at this point, is going to be playing outside of the A-long, but Henny's got a whole lot of utility to hold them back. And again, he's got that shotgun to deploy here. So if they all just try to funnel back in, he could do some great, massive damage, even flashbanging it as well. Unfortunately, he has to do double duty, so he misses the push, and this is a long-range shot, so he's not going to connect it. He's immediately taken down by Fur. That opens up the gates, but, I mean, he saw that huge push. He definitely knows the power that's on its way from A-long right now, but no one is going to bite on the rotation just yet, and there's a good reason behind it, too, as SK, well, they're all falling back from A-long since they were spotted, and they are going to take this into the B site instead. Two players waiting for this type of a push on the Immortals side and drop. While having Steel, the player with a Deagle, actually watch out for the broken wall push. He spotted that. And again, not calling for bolts to reinforce this just yet, but they will move FNX further onto the outside area to watch this. As they apply a Molotov there too, just try and hold this back for a few more seconds.
Yeah, and this is what makes it so difficult, though. They push back A and get a kill, and just splits the defense so much, as now they're taking drop control and splitting B.
Immediately, though, Steel getting a nice wand dig. He tries to go for one more, but is taken out by Fallen. Now, FNX hugging the statue. I think they know he's there. He's the only one on this site, and playing from that statue position, nowhere will be safe. So it is a relatively clean take. It takes them a minute to find the kills, but they do actually move in while losing a pretty minimal amount of their own player base. Bolt's was to be the only one left alive, but he was stuck over there playing at A. It's not really plausible for him, so he is going to have to fall back and allow SK to take control of the round.
Yeah, and I want people to notice there when you're watching FNX point of view is how difficult did Fallen make it for him to win that round. For FNX to pull something, crazy. Fallen makes sure that doesn't happen because after he gets that kill on Steel, he just jiggle peeks. FNX has no shot on him. The only way that FNX can win the round is if he just does something crazy and Fallen peeks all the way. But instead, Fallen just kept jiggle peeking, finds out where he is, and lets his 3 teammates that came down drop kill him.
And now Bolt's trying to retreat here. He actually is going to get flanked out in a moment. He gets the 1 kill, but then is taken down by Phelps at the very end of that one. So no save at all, and it's not really looking like the money was in too great of a position either. Look at the replay going. Again, still got that 1 shot. Really struggling to get that second one on to Fallen. And as you mentioned before, it was a real pain for the last player that was still remaining on that site. So money, again, just a little bit too light here for the Immortals to justify buying into this one. They are just going to upgrade pistols and whatnot. Henny has enough cash to, at the very least, go for the shotgun once again. But beyond that, that's really all we're going to see is that P250 and Deagle sitting on bolts.
Yeah, and they seem to avoid this long A on all these anti-ecos. They seem to like to go towards drop on them. Just taking control this way. They just Molotov. They sit up top. Throw some flashbangs. Fur's just a beast around there, so... Phelps smoking off danger, taking a little bit of A control. And again, Henny's pushed up long A, but he's kind of having to worry about danger and whatnot.
Fur just trying to hang out inside of the drop room position once again here, spraying into it again. Limited amount of ammo, so eventually he's going to run out and he'll be encroached upon by players from the other side. But it's enough pressure to at the very least hold SK back once again, as they still have to play this slowly. Finally, a mistake will be made by a member of the Immortals, though. As Taco moves in, takes down Lucas. Cold actually found from the outside there, but a swift turnaround will lead to trades. As now you're just looking at Steel and Henny. Steel has upgraded himself to an AK, but there's a counterflank coming on him from Fur in about 2 or 3 seconds here. And the shotgun position, well, that's being played very far away once again over at A-long, and SK have pretty much secured this round already.
Yeah, and again, I mean, this is what, the 3rd or 4th round now that, the player's just long A with a shotgun, saving it. So nothing getting, accomplished over there with the shotty. You'd think they'd maybe put it towards drop, but they haven't. They keep thinking, they're going to switch it up on these ecos. Instead, though, SK jumps out to a quick 5-1 lead here. We'll see if Henny can, get on the scoreboard with a kill, though.
And again, they all fall back here. It doesn't actually look like anybody is going to actively hunt him down at this point in time, although that may be changing now as most are actually retreating through the site connector itself instead of back in through the B halls. He'll move in and maybe he can pop out from that corner and surprise 1 or 2 of these guys. Sitting at 0-4 currently, if the scoreboard is to be believed, but it doesn't look like he'll meet any combat this time around either.
Yeah, and so far SK out to a big lead. Opposite from what we saw in Cash. Immortals started out very, very strong on Cash before SK won a couple of those eco round buys.
Yeah, so we're into another investment here for the Immortals, but now, all right, well, now we have 2 shotguns in the mix this time, as both FNX and Lucas are going to be playing with them. Henny actually waits back over here by the mid-connector if SK follow through with a push inside of there, and if they fail to smoke out the outer portion of this one, well, maybe he could find some impact there, but again, it's really only initially that they try to fire some shots down inside. The rest of them are going to, again, fall back into the B halls here, where they apply pressure, eventually, again, towards drop. And potentially out over to the broken wall too. Coldzera actually doesn't even seem to want to wait until the smoke expires. He's boosted up on top of it right now, trying to see. This is so smart if he can get Lucas to fully peek inside. But unfortunately, he shall not. He'll stay on the outskirts of it, and they won't be obliged with that peek, and that boost will not be rewarded as much as they would have liked. Molotov's now going in, though, trying to flush out players that would have been hiding close up to the wall, and again, there's nothing there. Lucas still just sitting on the outskirts of this one, but the pop flash, again, leads to nothing, as all remains quiet. No players spot each other here. And SK have yet to actually move in. They have plenty of time to do this. They were hoping that someone would mess up here first, but it's actually going to be FNX that moves directly in and finds the kill against Taco. And, well, now the drop room exit has turned into a sort of a trap here, as the shotgun's there, but they're able to spring outside of it for finding Lucas. And because they tried to wrap the shotgun around to the other side, well, now it's been left open here. And FNX doesn't know which way really to look about this one. SK, they found a path into the site. Again, smoke's blocking them off that they'll boost themselves up on top of. Can Cold actually see Lucas, though? I think he may have seen him jumping outside of the smoke here, and indeed, the drop-down headshot onto FNX takes him down this time around. Steel trading out one more kill from the stairway here. They know where he's positioned from now, and they can adjust as Fallen. He picks up the trade kill. They're down to just 2, but they've done massive damage to the 3 remaining players from SK. In fact, one of them is going to go down right now. Fur trying to be sneaky. They only have 8 seconds left. They need to move in and get these kills right now. Fur finding one of them in the corner, swinging out wide, trying to look for the player with the up, but no, and they don't even have enough time to play anymore. Henny's just going to duck behind the rock. The timer will expire, and Cold's not going to be able to do anything about this. He'll take down Henny, but it's of little consequence as the Immortals have picked up the round.
Yeah, they won the round, but they have no money, Blue. I mean, they're buying from Mosses. They might have another couple shotguns, you know, to their name, but they just have no op or anything like that. So they're in a really tough position right now. But this was so sick by SK. Please tell me that was their own smoke. That was so awesome, man. They were able to see all of the stairs in the box after they take drop control, boosting up like that. That was awesome.
They did that earlier on in the round 2 to actually check on top of the smoke that was covering the drop room itself.
Yeah, they did.
They tried to see if Lucas was going to peek inside, if they could take him down there. Then it would have given them earlier access, but it ended up working out later in the round, as we saw in the replay. Now, though, SK a little bit more forward with their approach, especially outside here towards the broken wall itself. Taco moving in. Flashbangs are good, but they fail to account for this corner spot. FNX going big here. 2 kills for him. Trades roll back out and steal. He's already been spotted in that cubby. So unfortunately, while he tries to pop flash, he's not able to do anything. And again, it's Henny outside at A-long, found with a shotgun that really can't do anything except try to post up for an exit, as SK is going to tear through this round and more than likely pick up a 6th.
Yeah, and that's the real problem when you have like Mag 7s, is that anytime you're holding your spot and you're just, you know, holding an easy angle to hold with it, it's great. But as soon as you have to go on the rotate with it, as soon as you have to run around the map, it's just so bad, Blue. Like, it's so hard to retake either A or B with a shotgun. It's almost impossible, to be honest. So he just posts up, tries to get exits. Maybe he can get a gun down or something like that. But at the end of the day, Immortals, you know, they won that round, but they had all 5 die after they won that round. And now, what's going to happen? You know, they're going to be on an eco. It's going to be 6-2, and they have no money.
Yeah, Henny again shaving this shotgun, but the save of the shotgun itself is not really going to mean anything at all, considering how much it's basically become useless in the past, 2 to 3 times that it has been carried into the next one here. SK in the meantime are going to be given some time on this full save, more than likely from the Immortals, to build up their own bank. They're already sitting at 9.5k, 5.9k, 7.2k on the various players that they have in this one. Fur even knows it's going to be an eco here, so he just rolls with the Mac 10 again. And, well, for the CTs, odds are not looking good. They've been able to put up a couple of fights on the sites, but have not found the consistency to be able to keep these rounds going. And again, decent damage done to Fur, but he wastes no time going in for drop control here. Phelps going to do something similar, but no! Take it down through the doorway here. Fall will look to challenge things as well. He grabs the 1 kill, fails to account for the second player, has not accounted for him as he just falls back, and now he's cornered. FNX, he's going to move outside with his new AK, pick up a kill against Fallen. This goes 3v2. Massive damage being done when this was essentially just a full save with the exception of that shotgun.
Yeah, and Fur's on the lurk, but they pretty much just had USBs, and somehow they put it into a situation where they might be able to win the round. It's going to be very difficult just due to having no kit. SK having, 2 smokes on Taco and Cold, and also, let's be real, Cold is alive in a post-plant scenario. So it looks like Immortals will probably just try to save. They do find Fur and get that kill. I'd be surprised if they go for it here. I mean, they're probably content. Yeah, it looks like they will be content with just saving these 2 AKs. But at the end of the day, they're going to have, pretty much $3,000 on everybody. I think one of them has like 4,900. So I anticipate a buy here in this upcoming round, but only due to the fact that they did get these 2 AKs. But I do think they'll buy in this upcoming round.
Taco, in the meantime, actually does move out in the direction of these two, so if he can try to drop them down, that could prevent the buy from the Immortals heading into the next one. But it doesn't actually look like he's going to proceed beyond the wall here and into the A-bomb site, so that gets killed. And again, with the money now that the Immortals should have to work with, they certainly can justify a force buy since they carry the 2 AKs, and those that have the AKs can just drop rifles for the teammates. But no, maybe not, actually. They're not going to commit to this one fully. They want to save up for a full gun round where everybody can invest on their own regard, so they just upgrade the pistols instead. Deagle for bolts, P250 for steel, and Lucas is going to go 5.7, but he does also bring a kit to the table. Players with AKs will invest into a little bit of utility and also giving themselves armor, of course. But now we have to see if they can actually do any damage and, more importantly, position these AKs in the correct spots to be able to impact here. We already have aggression coming out at A along. The flashbang goes in. A little bit messed up at first, I think, as someone gets dinked, and it might have been due to some team damage. Phelps is down at 10 HP now. Bolts, he's going to wait patiently here up on the parapets to see if he can find any of them moving in. Waiting in this little roost here. Nobody's decided to check it yet, so he remains alive. He's already missed the opportunity, though, on 2 of his opponents that have snuck through into suicide. There's still 1 more to go, and again, waiting, playing a very dangerous game, relying on the fact that nobody has checked this yet. But waiting all around him are swarming amounts of the members of SK. They eventually, though, do back out. And it does not look like they're actually going to reapply that pressure. So he has sort of missed his chance to find the impact that he would have liked, with the rest of SK now moving over towards a B hit instead.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing, Bolts, man. And now he's probably going to die to Phelps.
Drops in the missed shot, so he should get this kill. Hold on, maybe not. Phelps is trying to run away. He'll toss in the smoke, but Bolts is able to edge out his shoulder, I think, right at the very end of that one. So he gets the op at least, but yeah, potentially 2 or 3 more kills that he could have gotten if he had just committed to that before. But the timing on this leap in, almost allows for Lucas to pick up some more. Does about half the HP off of both Taco and Fur, however. So that's still decent damage. And now, waiting in the transition room, you're going to have Lucas, but I actually think they may take this in the other direction. We wait to see. Nope, they leap outside instead. A 1-for-1 as they do this. And Henny tries to swing out, but it seems he got the intel too late. Fur takes him down immediately. The op from Bolts is not going to be able to impact. And no, as I say that, no, he finds 1 more. The time very low, too. They commit themselves to the plant inside of here. They're not going to be able to stop that, and Bolts with an important missed shot allows for Fallen to get that kill against Bolts. They had Steel working in on this flank and really could have shut this down if the Opera had stayed alive, but now the odds are essentially impossible. He'll roll in, immediately get headshot by Coldzera, and it just becomes yet another round for SK.
Yeah, 2-8, but they don't fully invest in that round blue, so they are going to be able to buy here. They did a lot of economic damage to SK, but still, I mean, SK still has a lot of money. I'm surprised they didn't opt to buy fully in this last round. But yeah, Bolts kind of just squandered that opportunity. Blue, he definitely had a chance to, make it 4v5 early, maybe even make it 3v5. And instead, he kind of bails him out a bit by being too patient.
So now with the rest of SK, again, pretty much is going actually for the same type of opener. There is no support this time. That when I got around, they took a huge gambit on doing essentially a 4-man stack on B. So if SK continue to push forward through those A-halls and they don't find anything and, just decide to even move right through onto the bomb site, then it's going to be pretty easy pickings. The only one resisting it, I think, is Lucas back by the door, although there is change-ups coming to it now. So maybe they're going to be able to stop this off a little bit better. Apologies, it's not Lucas, it is Henny that sits back there. Numbers are just a little bit small on my screen, so sometimes they get mixed up a bit. After moving in and getting control of A-long, however, SK actually don't resolve to push directly through. The majority of them have fallen back to the outer courtyard. And they're going to head into those B halls again, where Taco just holds his standard position and hasn't really been fed anything from the Immortals to suggest that there is heavy presence, but of course they're playing it up. There'll be one guy sitting back over there by the stairs awaits for this type of a push. And if they go for it again, well, there's a heavy amount of players here, but there's also now 2 fully committed to A, and 2 more are still sitting from the T side on A-long as well.
Yeah, and Steel has the info that nobody's beat so far, long B, and with that info, he could tell people to, lean towards A a little bit. They do have 2A, but nobody's really watching drop room too heavily towards A, and it is going to be an A split.
They'll pinch inside from the drop room here. The B players won't be able to do anything about it as they have been smoked up. But Henny dipping right in, goes for 1, tries to get the second there, but leaping into his face is going to be Taco to take him back down. Coldzera also finding FNX, but not before Bolts is able to pick up a kill, and he's still alive, but only at 10 HP. Fallen just rolls in with a Tech 9, and Steel's already in the process of saving, but they're not going to get that plant inside. Oh no, they just get it. Excuse me.
Wow,
Animation.
Blue. That must have been down to the absolute millisecond. That was crazy.
The animation is actually a little bit off from when you switch over to that player, so it scared us a bit there, but SK still managed to get it, and then the last member of the Immortals rolls back in there and peeks it. So SK, again, running things down to the wire in terms of these plants. But they still managed to get it, and with that, they still do manage to keep their lead going as well, as they had a 4v1 going at the very end there.
Yeah, and now, again, Immortals on a save. It feels like they just have had no gun rounds, Blue, right? Seems like every single time they're just echoing and echoing and echoing constantly.
Well, we have SK again just sitting at the gates of B, running down the timer right now. Phelps, however, is investigating downstairs here inside of the mid connector, and FNX, he waits, tries to go for the cross, takes some damage, only half, but oh, the repeat, hold on, he's gonna go for this, and that's easy pickings for Phelps at that range. They take him right out of the play. They're gonna smoke out Phelps over here, back by the window position, and slowly start to creep in as they now move once more in for B control here on the eco. The track record for the Immortals hasn't been great, but at the very least they'll stem the tides there. Now Steel trying to push his way up, but can't find anything with that Deagle. He goes down, Bolts is knocked out, Fur finds 2 from inside of that drop room. Again down to 1 for IMT here, as Henny will have to do what he can.
Just not going to let that happen, Blue. I mean, Fur is having just a monster game right now. We got to check out his stats. 19 and 7, just going down drop room, consistently getting 3Ks, that 4K on that pistol round, coming up big in so many of these rounds for SK.
Yeah, just knocking these guys out very quickly here. But again, another investment will come out for the guys on the Immortals here. Op for Henny, not really going to be trying to work with the double up setup or anything like that. They certainly have had the money to do so, I imagine, for some time, with their losing bonus continuing to stack up. But SK actually just was really falling into a pattern here. Their B-takes have continued to work despite the repetition that they have fallen into with doing them. So they're going to continue pushing for them. This time I think they're actually going to completely shy away from drop pressure, though. It might just be a 5-man push outside on a broken wall here. And Henny, the Molotov forces him out, but he misses a player by the box. And FNX completely blind, cannot do anything there. So Fur is going to knock him out. Fur moves in to chase even more of them. Henny now getting knocked out. Lucas is waiting for that drop pressure, but as mentioned previously, they pretty much shied away from it. Although a good adjustment from him allows for the taking down of Cold. This will go 4v3. They haven't actually gone for the plant just yet, but they're going to do that right now. And Phelps waits for a very, very late deployment as he did fall back from the initial group up and eventually can move in towards drop when I imagine the guys on the site act as a bit more of a distraction here. He spots one peeking out. There's Fallen as he grabs that kill. Now Phelps is leaving back in. The flashbang taking effect. Again, good adjustment from Lucas to get the kill onto Phelps, but still, now Taco, along with an already dinked Lucas, or very heavily lit Lucas, he's going to have no trouble at all dispatching those last 2 players and getting yet another one here for SK as we approach the last 2 rounds of the half.
Yeah, so 2 to 11, and it just seems like this is how Cobble goes a lot of the time, Blue. You know, just teams go out to these huge leads, but a lot of the time they can't be replicated by the other team. We saw Virtus Pro. I mean, I know it was a different side, right, on Cobble, but they came back from, what was it, 13-2? Mm-hmm. So it's definitely possible. I don't think anybody should count Immortals out right now. They could definitely come back from this, you know, if they just get on a roll. We've seen them do it before in matches. I think when they played against Liquid, you know, for the qualifier, Blue, how many did they win in a row? What was it, like, out of 32 rounds, they won like 30 of them.
What was this for, last weekend? Or?
I think so, for the qualifier.
For IEM, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was, they were pretty much just shutting down Liquid in a lot of situations, but we did almost see that comeback happen, and I think one of them ended like 16-14. This one, though, goes very heavily in the way of SK Gaming, as again they shut down the Immortals here. 12-2, and now we go on to a 15th. It is still going to be essentially a full investment for the guys on the Immortals. They get full utility, again, the opposite check for Henny, but they've been doing a really poor job of stopping this on the CT side, so we have to hope they can chain together one more, as if not, just with that pistol round victory, assuming they do not get upset in a second round force-up from the Immortals' T side, then SK would be on a good path to very quickly still close down this map.
Yeah, Henny's just been having a rough one. Lucas has been having a rough one in drop as well. Just really not much going well for this Immortal side right now as Taco lurks out long B. He's going to catch one on the side here, but isn't able to get that kill onto Steel. And now Phelps making his way towards A. We'll see if he can do anything. Walking up middle. They don't know he's here. He just, you know, I think he knows somebody rotated out there from heaven.
And the Immortals are already starting to half rotate into this one too. You can see the B positions are actually falling back further towards drop right now to defend against that one. Phelps, a bit dangerous running out there against the APC as he's almost spotted by a player sitting up on top of the shed. He transitions to the balcony, takes up a spot here, but now there's rotates coming back in, and Lucas is going to immediately take him down. Fallen, still looking for a pick, but there's no one revealing their positions from the guys on the Immortals over there on the A-bombs right now. They're playing super passively. That are just watching out for ramp pressure instead. Fallen may finally get himself a chance if he swings out here. There's a guy sitting up on top of the shed, and there's one. Two of them are lit, and he can switch over to the Tech 9 to manage those. Gets that one, gets another peek in the doorway. Fallen's going off huge right now, but he's still alone. He's going to have to ace this if he wants to clutch it. Timing is not really an issue. 40 seconds on the clock. That's plenty of time to play with, but with that missed shot, Steel is going to roll in and finish off the rounds. The Immortals chain together one more there at the very end, but they are certainly fighting from behind with a score line of 3-12 now. They have to round a massive comeback if they want to try and go 1-for-1 for the evening. Guys, we'll be coming back in just a moment with the second half.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, while our first map here between the Immortals and SK was very competitive, the second one is seeming to go in a completely different direction with an initial half scoreline of 12-3. The Immortals are certainly having to fight from the back of the pack. We have seen comebacks, however, on this map with its somewhat T-sided nature, and we're going to have to see if they can round that one at all. With this type of a scoreline, though, if SK is able to start off strong, then they will immediately still have a very easy path to taking control of this one and being able to go 2-0 for the evening. Dazed, what are we going to see here now in the second half for the Immortals to try and round that comeback?
Well, I mean, the way you usually get off to really big halves in CSGO is exactly what SK did, right? Whenever they lost a round, SK, they just got like 4 or 5 kills in that round, and then the following round they would win it. They put them back to the eco. So, I mean, really, Immortals just has to do the same. Even though it's 12-3, if they could win the pistol and they could do the same thing on that 4th round, and all of a sudden they have, you know, 7 or 8 rounds and it's 13-8, it's all of a sudden not that big of a deal if you just win 2 important rounds, Blue. So it's one of the cases of that.
Well, the Immortals actually going to proceed pretty quickly over here towards the B-bomb site, and the defenses are weak on the site itself, but pay in mind the flanks that are already halfway through the B halls, and well, it's not looking so strong on the push itself anymore. Keep in mind the fact that they're not even watching out for this, and this could get bad really quickly. They also even rotated the A player into this one, although he's not going to be able to help out initially. Fallen, he gets destroyed. The flank is now coming in, though. Cold Zero immediately gets 2 kills onto this one. Fur hiding out inside of the transition drop room gets 1, and then is looking for one more. Out of ammo, going for the knife, the right click, and Bolts takes the duel, but Fur is still going to get the kill there. So SK again control things at the beginning of the half, continuing to go up at 13-3.
25 frags this man has, Blue, and 4 of them came on T-Pistol and 3 of them just came on CD Pistol with a knife. Fur is just playing out of his mind right now, and Immortals is just getting crushed, man. But, you know, at the end of the day, when those halves do happen, Blue, and it's 12-3, it usually is like that worst-case scenario for Immortals, where, you know, they win a round, but everybody's dead, and it's just the most frustrating experience because it felt like they ecoed almost every round that half.
We have the Immortals just trying to go for a train this time now over here into the A-bomb set. All 5 players lined up for this one, but there's resistance and Fallen here. He's waiting for it. Doesn't even get hit on that first kill either. He's going to dip back down over here through Suicide to see if he can catch them in the mid-connector, but failed to realize that they're all sitting over there. I think he may have realized it now. If not, he can hear the nade goes a little bit too deep, but still getting the 2 kills. Fallen incredibly mobile right now, and he's even gotten himself the bomb drop here. Phelps, is he going to check this left side? Bolts, if not, he'll have a free kill, and he'll get that. And it's not just him either. Henny finally finished the job of taking out Fallen, so Not done fighting in this round just as of yet, but unfortunately, Henny's actually going to flash himself there a little bit, and we'll lose Bolts pretty quickly after that one too. Fer getting the last 2 kills pretty quickly, and it's SK up to 14 now.
Yeah, 14-3. Immortals, again, is going to be on a very, very poor buy if they do decide to buy. Indeed, it looks like they're just going to save and try to get AKs next round and try to put up, you know, just come back from game point. But, you know, we kind of saw this happen on Cash where they made a little bit of a comeback, and maybe they can win some rounds, Blue, but by the time, you know, they even make SK saved, you know, SK is going to end up being on like a 3,400, right? Like, it's just such an impossible task, it seems like, Blue, for Immortals to come back. It almost seems like it's inevitable that SK wins this game.
On the full save round here, already seeing some team damage too. Lucas crossed in front of the spray of the AK. Taco trying to go big here. Actually, I think it's 2 kills, and they take out 2 trades for that one. But Cold is back in here, and he is going to finish the job. So again, losing a couple players here, making it a bit expensive. So if the Immortals are able to pick up this first round, okay, they can try to get the SK back down onto Ecos pretty quickly, but it is still, yeah, the 12 rounds straight that they now need to win, and it's not even for an actual victory in that case. It's just going to be to tie it up and take it into overtime. We'll see in a moment here, though, as that bot comes in. No ops for them, just focusing on the AKs with utility instead. And just like many of these rounds previously, all 5 players initially are going to train into the B halls.
Yeah, right away they go into a 4-1, but the A player is very, very passive at A. He's just sitting around Dragon. So usually when you see this, Blue, a lot of the time it just means it's going to end up being like some type of a B push. As this A player is just going to throw the counter smoke in middle. FNX kind of watching those A halls. You always have to be careful of that A push because of who's playing A. Like, Fer is not afraid to get aggressive. If he thinks that you're giving him any room for movement, any room for aggression, like he will take advantage of it, and he will, you know, put the pressure on the Ts to make sure they always have somebody watching the flank. And it kind of takes somebody out of the play when you are on that CT side, excuse me, T side, because you always have to be weary of that.
Well, we do have INT sitting again on the cusp of it, getting ready for that B deployment into the site. You have a pretty far pushed up player from SK over there towards A. Keep in mind, that's Fallen moving in, looking for that intel, but not going out far enough to confirm that there is no one in the courtyard itself. It's enough, however, for Fer now, since the time has been brought down low enough that he is going to fall back to the window position outside of drop and begin to watch out from down here too. Finally, though, they do begin to move up, and well, it's going to be 1-for-1 initially. Phelps tries to go into his smoke, but he's going to lose his life to steal. Now Taco up on top of the smoke. That's a big miss, though, and now there's not really anywhere safe for him. He's going to go into the chicken coop, but 2 more kills ring out there for the guys on IMT. They pick up both Taco and Fer, and Fallen was completely disconnected from all of this, so he's not really going to have a choice in the matter. He's just got to post up for exits and allow the Immortals to get their 4th.
Yeah, not much he could do in this 1v4, although he does get a lot of damage onto Henny, but Bolts is backing him up, and he just decides to run away here. And I apologize, I was talking about Fer before being aggressive, but Fallen was actually the one on that long A side, just holding the smoke out, waiting for him. But, you know, the point still stands, Blue. Fer gets awfully aggressive on Cobble, and you always have to make sure you're watching that, you know, as a T.
So the Immortals, while they haven't completely sunk the ship just yet, they did manage to get themselves over this first hump here in the gun round. And for SK, we'll see in a second if they do decide to really just force into this now to try and end it now, or if they want to take it slowly. They have obviously that very, very big cushion if they do want to take it slowly. But no, they will decide to go directly into this next round by forcing up into it. Mainly the SMGs, as you saw, possibly a shotgun going to work its way in there too. But yeah. Again, the guys over here on INT doing a great job really just brute forcing their way out there, and SK just didn't really seem ready for it. So good entries from the Immortals, and they weren't able to get their way onto the site, and there wasn't really a whole lot of hope after that.
Yeah, that was a sick entry by Steel, just jumping out with the flashbangs, looks at FNX perfectly, or sorry, that wasn't FX, I believe that was Felp in the smoke. Gets that kill, looks towards drop, gets that one. Taco just getting kind of nullified around the chicken coop because of the Molotovs as well.
Well, IMT again sit at the edge of A long. With Fallen prepared with the smoke, this is potentially a big push, though, if he doesn't catch it. And there's another one, another grenade being tossed out from on top there. Flashbang this time. It's not really going to ring true onto him. He just mollies it back off. And again, the smoke to cover off the approach as Fer now holds the close angle back by the mid connector. The Immortals actually don't really decide to go through with this one, though. They do pull away with that smoke still in position, and are instead going to start moving a couple of their players once more in towards the B halls, or at least Bolts will. The rest, though, just wait for the smoke to expire, and now they are going to move into apply pressure as Fallen goes back in preparation for a hit onto the site.
Do you see how intelligently, though, Fer and Fallen use their nades? Like, they don't waste their smokes when there's no pressure or anything. They make sure there's pressure before they use their utility. And a lot of the time that you think about it. If that comes late round and they do like a B fake and then they come A, Fur and Fallen still have a smoke and a Molotov, and it's almost impossible to take the site.
Taco's going to get very aggressive here and basically just walk into his own death, unfortunately. Now that's opened it up. Steel with him getting that kill, though, that will reveal the position of the bomb. But as they do try to move their way back out, they're just getting executed one by one. Phelps is now the last one standing. Thankfully for him, he's in the B bomb site, but he's been flanked out by Henny, and that's a very clean round for the Immortals there as they do push in and take quick control and shut down SK on their force-up.
Yeah, now SK will probably just save, keep their USBs, see what they do with that. They don't even really have to worry about damaging their economy since they only need one round. But Fallen getting the 5-7. And now Immortals making a little bit of a, a stand here, Blue, getting some rounds on the board once they got those AKs.
For SK, they're actually going to hold a lot of close angles, specifically getting very aggressive down towards that mid connector, as you can see, too. But 2 more by the broken wall, with Phelps, I think, inching his way up the steps, and Taco being right there to support him, as I am here just going to take this one very, very slowly. You can see the group up here inside of those B halls. Now getting ready to move in, and Taco just hopping around there on top of the boxes. The nades, though, finish the job against Phelps. They've also found Cold a few moments before this one. We'll see if Taco can do anything as the flashbang does move out, but it actually flashes one of their own teammates, and Taco, he's going to get both of those kills. Not only this, but you have Fur moving in. They did dispatch of Fallen, who was working on a flank. But drop pressure potentially could still be an issue as Fur pulls away from this one. And Taco, well, he's still alone, unfortunately. He does not have the support of Fur. The nade rolls in. Again, not really massive damage. He's able to back away from it. Dinks another player. That's FNX down at 4 HP. Now you're just looking at Fur, who is going to start to fall away, I do believe. Not to rat back over into those B halls to look for an exit spot. But still good damage being done here. And that almost got in the hand to where SK could have won it on an eco round.
That was pretty sick by Taco. I mean, gets the 250 kills in a spot that is so easily like flashed or anything like that, and is a really tough shots to hit since the T's are just kind of flying out. They're always full speed, right? At that spot, able to dink the other one. But Immortals, they're going to win this round. It's going to be 15-6. SK will probably buy in this upcoming round, I would assume, unless they really just want to get like a double op and just super full utility. But still a really, really uphill climb for Immortals to force overtime.
But with the round expiring here in the favor of the Immortals now, again, 9 more rounds to go at this point, and the money kind of still on the edge here for SK, so considering the cushion that they have to work with, I don't actually think they're going to go, again, all in just yet. They'll buy down to somewhere around the 2,500 to 2,000 mark here, as they will be looking to save money for the next round, where finally they're going to be able to afford full investment with, potentially even like double op setup if they wanted to try and go for that immediately. This time, though, it's still those pistol upgrades. We've got 2 shotguns in the mix, of course, as they go for glass cannon on those. So hopefully those can try to pick up a couple of kills here to keep the money low on that T side, hopefully weighting them down a little bit so that if Immortals does start to bring up, they can afford less and less on rounds. But no, First is going to go flying as he's taken out by Steel. Already one of these guys getting knocked back up. The second one also being deployed over here towards A long. So still on the same side of the map, but even towards B, they've lost Taco now, so it seems like Immortals' slower style of play on these rounds is working out, at least for now, until FNX kind of randomly goes out on his own. The shotgun's there from the T side, and it will find some impact finally against Lucas, but he just falls right back, dodges it, and now they're going to roll right it over here onto the B-bomb site. Deagle in the hand of Phelps, but he'll get immediately flipped back by bolts. Lucas even finding Cold as he tries to push back out, so it's fallen in a 1v4, and he only has the shotgun.
Yeah, and they purchase a little bit there. It doesn't matter because they're on game point, but if you're ever playing and you don't buy, like say you lose the round and you don't buy the next round, but then you buy a little bit the next round, it makes no sense. You should always buy on the the very first round after you lose. I mean, it doesn't matter in the situation because they're on game point, but economically speaking, why would you save that round and then buy the next round when you could have, if you were going to win the round, you would have won, that second round, right? Mm-hmm. Does that make sense, Will?
Yeah.
Hopefully that makes sense.
So now again, finally we're seeing that op pressure come into play here for the SK side. And specifically, as I mentioned before, they have the potential with that much saving to go for the double op, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Both Fallen and Taco pick them up. You've already got Fur actually waiting for the aggression over here in the mid connector, promptly tossing out the smoke, but they might just jump beyond this one, and they do. But they expected Fur, at least it seemed like FNX did. They expected him to move way back up on top of the ramp and retreat to the site itself. He'll pay the price for that one, and it's not just FNX either. It's Henny that's been eliminated here. 2 more stuck inside of that mid connector, and well, at least in Fur's case, he certainly knows it's here. But with Bolts also being in a position still on the broken wall approach, they can't necessarily call for the full rotate just yet, as the Immortals will just back away here and now group up in the B hulls.
Yeah, and Immortals in a tough spot. They're going to try to group up, probably go behind bullets and just try to, you know, entry out. Looks like they are going to take drop control, actually. Cold does a little bit of damage here, but gets caught out by Steel as he runs over his head and gets another one onto Phelps. And now all of a sudden, Fallen has him locked down, gets that kill, but they still only have to kill this one player in sight, which is Taco, and they know exactly where he is, Blue.
Down at 6 HP here, but he swings out and grabs it. It's Bolts that'll go down here now. We can see Lucas trying to take pot shots over here into Chicken with the up, but that's not going to work out. He's got to sneak back around. They still expect him to be in the sight, but they are watching for the backside. However, not proactively. Fur's really just looking back and forth here and then. He can sneak away from this right now and head up towards A without being noticed at all. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Walking into this one, Fur expects him to get aggressive and go back into the site. He will oblige to this one, so he's been seen now. Now he's got to make a dash for this, as they're going to be chasing him. Previously, he could have done this potentially without being spotted if he had gone at the doorway. But he'll go onto the site. He'll be able to get this bomb on the ground. I don't think he can survive beyond that, and he won't actually even get it onto the ground. So Fur is going to close it out, and after a valiant attempt at a comeback, ultimately, though, that first half scoreline proved to be far too much, and along with the pistol round victories and whatnot for them to come back from. So it's SK that take it, and they will go 2-0 for the evening, starting off their season 2-0. And for Immortals, unfortunately, they have to go 0-2, but this was one of their harder matchups, obviously going up against one of the best teams in the league. So they'll have, they're not going to be too worried about that drop of games.
Yeah, a very, very tough matchup for Immortals. I mean, you know, all their guys have been, you know, they're kind of like, they almost seem like the B team almost, you know, for them. And it seems like all their move-ups come from them. So they're kind of playing against their older brothers. And SK just
especially losing Phelps
too strong,
too,
man.
Which is, again, that transition just happening. And that was probably their most consistent player when you look across the board for all of their games. So there's still going to be an adjustment period for that as well.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, guys, so that's going to do it for us this evening. To close out and discuss more about what happened there on map number 2, we're going to send it over to Stunna at the analysis desk.
Well, here I am, and here we are, and that was a hell of a game. However, not quite as close as I think we thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, we had actually, I'd said 16-9, so 16-7. It's not too far off. However, a lot of those rounds came after it seemed like it was already over, right? Like SK had put up a pretty strong stand in the first half, and it just didn't really seem like Immortals had much of a fair shot. Money was constantly broken.
Yeah, it almost seemed like they could never really truly get anything really going.
Yeah, I mean, the rounds they were winning were so broken apart that they could never actually get any kind of economic control. And as a result, it was like, I think Daze had said it, it feels like they're just constantly ecoing and force buying. Well, like that shotgun, the saved shotgun became like a meme of the first half. How many times did we see like a 1 versus 3 and there's a shotgun on the A site and the bomb's planted B? That happened over and over again.
Let's take a look at something that will also keep you from winning rounds. This is round 7 where we saw this very unique boost here as we, I believe it was coldzera looking over the smoke towards the E-box room. Walk us through it, Box.
So you can actually see in the slow-mo here, that's SK's smoke landing outside drop room. This was a designed play. This was not coincidental, like, hey, let's see if we can exploit the smoke. The initial play was boost up and over so they can peek towards like tree and the back of B platform, but then they hear the footsteps of this guy close. So they audible and they start slowly inching their way. It's kind of an awkward one too. And coldzera catches him as he's falling off his head. That's actually the second boost we saw in that round as well. They did it over in the drop room. They had a smoke on the edge of the drop room and they boosted over that one as well. Just kind of showcases the map knowledge. Unfortunately, SK was so busy probably enjoying what they did with that smoke, they lost control of the time. And it came down to a 1 versus 2, and they just didn't have enough time to get the bomb down. So a bit of a misplay from SK there that gave Immortals one of the few rounds in the first half.
Tons of late round action here, right? So pretty much a lot of these rounds would come down to those final seconds.
Yeah, and even though they lost that round was really important for SK. So even though it was one of the few rounds that we saw Immortals take, the way they lost every player in the round and won hurt them moving forward. That was part of the problem with their money, right? Like they win one round finally, but everyone dies. It's like a full reset.
Well, speaking of everyone dying, check this out. Fergod in action here on pistol round 16. Bach, I'm just going to let you take it from here.
So I think the highlight will be coming towards the end here, which kind of just sets the precedent for the way that SK started to play this one. It was another strong performance from SK, and more specifically from Fur. I mean, they're going B. Fur's already flanking from A, so he's already back behind them. He pushes A very aggressively, but here comes the push into the site. Fur's actually going to land in the drop room. Cold Zera gets 2, but then Fur starts shooting him from drop room, and they're so confused. Runs out of ammo, goes for the knife, 1 HP, survives long enough to get the knife kill there, and that's just insult to injury if you're Immortals. Brutal.
Well, you know, he had honor, so that's good. Or maybe he ran out of ammo.
He ran out of ammo too, so it was kind of like, whatever, I'll do what I can.
No, I mean, absolutely. What we thought was going to be a closer bout here on the second map turned out to not be as much, but still, let's look a little bit here at what happens. Obviously, a tougher matchup for Immortals. Later in the season, how big of an impact could this have?
Well, I think it kind of showed us what to expect from SK. What was interesting was in the pre-show, we kept talking about Phelps. How's Phelps going to help SK? Is he going to really bolster up the performance much better than FNX did? Phelps was kind of in the background for most of this match. The man that everyone was watching was Fur, and Fur returned to a form that we are familiar with. I think he finished that last game. It was like 1.25 FPR, like 29 kills.
Yeah, it makes me load up the first stats right there.
I mean, you can see 116 ADR, 29 kills. Just absolutely unreal across both maps. He was lightning.
Of course, this is across the entire series.
Yes.
Which, you know, also speaks of volume, right? I mean, look at the ADR right there.
Yeah, I mean, just in that second map alone, he had 29 kills and 119 ADR in one map. That was pretty impressive performance from him. I think in the first game it was like 110 ADR and like 28 kills. Both games he broke over 25.
No, he was definitely a force to be reckoned with. If you're going forward, what do you tell an Immortals roster right now?
This is familiar territory, unfortunately. In the many times they've matched up in the past, like we had said, it was like 19 games that they played over 2016. SK won 15 times. 15 of the 19 maps, SK was able to dial it in. Now, Immortals was able to win a couple maps last season, but ultimately it was just time and time again. SK wins, SK wins. Talking to Zeus, once upon a time, he was the coach when they were Games Academy, and he said, I feel like we always get matched up against these guys in quarters, never in semis or finals, and we always lose. He said it's so heartbreaking and devastating for the younger players on the team. Now, the roster is obviously much different, but I still think it feels the same.
Has the same tone.
Yeah, it's like you're the little brother of the All-Star. Like,
I believe Dave said that, actually.
yeah, you know, we're like, they're always just stuck in that shadow of SK.
Which is, you know, very unfortunate. I mean, we're looking at a world-class team in Immortals who are able to compete amongst the best. They've proven that over the course of the past year. And in 2017, they should be looking to excel to new heights.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they're just, until they start proving themselves against SK, I think a lot of people are always going to consider them the second best Brazilian team.
Well, I tell you what, we're going to look out right now the scores across the board for the night. I mean, we did see mini matchups, and obviously a 2-0 there, Cloud9 coming out on top over Rush. SK, we just witnessed that. We saw how that unfolded. Optic Selfless, Optic also 2-0ing there.
Yeah.
So what is there to say about that?
It was a 16-12, 16-8 for Optic over Selfless, so pretty good performance from them. Like we had said, we were concerned that things might be a little bit shaky for them because they lost their in-game leader. Like Cloud9, they kind of got a soft opponent. Selfless, kind of in an awkward state right now. They expected to be playing Premier this season. They got a second shot at playing in Pro League. So we don't really expect great things from Selfless, unfortunately. And then the other matchup of the night, Cold versus Energy, they traded maps. It was 16-7, 16-6.
As they were able to split the maps, that does close out the Pro League tonight. However, we will be back tomorrow night. Let's take a look at tomorrow night's matches as they do come up there in front of you. Optic and Renegades, CLG and Selfless will be what we cover. So are these heavy hitter matches?
I'd like to see the Renegades Optic game. That one will be exciting. Again, I look at that one as the match to watch that night, like kind of like we were looking at SK Immortals, like that was the game we were excited to see. I'm excited to see how Optic faces off against an international opponent like Renegades. And then there's, of course, Selfless CLG, the team that the Bears has picked to go #1 seed throughout the whole of the Pro League CLG. We'll see if that holds true.
I mean,
the tracksuit don't lie.
I guess there's a chance, right?
There's always a chance.
This is Counter-Strike. I think they said that
CLG.
earlier. It's CLG.
Can't lose games.
Well, I wouldn't take it that far, but there's a chance. There's always a chance. I mean, Bach, what are your key takeaways from tonight, if anything?
SK looks really good. C9 looks really good. I think these are things we expected to say. I don't really think that anything surprised us tonight. I'm just really pleasantly surprised with Rush in that first map, having a bit of resolve and grabbing a few rounds. I thought that Immortals might be able to grab a map, but ultimately it is what we expected to happen.
Okay, well, you heard it there. We're going to be back tomorrow night for more Pro League action, the second night of Pro League Season 5. My name's Stunna, this is Bach, and we're signing off for the night, and I want to thank you all for tuning in. See you tomorrow.
We'll be right back.